They say there are monsters walking among us right now. You've heard the stories about werewolves, right? Picture it, a lone figure standing over a pack of snarling wolves on some moonlit cliff. Evil things wearing human skin, the stories say, monsters that hunt people in disguise. Which means, in theory, one of these ordinary faces in the crowd could be one of them. Don't forget it, people warn each other. Their true nature is violent, cruel. Nothing more than beasts. So, have you spot one? Simple, apparently. You just look into their eyes. Because under that moon, something in their eyes gives them away every single time. Eyes that go icy silver, glowing like the full moon itself. That's the tell everyone whispers about. Silver eyes under a silver moon. The very same moon hanging over this city tonight. Last night, a body turned up in Seoul's Taeyang district, right in the shadow of a quiet little private detective agency. This makes the third case just like it. The news anchor doesn't sugarcoat it. Another body, more of those same unusual wounds. All three victims turned up with the exact same telltale damage. Wounds that look for all the world like claw marks. Police are now treating it as a serial case, same perpetrators every time. Somewhere in that same city, someone is far less impressed by breaking news. What the heck? Groans a voice from the couch. Meet Jiu Hong, 28 years old, and the less than thrilled owner of a private detective agency. Her assistant isn't having it either. Turn off the news and he'll never sleep, he complains, lunging for the remote. She just wrestles it right back. If he wants the TV that badly, he can hand over the remote first. He begs her to just let him leave early for once. She, of course, ignores him completely. On the screen, some overwrought drama hits its melodramatic peak. Don't you dare die on me. Re-still our hearts. It's a soap opera death scene, and somebody named Taehyun is very sorry indeed. Ji-yu, ever the romantic, mutters that if she's ever dying, the insurance payout better come straight to her. Then she perks up. Hey, isn't that Yuzin Cheon and Riha sharing a show together? Her assistant can't believe it either. Wait, for real? On screen, the drama's golden couple share one of those sparkly, overlit soap opera embraces. What a good actor, the assistant sighs, thoroughly pleased with himself for noticing. Yusong, Cheon, Reha, even Jiu seems to be paying closer attention than she'll admit. Since when are you a fan of Yusong? He teases. Got a problem with it? She fires back. No, I just didn't know. That's all, he babbles. Why are you being so sassy about it anyway? Well, Jiu shrugs. It's not like I'm the only one fawning over the guy. Fair point. Pretty much everyone loves Yushong Cheon. Case in point, Yusung Cheon, 27, nicknamed, no joke, a national treasure. He blew up as a kid thanks to his parents' social media posts, and rode that fame straight into a career as a child actor. Despite losing both parents at a painfully young age, he pushed through the hard years, working long before anyone was handing him anything, and grew into the kind of man who actually earned that national treasure title. Flawless acting, stunning looks, and headlines about his ongoing charity donations keep piling up. Kind heart to match the kind face, or so the story goes. He's a textbook definition of a national treasure. But back at the detective agency, a knock at the door interrupts the moment. Jiu glances up from her desk. Someone yelps in fright before the door's even fully open. Then it turns into full-on pounding. Bang, 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 against the door. A scream cuts through it. Who is that? Jiu's assistant practically leaps into her arms. What if it's the serial killer from the news? He squeaks, only half joking. Calm down, will you? Jiu grabs something to check the door with, completely unbothered. The latch clacks open. Jiu swings the door wide, ready for anything. Something thumps against her legs. Huh? Not exactly the killer she braced for. Two kids come tumbling in, clinging to her for dear life. Jiu, to you, they wail in unison. Why are you two even here? She asks, already exhausted. Oh, just some kids, Jiu says. Her assistant is already sneaking off, uninterested. Yeah, they're from the neighborhood, he confirms from a safe distance. The same two who once showed up hunting for their missing doll. What? Again? Jiu groans. The kids latch onto her assistant instead, begging for help finding their dog. You found him so fast last time? Kids, like I said. Jiu pinches the bridge of her nose. Here we go again. This isn't really a place you two should be barging into like this. What if we never see Dory again? One of them wails. The waterworks kick in for real. Jiwoo just sighs. Tire doesn't begin to cover it. Still, she heads out into the sunset with them. You'll have to pay me for this, she warns. This is exactly why I said we shouldn't open a detective agency, her assistant grumbles, trailing behind. We're not even really open. Why go through this hassle? Oh, come on, you know this was our best option, Jiwoo shoots back. Remember when we had no sign-up and teenagers used the office to smoke? You brats! Wait, I thought this was an empty building. And when we tried a coffee shop instead? Way too crowded, apparently? Then what about a fried chicken place? Are you even serious right now? You call yourself a detective? And that's why we landed on the detective agency, remember? Best choice, except for exactly this kind of hassle. Is all Jiwoo offers. Anyway, let's just find this dog and send the kids home. Let me know if you spot him. It's a retriever puppy, huge, with the goofiest face you've ever seen. Jiwoo reports over the phone. Oh, he looks just like that dog right over there. Wait, no, wait up, you silly dog. Found him, heading back to the office now, she says, already hanging up. You naughty pup, why do you keep running off? She scolds, snatching him up. The puppy just barks happily, completely unbothered. Seriously, if you keep doing this, I'm going to. One big sloppy lick later, and her threat kind of fizzles out. Oh, you little troublemaker. Jiwoo starts to walk back with a rescued troublemaker in tow. For a while, it's just footsteps and a happy, panting dog. Then the puppy suddenly growls. Huh? What's wrong, Dory? He barks, sharp and urgent, at nothing Jiwoo can immediately see. Somewhere nearby, shadowed figures linger under the moonlight. Dory, shush! Jiwoo hisses, pulling him close. Oh, something or someone has her full attention now. A stranger passes by up ahead, just another face in the dark. A gust of wind sweeps past, and Jiwoo's instincts prickle. Meanwhile, the news is still looping the same grim update. Another body, found last night in Taeyang district. Wounds that look exactly like claw marks. Again, somewhere, eyes go wide reading the confirmed details. Authorities have confirmed it. The victim's heart was cut clean out. Brutal, precise, not remotely human if the wounds are anything to go by. The scene practically bleeds red in memory. It was you guys, wasn't it? Someone demands, blood still dripping, the murder case from the news. A shadow steps closer, unbothered by the accusation. Something snaps underfoot. No one else would dare pull off something like this, comes the grim reply, standing over the bodies. Talk to me, man. Someone cries out nearby, clearly rattled by what they've just seen. Footsteps close the distance. You well aware of the penalty for harming a human, aren't you? The voice is ice cold and clearly in charge. Yes, it's in the blood, someone mutters. This is the leader of the werewolves we're talking about. A silhouette stands framed against the window, waiting. The monster among monsters himself, Jianuhan. Why did you do it? He asks. And it turns out he's not talking to a stranger. There, sitting quietly with blood on her hands, is someone very familiar. His one and only daughter, Ji-han. Those recent murder cases have nothing to do with us, Ji-yu says flatly into her phone. Huh? Someone on the other end clearly doesn't buy it. It's not our doing, Ji-yu repeats, sitting alone on a stairwell. The real story starts to surface. Then what did you attack me for? Because you're Jionu-han's daughter. Ji-yu just sits there, processing that for a second. Not exactly a comforting answer. Oh, that's why. So you came after me because you figured you didn't stand a chance against my dad. Is that it? Claws come out, literally. The fight is officially on. An arm lashes out toward her. Those who know what Jionu-han's capable of wouldn't dare cross him. Until a rumor started going around that his daughter was the weak link. Yeah, my dad's a monster, Ji-yu snaps, but that doesn't make me any weaker. Guess I look like an easy target to just about anyone these days, she mutters, eyes narrowing. Well, I've seen plenty of guys exactly like you. One clean hit, and she's already got him on the ropes. So don't even think about coming at me again. I don't know what you're being so brave about, he sneers, when you're obviously about to lose. You little, big talk from a guy who's currently losing. You little brat. He swings again. Jiu dodges without even blinking. Ow! Ails the one who ends up hurting. A sting flashes across her eye. He got a hit in after all. You're just like your dad, he spits, staggering. Then a second shadow joins the fight, and this one hits a lot harder. Both of you are arrogant pricks, Juyu shouts at literally everyone involved. Blood on her knuckles tells the rest of the story. Air whips through the frame as the fight rages on. One final slam ends it. Mister, Jiyu grins through the blood, clearly unbothered. You don't like being treated like trash by me and my dad, she asks, all mock sympathy. Then quit doing shady crap, she adds, landing another hit. See, plenty of people make the exact same mistake with the Han family. My dad and I both see exactly what you're doing. We're just being patient. For now. The rumor going around is that Jionu Han's only weakness is his daughter. Ow! Spraying sand in my eyes was a pretty dirty move, Jiu grumbles, wiping her face. And what's with jumping me in the middle of the street with humans right there? She snaps, eyes glowing. Seriously, where are their manners? Jiu mutters, brushing herself off. The truth is, in a werewolf pack that ranks everyone by raw power alone, he walks off like none of it even happened. Jiu holds the number 3 spot, not exactly the weakling people assume. Of course you were fighting again, someone teases under the moonlight, and where'd one of your... contacts go? Stop teasing me. Turns out she wears them to hide those telltale silver eyes. Where are the kids? Someone asks, spotting the dog. Eating snacks at the office. I get that they're just kids, but you really should stop letting them hang around. What if their parents come looking for them? Trust me, the parents were never exactly the attentive type. Jiu says dryly. I half want to call Child Protective Services on them myself, leaving kids and a dog alone like that. Anyway, I'm heading home to clean up. Since it's late, mind walking the kids back? You're heading straight home, right? Yup. By the way, visit your dad before you go home. Jiu's eyes go wide. That's not a request she was expecting. Our leader's asking for you. Dad wants to see me. Does he already know I got into a fight? I don't think so, but I honestly couldn't say for sure. Worse, it sounds like he called for Diane, too. Oh, it does not sound like a coincidence. Someone else reacts to the same news, just as uneasy. Yeah, comes the answer, scratched up hand and all. Why is Dad always calling me in for stuff? Jiu groans. I'll get going then. The kids and their dog waver off. Want to ride? No, that's fine. It's only a few blocks. See you tomorrow. Her white-haired friend watches her go, cap in hand. Footsteps tap off into the night. Wow, Jayu turned down a ride? That's new, someone remarks, surprised. Yeah, is all the reply she gets. Jiu walks on alone, footsteps echoing. Oh, wait, no way. She breaks into a sudden dash. Her heart is suddenly pounding. No way that's true, right? She pulls her cap down low, clearly rattled. Her pulse keeps hammering as she moves. He called Diane out of the blue. A shadowed figure processes the same unsettling news. I thought we weren't discussing that until next year. Jayu keeps walking, lost in thought, completely unaware of what's coming. Ugh, this is so annoying, she grumbles to herself. She rubs at her tired eyes under the brim of her cap. I should have beaten them up more, she decides, thoroughly unrepentant about the bloody knuckles. Those annoying bastards, she mutters, still stewing about it. She sighs, pushing her cap back up, still muttering curses under her breath. Footsteps carry her further into the dark, quiet street. Something's approaching fast from just out of frame. A flash of headlights sweeps across her face. Tires screech. Oh, way too close, way too fast. Headlights bear down on her with zero warning. Slam, metal mates, something. A car sits crumpled against the curb, someone sprawled beside it. A slow, deliberate blink. That's it. Not a scratch that matters. Ju's eyes flick open, completely unbothered by getting hit by a car. Ha ha ha. Someone stammers, utterly dumbfounded by what they're seeing. Ju sits up, brushing hair out of her face. Was I just hit by a car? Who drives like this? She gripes, then spots the real casualty. Oh, my hat. A prize disguise is somewhere on the pavement, and that's clearly the bigger tragedy here. She scrambles to cover herself up, hoping nobody clocked those telltale eyes. Are you hurt? The driver calls out, clearly panicking. He rushes over to check on her. Jiyu looks up and freezes. This man is... He dashes the rest of the way over. "Ah, I'm so sorry," he blurts, absolutely mortified. Something about that coat, that voice, it's ringing every bell. Drew can barely get the name out, because standing right in front of her, bandaged and panicked, is unmistakably him. "What the heck are you doing here?" Jiu blurts, forgetting she's the one who just got hit by a car. He reaches down to help her up. "Do you think you can get up?" "Whoa, I never thought I'd be running into you, Shang-Chian." "Oh yes, I'm all right," she manages, taking his hand. Something crackles between them the second their hands touch. A jolt runs up her arm the moment their hands connect. Her heart is suddenly pounding for reasons that have nothing to do with the car. Thump, thump, thump. Their hands are still touching, and neither of them seems in a rush to let go. "I am terribly sorry," he says again. "It was so dark I just didn't see you." "It's fine, really. I was just startled and fell, that's all." Zhu lies through her teeth. "What? My car definitely hit you. There might be consequences later," he worries aloud. "If you're feeling okay right now, let's still call an ambulance." "No." "No?" Jiu practically jumps out of her skin at the suggestion. "I'm also a bit busy right now, so..." She's already backing away, hands up. "At the hospital? Never," she insists. "But are you sure?" he asks. "Huh," he asks, unconvinced. "Why are you inching away from me?" he asks, watching her sneak off in real time. "Yep, no worries at all. If anything comes up later, I'll just call you then." Wait," he calls after her, but she's already gone, hat and all. He just stands there, tapping his foot, watching the empty street. He watches her go, quiet for a moment. How is she going to call me? He wonders aloud, hand hovering uselessly. It hits him then, she never actually asked for his number. Meanwhile, back with Ziyu, her phone starts buzzing. Team Leaders flashes across the screen. Her thumb hovers over the answer button. "Hello?" she answers, bracing for whatever's coming. Back with Yusong, a slow, knowing smile spreads across his face. "It was pretty obvious," he murmurs. He lifts the phone back to his ear, still smiling. His dented car sits abandoned on the dark street behind him. He leans against it for a second, catching his breath. "Jiunuhan's daughter, Jiuhan," he says slowly into the phone. His smile turns sharp, eyes glinting in the dark. He straightens his coat, already walking away. "Is definitely a monster," he finishes, and the screen fades to blood red. Every good horror story starts with a big, spooky mansion at night. Welcome to Gyeonuhan's place. The Han estate looms behind its gates, dead quiet under a clouded moon. Someone comes sprinting to the dark, gasping for air, second-guessing whether she even needed to run in the first place. She doubles over on the sidewalk, wheezing. No way was she sticking around. He'd have called an ambulance for sure. Catching one more minute to breathe, she finally asks herself what that fight back there was even about. She wipes her face clean, eyes sharp and unreadable in the dark. Her mind drifts back to a strange memory, the moment she held Yusung's hand. Something had flowed into her right then, she remembers, something she still can't explain. It felt like... She trails off, not even sure how to finish that thought. Footsteps crunch behind her. A voice calls out, "G.U." She spins around, startled. More footsteps close the gap as a tall figure crosses the misty garden toward her. It's Do-hyeon, sharp-dressed in black, walking right up to her. He keeps closing the distance, step by step. He locks eyes with her and says his own name low, almost like a greeting, "Dahan." Under the moonlight, he sizes her up carefully. This is Do-hyeon Kang, 30 years old, ranked number 2 in the whole pack. He leans in close, quiet, studying her face. She glances back at him over her shoulder, waiting for whatever's coming. She plays it cool. "Yeah, it's been a while. How have you been?" He flashes that easy, cocky grin of someone who's known her his whole life. Diane, her father's old friend's son, 2 years older, practically raised right alongside her. Turns out their dads went way back, old childhood friends themselves. A memory surfaces, 2 kids walking hand in hand down a sunny path. Somehow the guy just ended up living with her family growing up. Honestly, still not sure how that happened. By now he's basically family, whether she likes it or not. He says her name again, snapping her back to the present. "G.U." "Wait," he says, leaning in close enough to catch something on her. He sniffs the air pointedly. A werewolf's nose never misses much. "You were in a fight, weren't you?" he says flatly. Busted. She laughs it off. Guess she didn't scrub the blood smell out too well. How in his contacts? Only one's in. Yeah, she admits, some jerk threw sand in her eyes mid-brawl. Real classy move. More serious now, he asks if she's hurt anywhere. She just flashes him a smug little smirk over her shoulder. Nah, she scoffs. When has she ever gotten beaten up by anyone? But hey, she appreciates the concern. She asks if he's here for her dad too, then waves him on toward the house. He offers her a ride home later, since he brought the car. As they walk up the path together, she waves off his question. Just some losers who ganged up on her, as usual. This time, though, she admits she went a little overboard handling it. A misjudgment? He repeats, eyebrow raised. She explains. Everyone's been talking about those serial murders, obviously the work of one of their own, so she went looking for whoever had the guts to pull it off. That's when she got blindsided. Dayan's expression sharpens. He is not thrilled to hear that. Maybe that's exactly why the leader summoned them both tonight, she mutters. She asks if he got called here too, and if he knows why. He admits he had no idea she'd be here either, not until the door creaks open in front of them. Warm golden light spills out to greet them as the door swings wide. Crushing bear hug knocks the wind clean out of both of them. Their father squeezes them both at once, laughing as they yelp, "Welcome! Welcome!" In an era of chaos, he likes to say, "My children," pulling them close. Once, werewolves were splintered into countless warring packs, threatening not just humans but tearing into each other too. Then came the one who brought them all together under a single banner. A figure straightens his tie, stepping into legend. The undisputed alpha, and somehow also just a doting dad to his son and daughter. Jianuhan flashes a grin sharp enough to cut glass. Knife in hand, shirt half open like he owns the place. Which, to be fair, he does. "Let me see those lovely faces," he croons, the true king of the werewolves himself, embarrassing his kids on command. "They say raising kids gets you nothing back," he jokes, gesturing at the two of them like a couple of prize trophies. He sighs dramatically between bites. They leave home and never even check in anymore. So ungrateful, he grumbles. They only talked 3 days ago and he's already lonely. He wants a call every single day. The three of them sit down to dinner together, at least for tonight. Darluda assures him it's fine. He told Jiu to make herself comfortable. She shoots him a sideways glance. Dad seems to be in a good mood tonight, she thinks, then teases Daoyan for spoiling her rotten. Jionu, knife still in hand, muses that maybe there's nothing serious going on after all. Daehan isn't so sure. Something flickers across his face. He stays close behind her chair, watchful, not quite at ease. Davnal finally asks outright, was there an urgent matter the leader needed to discuss? Jionu seeks, still as impatient as ever, he says, clearly enjoying making them wait. He'd rather eat first, talk business later. Fine, straight to the point then. He sets his silverware down with a clatter. He called them both here with a proposal and a favor to ask. Jiu sets her fork down, listening now. As they probably already know, he starts nodding toward a news broadcast playing behind them. The news is reporting 3 victims. That is not the real number. There have actually been 5 or more. Jiu suggests the obvious fix. Why not just send their own pack mates out to catch them? He snaps back. Does she think her old man's a fool? He's already tried tracking them down himself. Then why hasn't it worked? The ion presses? He thought it would be a simple job at first. But whatever tricks these bastards are pulling, his fist slams the table. They're not leaving behind a single trace that says a werewolf was ever there. None whatsoever. Jiu's mind races. He actually failed to track them down? Her face goes tight with disbelief. That's not a sentence she's used to hearing about her father. But the way they hunted their victims, cutting the hearts right out of them, that has to be one of their own kind. So what exactly are they doing to dodge detection, she wonders aloud. Shiyonu turns to Dohan. He wants him to take the lead on this case. Can he handle it? The old man asks, dead serious for once. As you command, leader, Doyan answers without a second's hesitation. All right, thanks, Gioni says, that trademark scarred grin creeping back. Something about his father's smile makes Han's heart beat a little harder. The moment sits heavy, ominous, hanging in the air. Chiyu's face flushes with something she can't quite name. Anger, maybe. Anger hurt. Her heart hammers against her ribs. Leader, she finally blurts, unable to hold it in any longer. Well, he shrugs. You had to stop leeching off this old man eventually. It's about time you all took charge, wouldn't you say? He adds. And something crashes in the sudden tension. Whatever it was, it hits the floor hard. Hen reaches out, trying to steady the moment before it spirals. Are you kidding me right now? Juju explodes. Her eyes blaze, fangs bared. She's not backing down. You said we'd talk about this next year, she reminds him, furious. Next year, huh? So what exactly is all this then? She demands. Jionu grabs her sleeve, snapping. What's with that attitude? Sit down, now. The Taeyang district is mine, she shouts back. If anyone's taking charge of that case, it has to be Jiu Han. Jiunu roars her full name, cutting her off cold. Stop being so stubborn, he tells her, flat and final. Her hand curls into a fist at her side. Just relax and take life easy, he tells her, infuriatingly calm. Rely on Doyle a little, will you, he adds, and something in her just cracks. And she starts, teeth clenched. Sometimes, she admits, voice shaking. I'm mime. I wonder if I'm really your daughter at all. You treat Dion more like. She can't even finish the sentence. The words hang heavy in the silence between them. Nobody moves. She grits her teeth, fighting back tears she refuses to let fall. You treat Doltheon more like. She tries again, and Doltheon's own head drops, caught right in the middle of it. More like your real son than me, she finally spits out. You're prouder of Doltheon than you've ever been of me, she says, voice breaking. He's so selfish. He never listens to me. She remembers her father complaining once, long ago. A memory surfaces, a much younger Jiyu standing beside him, arms crossed, unimpressed even back then. Unjiwo, he'd added, in that same old memory. I warned you, snarls an old packmate the others call Old Fang, baring his teeth at the mere mention of her name. She turns on her heel without another word. She bolts, and Daoyan dashes after her. He catches her sleeve. You, wait. Leave her alone, Dionu calls out. It's about time she accepted reality. But Dayan starts to protest. Dayan, his father cuts him off, gripping his shoulder. Dayan straightens, bracing for whatever's coming. He couldn't say this earlier, not with Ju being so stubborn about it. But you, he tells Dayan, gripping his arm, are my rightful successor. Please take care of this pack, he says quietly, and take care of Ju, too. Dahan pushes back immediately. Jiyu is the one qualified to lead, not him. All of my brothers and sisters look up to her, too, he insists. Wouldn't it make more sense for whoever actually wants the job to take it? No, the refusal is flat, immediate, no room for argument. She can never be our leader, Old Fang cuts in coldly. Never, he repeats, baring his fangs like it's just a fact of nature. Outside and alone, Jiu fumes. He's always like this. He just makes the call and expects her to fall in line, like she's some kind of unreliable child. Less than a piece of crap, she mutters bitterly, then sighs. Maybe she shouldn't have blown up like that in front of Doyan. She scratches at her scalp under her cap, groaning. All he's ever done is get stuck in the middle between her and her dad. None of this is his fault. She decides she'll apologize to him tomorrow. Sighing, she figures she'll just head home. She'll call a cab. She rummages through her pockets. Nothing turns up. She checks again, more frantic this time. She left her wallet, sitting right back at her dad's place. Fine, she decides. She'll just walk home on her own two very capable legs. Only problem, it's a 3-hour walk. Her phone battery blinks a low warning at her. It dies completely 0%. Click, screen gone dark in her hand. She drags a hand down her face. She groans. Is officially pathetic. The mansion fades into the dark behind her as she trudges off alone. She slumps onto a bench, muttering that she must be out of luck today. No money, no way home. Should she just go crash at the office instead? What she really needs right now, she decides, is a drink. She sinks onto another bench, exhausted, Footsteps approaching somewhere behind her. A voice cuts through the night. Would she like a drink? She blinks at the can, held out to her, confused. She hesitates. Back at the estate, Giono tells Do-yan quietly he knows he can count on him, but he wants this case handled fast and quiet. There might be another war coming with them, he warns. They might already be on. The move, he finishes. Them, Diana repeats, wary. Back on the bench, a gloved hand holds the drink out toward her. The hunters, Dahin murmurs elsewhere, dread creeping across his face. A stranger in a long coat crouches beside her, offering the can with an easy, patient smile. A hand offers up a can with all the casual confidence in the world. Would you like to drink this? The can changes hands, condensation dripping, a small gesture about to go very, very sideways. Meet the guy holding it. Silver-haired, sharp-eyed, and wearing the kind of smirk that says he already knows he is the most interesting person on this bench. He has parked himself next to a woman in a baseball cap, drink in hand, playing the perfect gentleman. Something in her eyes goes cold. A chill rolls straight through the panel. Without a single word of warning, she lunges. Slayame, drink night is officially over. The can goes flying, completely forgotten in the chaos. She has him pinned flat to the ground, no room for negotiation. He lets out a pained groan from underneath her. What are you doing? He demands, still very much trapped. Did you follow me here? Just who are you? Her mouth opens, fangs bared like she's about to take a bite clean out of him. No, this is a misunderstanding, she stammers. I am sorry I scared you, but I did not follow you here. I just happen to live nearby, that is all. A phone screen flashes up close, and there it is in black and white, the name Yusung Cheon. She stares at him, completely speechless. Come to think of it, I have heard a lot of celebrities live around here. So, can you let me go? Later he reaches for her, and she jolts like she has been caught doing something wrong. Oh, she yelps, startled. I am sorry. I am so sorry. Looks like I misunderstood. Are you all right? You are not hurt, are you? She practically jumps back, and he just waves it off. I am fine, and I would have been scared too. I mean, running into each other twice in one day is a huge coincidence. I was not sure it was you at first either. I just thought your outfit looked familiar. I really hope you did not get hurt. You are an actor. What if you had sprained something? Oh, you recognize me? Who wouldn't recognize you, Yusung? She thinks. Mortified she even had to ask. She fidgets with her cap. Ugh, what is wrong with me today? She got all worked up and sensitive and took it out on exactly the wrong person. So pathetic, she mutters to herself, while he just watches, amused. I am completely fine, so please do not worry. By the way, I heard you talking to yourself. You said you needed a drink, he says, holding one out. I was just at the convenience store and ended up buying way too many. He presents the can with an unnecessary amount of flair, sparkle effects included, because apparently that is just how he moves. Silak, thank you, she says, taking it. Can I drink it right now? Of course, that is why I gave it to you. Oh, take a seat. I've actually been meaning to ask you something. You're the one I got into that car accident with earlier, right? Oh, yes, she gulps. I was worried because you left so suddenly. I took a look after getting out of the car, and the bumper was dented. She spits her drink clean out. The bumper? If it hit you that hard, you could be seriously. He starts, coughing through her spit take. So I was pretty worried. I should have at least gotten your phone number, but I thankfully ran into you here. Are you really all right? She spins around, flustered. Oh, of course. You did not hit me with your car, actually. Or else I would not be fine. Maybe you hit a wall or something, because I am... His face freezes. A wall. Huh. She blinks, caught completely off guard by her own slip. Oh gosh, what did I just say? My lines got mixed up. Phew, anyway, I'm glad we ran into each other again. I am relieved to see that you are fine. He lets out a long breath, relieved himself. I would have kept worrying if we had not run into each other. She goes quiet, hair caught in the breeze. For some reason, I feel Whatever that feeling is, she cannot quite place it. Anyway, I am surprised I bumped into you here, though. Do you live around here? No, I do not. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about the argument I had with Dad. A shadow falls over her face. I should have just kept quiet. Dad must be really angry right now, and I should also apologize to Dotheon. Is there some kind of conflict between you and your father? He asks gently. Um, Honestly, yes. Is it that obvious? Wow, you are so honest. You could have just pretended you did not notice, you know. Maybe we ran into each other again for a reason. Why don't you vent your feelings to me and go back home with a lighter heart? Sometimes strangers are easier to talk to about these things. Amused at his own nosiness, he teases himself. Is he always this nosy? She cannot help but agree. We've only just met, but yeah, kind of. It feels like I am never good enough for my dad, she admits, gripping her can tight. And it feels like he never trusts me with anything. Why am I even telling him this? She wonders. Oh, but both my dad and I have pretty short tempers, so we end up arguing, but we always make up quickly. Oh, I think I get it, he says, scratching the back of his neck. My grandmother raised me when I was a kid, and I used to talk back to her all the time. I was so immature. I would get scolded a lot, he admits, and I hated her every time it happened. But after a few hours, I would just forget all about it. So even though I am not exactly sure what is going on between you and your father, he glances her way. It will settle down in time, because that is how families work. He looks off, thoughtful for a moment. Oh, right, she realizes. His parents passed away when he was little. He is trying so hard to comfort me. Ah, when he does not even know me. I just assumed he was pretending to be nice because he is a celebrity. He rubs the back of his neck, awkward. I hope I did not say something out of line. Sorry if I did. And Eddie is actually nice. No wonder people call him a national treasure, she thinks as he adjusts her cap. No, you did not. Thank you for saying that. Of course. Oh, wait. I'm still really worried about the potential injuries from the accident. Please make sure to see a doctor, and if there is anything you need, I do not need anything. It is. Whew. It is all right, but don't worry. I won't tell anyone that I was hit by your car, you sung. That is not what I meant. He laughs it off. I am just kidding around, she grins. If you really want to make it up to me, you can just call it even for the mistake I made earlier. I'm sorry again for the misunderstanding just now. He smiles, easy as ever. Okay, he says, and they shake on it. All right, now we are even. We do not owe each other anything. Bye, she calls, waving as she goes. Left alone on the bench, he taps his foot, waiting for something. Footsteps return, and there she is again, face half hidden. Sorry to ask, but could I borrow a little cash? My phone is dead, and I forgot my wallet. Could I just borrow 3,000 won? About $20. No, I will pay you back. Really, I will. Then, bold as anything, can you give me your phone number? He pauses, clearly amused by the nerve of it. An awkward silence stretches out between them. Maybe I should not have asked him that, she thinks. He is obviously not going to give away his. All right, he says, simply. I do not have a business card, so please just text this number right here. It is my manager's. But you really do not have to pay me back, he adds, handing it over. I would be happy to treat you to a meal instead. So please, do reach out. By the way, I still do not know your name. Oh, my name is Jihu. All right, Jiu, let me walk you to your cab. A taxi rolls up right on cue. She climbs in and it pulls away with him, watching from the curb. He lingers on the street a moment, hands in his pockets. Her question echoes back in his head. Can you give me your phone number? She really just asked me for my number out of nowhere, he thinks. That was way too easy, he smirks to himself. Guess I was expecting too much, he murmurs, phone in hand. His mind drifts back to their very first encounter. In the memory, Her eyes glow an inhuman white in the dark. She isn't pinned again, fangs hovering close to his throat. A close-up catches it clean, a slit pupil glinting like something wild. She had the eyes of a beast, he realizes. His hand goes to his own throat, stunned. How? Disgusting, he mutters, though it is not entirely clear if he means her or himself for being so intrigued. Meanwhile, in the back of the cab, Jiyu stares out the window, lost in thoughts of her own. Just what is his deal, she wonders. Passing streetlights flicker across her face. I was not imagining it. After holding his hand again, I'm even more certain. She replays the handshake in her mind, that strange glow between their palms. Whenever I make contact with Yusong, I feel a surge of strength, even if it is just for a moment. How can a human make a werewolf stronger? She wonders, turning his card over in her hand. Maybe he is not just an ordinary human. He seemed like a genuinely good person, she admits to herself. Her expression hardens with sudden resolve. But as much as I feel bad, I am going to make my move before the others beat me to it. She taps her chin, already scheming. He's mine, she declares to the empty cab. A shadowy figure looms in her mind, whoever or whatever the others she means are. If I get stronger, Dad might even. The real reason behind her sudden ambition slips out. I did not expect this to happen, but this is great, she grins. Sir, is it okay if I use this charger? She asks the driver. Yeah, sure. Her phone lights back up. Nice. And will Yosung cooperate? He did seem friendly towards me, she thinks. Well, I will have to think about it. The important thing now is... Her phone buzzes. Speak of the devil, she mutters. The caller ID reads, Do-yum. Hello. Ah, finally. Why'd you have your phone off? Are you home? Oh, my phone was dead. I am charging it in a cab right now. You do not sound angry anymore, he notes. What? I was a bit worried when you left earlier, but I guess you are in a better mood now. She grins into the phone, clearly pleased with herself. Something great? Well, I'm all curious now, comes the reply, a small business card turning over in his fingers. I will tell you later, she teases. All right, he agrees. You left your wallet, so I brought it with me, someone adds quietly in the background. He studies the card, intrigued, a second figure standing quiet beside him. I will give it to you later, comes the reply, tucking it away, a small mystery, saved for next time. Cameras roll, tension spikes, and somewhere off-panel a furious voice snarls, You bastard! Buckle up. The slap lands hard and clean across our leading man's face. That's got to sting, take or no take. His scene partner is still fuming and out of breath, riding the adrenaline of the hit she just landed. Cut, the director calls, and just like that, the drama on screen breaks back into ordinary light. All right, it's a wrap. Our two leads shake off their characters and head off set together. Someone teases her about the hit. Rhea, that was one hell of a slap. That must have hurt. Oh, no, it wasn't bad, she laughs off. Meanwhile, our guy quietly works his jaw, checking the damage where her hand actually connected. Yusung, are you all right? She asks, suddenly all concerned. She reaches for his collar, fussing over him like it's the very least she can do. Meet Rhea, 29, an actress at the absolute peak of her career, and not too worried about the slap she just threw. Oh, that's all right. It's all part of the acting, and thanks to you, we wrapped up the scene fast. But you're bleeding, she notices, and her tone shifts real fast. Off to the side, the crew can't help but gossip. Yusong's so nice that Slap looked rough. But doesn't he always get hurt more filming with Rhea? Well, they've been doing a lot of emotional scenes lately. Maybe that's just what happens. I don't think Rhea did it on purpose, Yusong says, defending her without missing a beat. Someone hands Rhea an ice pack of her own. Turns out slapping people takes a toll too. I'm fine, so you really don't have to worry. And that was my last scene anyway. As the crew starts packing up, Yusong steps aside to check his phone, Rhea lingering right behind him. She isn't done with him yet, though. She gives his sleeve a tug. I have some ointment in my car. You should come put some on. Smooth, Rhea. Real smooth. Walking off hand in hand, Yusong tries to wriggle free of the offer, but it'll be quicker for my manager to do it. He shoots her a sidelong look, clearly weighing his odds of escape. What a hassle, he mutters to himself. Famous, charming, and allergic to alone time with his co-star. He ends up in the car with her anyway, and things get close. Very close. The door clacks shut, sealing them in together. I knew it, someone mutters, catching sight of the two of them. Yusung freezes. Riha? She's got a smirk on now. You're wearing the same clothes from yesterday, aren't you? The director asked me to, he explains, keeping it strictly business. Riha, he starts, not quite sure where this is going. She started gaining popularity a few years back and is now riding the very top of her career. She's got good looks, Yusung thinks, the two of them practically nose to nose. And her bold personality is definitely my type, but there's always a but, isn't there? Can I go if the ointment isn't here? He asks, already easing the door open. He's already halfway out before she can even answer. You're leaving? Now? Riha calls after him, genuinely thrown. Maybe we should grab a meal later, Riha, he offers, trying to smooth things over. With everyone else, including the crew. Nice save, nobody said date. He sits with it a moment, clearly weighing his own words. Sure, she agrees, and the tension eases at least for now. Anyway, Yusung, are you seeing anyone? No. Why do you ask? Oh, I just thought you changed your perfume, she says, leaning in for a sniff. Really, but I didn't put any on, he answers, honestly. Oh, my mistake then, she laughs, brushing it off. But something's clearly stuck with him. For some reason, you smell really weird today. File that thought away, folks. What? He says, snapping out of his own thoughts. Never mind, then. I'll get back to shooting. See you. All right, see you later. What was that? How rude. Riha hops to herself, walking off a little offended. They part ways for the day, the whole exchange still nagging at him. What smell is she talking about? He wonders, genuinely stumped. He sniffs at his own collar, brow furrowed. No luck. Yusung, a familiar voice calls out. Huh? I thought you were with. You were with Riha. Why are you alone? Guess? You rejected her again, huh? His manager isn't shocked, not even a little. You're so picky. What's so bad about her? She's pretty and famous. Do you not like older girls or something? Riha does drugs? Yusung asks, out of absolutely nowhere. His phone dings on cue. I thought everyone knew. And lower your voice, the manager hisses, glancing around. No, I can't believe my angel Riha is a junkie. Yusung crumples in dramatic despair. This man missed his calling as a soap star. Recovering instantly, he pivots. By the way, did anyone call or text me? I gave someone your number. Oh, yeah, I got a couple texts. Thought it was just a stalker. Didn't know you gave them my number. Yeah, I had your business card on me. Give me the number the text came from. Here, these are the texts. The message reads simply, Hello, I'm texting the number Mr. Yusung Qian gave me. Something flickers behind his eyes. He remembers exactly who this is. He goes quiet for a beat too long. Who is it? Is it a girl? His manager presses, sensing blood in the water. Yusung just keeps scrolling, saying nothing. A slow, satisfied smile creeps across his face, cigarette dangling forgotten. It's a secret. He grins, thoroughly enjoying himself. Is it actually a girl? Who is it? Did you ask for her number? Let's just get off work. I've got an early start tomorrow. Changing the subject, I see. You're no fun, the manager huffs, giving up for now. They pile into the car, the day's drama finally winding down. As the engine revs to life, his manager glances back. Hey, can you just drop me near that place instead of home today? Yusung cuts in. That place? His manager echoes, uneasy. Yusung stares out the window, quietly resolved about wherever they're headed. Hofids, what's that place all about anyway? His manager finally asks. It's sort of Yusung hesitates, choosing his words carefully. He starts to answer, the word catching in his throat. Treatment center. A strange choice of words, and he knows it. A red cross rises against a bleeding sky, a church, standing sentinel over whatever's about to happen. A lone figure heads toward it as the light drains out of the sky. The story pulls back for a history lesson, and it is not a pleasant one. For centuries, werewolves were a constant threat to humanity. Countless people suffered for it, families torn apart by claws in the dark. And from those victims, a dedicated hunters association was born. Somewhere in the dark, someone taps out a signal. Boots hit old wooden floorboards, heading deeper in. Their legacy lives on today as they quietly carry out their mission. United by their shared pain, this is not a group you want to cross. A roar tears through the room, a captured wolf, bloodied and cornered. The screaming doesn't stop. This is the ugly side of the job. Two hunters sit close by, waiting their turn, the tension thick enough to choke on. "I can do it. I can do it," one of them mutters, gripping a weapon like it's the only thing keeping him upright. They battle through trauma just to do this work at all. Reflected in a wide, horrified eye, the blow comes down. It's brutal, and it doesn't stop on its own. A hand snatches the weapon away, and someone dashes in to break it up. The hunter who lost control looks up, stunned to be stopped mid-swing. "Hey!" someone shouts, trying to cut through the chaos. "Yusum." The name rings out in alarm. That's right, our leading man just walked into the middle of this. A sickening impact echoes through the room. Someone hits the floor hard, blood soaking into a familiar teal sweater. This is what defines the hunters of today. Violence, trauma, and no easy way out of either. Yusung stands over the wreckage, chest heaving, blood everywhere. This is our charming actor, folks. And so is the true identity of the Hunters Association, hidden in plain sight. Bloodied and smirking, he throws out a dark little joke. This counts as a treatment center, doesn't it? Remember that lie he told his manager? Chion, someone barks his surname, furious at what just happened. A fist closes around his collar, hauling him in. "How dare you barge in like that, you bastard!" the beaten hunter roars. "You bastard!" They grapple, blood and tempers both running hot. "You got here late, so you should have just stayed out of it. Why the hell are you butting in?" Meet Shiwan Choi, 30 years old, a hunter with a very short fuse. "I just couldn't stand seeing you act pathetic any longer." Yusong fires back, cool as ever. He snatches the weapon clean out of Shiwan's bloody hands. "You have to keep your eyes open when you use this, Shiwan, or you'll hurt yourself." He insisted on handling it. There was no, "and you just let him," reason for me to stop him. Another hunter chimes in with a shrug, thoroughly unbothered. "You both think you got all the time in the world, huh? Stop wasting time and get rid of the wolves that don't have any useful info left, and don't let Shiwan handle it and leave us exposed." Shiwan isn't having it. "Oh, talk is cheap, huh? Coming from someone who just hunts as a hobby?" "Yeah, a hobby. Were you ever on time for a meeting? You're always too busy with your fancy film shoots." Yusung just smirks. "Oh, I should be grateful you're here at all. You're always so busy, barely making time for us lowly hunters." "Is!" What a joke, Shiwan mutters, clearly losing this round. "You can't even look a wolf in the eye, you coward," Yusung needles, blood still dripping down his own face. "You little, come at me once you're at my level, all right? Two grown men, zero chill." "Stop it, you two. The meeting's about to start." A calmer voice cuts through the bickering. "Clean the place up quickly and get upstairs." Yusung gives Shiwan one last shove for good measure. "I'll get you someday, you hear me?" Shiwan calls after him, seething. Yusung just sighs, exhausted, bloodied, and clearly used to this by now. His phone buzzes in his pocket, cutting through the chaos of the night. He pulls it out, blood-streaked hair falling over the screen. Whatever he's looking at, it's got his full attention now. "Hi. Yes, I made it home okay thanks to you that night. I want to pay you back the taxi fare. Just let me know how." The scene fades into darkness, leaving that message glowing behind. Elsewhere, Shiwan sits alone by a barred window, smoking off the night's damage. Despite the blood on his face, Yusung can't quite fight off the smile that message pulls out of him. He starts typing out a reply with bloodied fingers, and hits send before he can talk himself out of it. Across town, curled up at home, Ji-Yu lights up at her phone. "Oh," he replied. "Ha." She stares at the name on her screen. Yusung Chaon. His reply is short and to the point. "Well, you can treat me to a meal." Smooth as ever, and neither of them has any idea what the other really is. Somewhere off camera, a pair of feet kick up onto a low table, a fresh neck still stinging on one ankle. The room goes dark around him. "I am so sick of this," he mutters into the black. He is sprawled on the couch, pale hair catching the low light, staring at the ceiling like it personally owes him money. It's the same pointless nonsense from the same people, he grumbles, hands clasped tight over his stomach. A memory surfaces of a younger, sharper version of him snapping, "How much longer do we have to deal with these small fries?" His handler does not blink. "Be patient. Did you really think it'd be easy to get information from them? There's a reason they live in hiding." "Oh, must be nice to be so at ease," someone sighs, while he grips his own skull like it is splitting in two. The mask slips for just a second. "I've been waiting for 20 years, he breathes. I just can't keep this up anymore." The sentence trails off into silence as the memory dissolves back into pale hair and low light. His handler just tilts her head, unreadable, and lets out a soft, knowing. She stands there in a cream trench coat, arms crossed, in absolutely no hurry to explain herself. Then, out of nowhere, she brightens. "Want to see a picture? She looks kind of cute." Before he can answer, her hand darts straight for the chain around his neck. He flinches. "I was trying to figure out how to use her," she says, holding up a photo of a dark-haired girl grinning under a hood. "But I thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to just leave her to you," she adds. "What do you think?" She leans in close on the couch, toying with his collar, like she already knows exactly what he will say. "You want her?" The question hangs in the air as the two of them walk off together. The axe comes down clean, blood arcing off the blade. Whatever was hiding in the dark just stopped being a problem. The blood pools out across the dirt, dark and final. On set, a coworker leans in with a shiver. "Isn't just gives me the creeps." Meanwhile, the guy in question is just calmly scrubbing his hands clean under a spigot. "Did you see him cutting off its head like it's nothing?" Someone whispers, still visibly rattled. "He's dangerous, I'd say," a coworker mutters, leaning in close to another. Yeah, I guess he can be a little scary," the other admits with a shrug. "Then he goes on to act like he's the national treasure," she laughs. "She right. But that's the interesting thing about him," the guy says. "It's like uncovering a different side of a celebrity." "No, I never said that," she protests, laughing it off as he tugs her in close. "I just don't get along with him, that's all," he admits. "I hate his personality, and on top of that he always acts like he's the only one busy with his fancy film shoots." "Ah, I see," she teases back, clearly enjoying this a little too much. "But what's even creepier about him," she adds, voice dropping, "is that ability of his." A hand slides under running water, dripping slow. Water splashes against skin, scrubbed raw against brick. Blood streaks a young face, eyes wide and unfocused, a heartbeat pounding somewhere in the dark. Something monstrous roars out of the shadows, eyes blazing, fangs bared. Another set of glowing eyes answers from beneath a cap just as feral. The dark swallows almost everything except one pale, staring silhouette. A boy's face, striped shirt soaked in blood that isn't his own, gasps for air. A small silhouette huddles against the white, alone in the ringing quiet. A towering shadow looms over the child, who shrinks smaller still. Water splashes down over him, washing the night away piece by piece. A hand cradles his face, gentle in a way nothing else in this memory has been. Tears drip from a boy with messy brown hair, hands pressed hard against his own eyes. "Remember," a voice commands from nowhere, cold and absolute. "You don't have to be afraid of those beasts anymore." Someone tells the two children in the dark. "You are not the prey," a voice says, calm and certain. "They are your prey." The words settle over an empty stretch of dirt and grass. Footsteps close the distance, slow and deliberate. A coat lies discarded on the ground, stepped over without a second thought. Back in the present, she needles him from where he's sprawled by the campfire. "You look like you're shooting a thriller movie or something." He just lies there, spent, letting her have the joke. "Isn't your coat expensive?" he asks. "Why'd you throw it on the ground?" She just smiles, unbothered, firelight catching her hair. "Hey," he says. And that's how we finally get a name for the woman running this whole operation, Jin-Ho Kim, head of the Hunters Association's Korean branch. "Come to think of it, I don't think I'd seen you in a thriller," she teases. "Hasn't anyone contacted you about it?" "Not really," he sighs. "I guess no one recognizes real talent then." "Are they on side doing work?" she asks, glancing toward the building. "Yes," he confirms, simply. Then the real reason for the visit surfaces. You've met her, right? Ji-han. What was she like? Jinho presses. Well, she was nothing special, he shrugs. Just looked like an average human on the outside. Oh, and she's also a bit of a klutz. A pause, just a wary question mark hanging between them. So you've checked that it's actually her, right? She asks. Yes, I did, he confirms. I also made sure. And here's exactly how thoroughly he made sure: a crushed car and a very unimpressed look. You actually hit. Genho starts her with your car. She's stuck on the fact he took her half-joking suggestion completely literally. I didn't think you'd actually do it, she admits, half horrified, half delighted, pulling him close. I did talk to her for a while thanks to that, he says. Like you mentioned, she was having some issues becoming her father's successor. Later, a masked figure slips up to a moonlit house, watching, waiting. Pale hair catches the blue light as he studies the building in total silence. She's the leader's daughter, Jinho notes, but it looked like someone else was moving up in succession. Just pathetic. Oh, you already looked into that? Nice job, she adds, genuinely impressed. Sure she's not strong, especially for being the pack leader's daughter? She needles. It seemed like she was plenty strong, he counters. She did, didn't she? Jinho murmurs, thinking it over. Well, I think it's half true, she smiles, lighting a cigarette. She may be his daughter, but I'm guessing she's nowhere near as strong as Juonu Han, he says. That guy's a real monster. If he had wanted, I bet humans and werewolves would have swapped places a long time ago, he adds darkly. Don't even talk about that. Jinho cuts in fast. Anyway, the key here is, she says, flicking her lighter, that right now, while they're all talking about successors, is our opportunity. It would be great if they just fought each other until none of them were alive, she muses. But this is too good of a chance to waste on just wishing. She takes a slow drag, already calculating her next move. Plus we have, she trails off, and his expression tightens into something like dread. Your Midas touch, he finishes for her. I'm not sure I'd call a hunter making a werewolf stronger by touching them a Midas touch, she laughs, deflecting. That's why it's so special, he presses. How else would we be able to lure Ji Han? Well, I guess, Jinho concedes. So what are you going to do from now on? Two shadows stretch long across the ground, close and conspiratorial. I'll make her into their leader, he says, flat and certain. His face gives absolutely nothing away in profile. I'll get closer to her, he says, the words gleaming with false warmth. Oh, make her need me? Trust me, he finishes, and it sounds a lot less like romance and a lot more like a plan. Morsh, in front of me, Jinho adds, setting a condition of her own. And when I'm done with my part, she says, reaching for something on the ground. She grabs it without ceremony, all business as usual. You can do whatever you want with her, she offers, generous in the way only someone with nothing at stake can be. The two of them stick together in the dying light, the deal all but sealed. But until then, she's mine, Jinho warns, lighting another cigarette. So hands off. You're really something, Yu-sung, she laughs. Aren't you a little too confident? She teases, smirking through the smoke. I mean, who wouldn't? He shrugs. It's like you're 100% sure that she'll trust you. She needles right back. Ms. Kim, he calls out, spotting her across the field. Oh, there they are, she says, waving him over. Are you done? Make sure you cleaned up properly. There has been a lot of bugs around recently. This place is literally in the middle of the mountains. Of course there are bugs around, he shoots back. Are you going straight to the meeting room? Yep, she confirms. You still feel like eating after seeing all that? He asks. Only half joking. You don't, she says, suddenly serious. She grabs his shoulder before he can walk off. I'm saying this just in case, she starts, hesitant for once. But I'm a bit worried that Ju might fall in love with you, she admits. He laughs it off, a sharp little, ha! Do those things even know what love is? He scoffs, glancing toward a distant church steeple. This is exactly why I'm worried, Jinhyo says, dead serious. You just don't know, she says, watching the sunset with him. How obsessed they get with love, she continues. And how disgusting and creepy that is. She finishes, and for a second all he can picture is one glowing red eye. He blinks, caught off guard by how serious she suddenly sounds. So I get that you want to make her like you, and that's fine, but Jermo warns, gripping his shoulder. If she shows any sign of falling in love with you, she says, dead flat, run. A traditional Hamo compound waits at the end of the path, quiet in the fading light. Inside, empty halls lead deeper toward the meeting room. A formal room sits ready, ancestral and still. He waits there alone, glasses on, chin resting on his hand, already turning something cold over in his mind. His fingers rest against the table, patient, composed. The door creaks. Is the right room? Oh, sorry I'm late. I got a bit lost, comes a familiar voice, one amber eye catching the light in the dark hallway. What kind of hunter, he wonders, would ever turn his back on his prey? Hi, Yusun, Jusum Stiyu says, stepping into the room with a grin, dark hair loose around her shoulders. If she ever becomes a problem, he thinks, watching her settle in across from him. His smile never wavers, warm and easy as ever. Nice to see you, Jiyu, he says out loud, the picture of charm. I'll just get rid of her, he finishes, the thought as calm as the smile still on his face. And that is where this chapter leaves us, his warmest smile hiding his coldest plan yet. Werewolves are built stronger than humans, hands down, faster, tougher, built to win any one-on-one fight. But for all that muscle, blood still ends up on the claws. And somehow they have never actually beaten humanity. Turns out there just are not enough of them. So the werewolves wrote themselves some rules, quietly, just to survive among us. Rule 1, never reveal what you are to a human. Rule 2, stay out of each other's territory. Rule 3, the simplest of all, werewolves do not hurt humans. Ever. And yet, for some reason, that last rule just got broken. Word starts trickling in through the wires, quiet at first. Taiyang District, police tape, camera flashes, and a body count nobody can explain. The briefing opens blunt. Everyone in the room already suspects the werewolves are behind it. Rows of suits sit around the table in the dark, waiting on whoever is running this meeting. Why now, though? Someone asks. They have kept their own rules just fine, up until this. Enter Wanu Zhou, 26, a hunter, and about to get some very unsatisfying answers. Every deserter they've dragged in for questioning keeps saying the exact same thing. None of them know who is actually killing humans or where these rogue wolves even came from. The murders are being pinned on deserters, except nobody can say for sure which ones actually did it. Deserters are rare, sure, but it is not impossible. One of them is behind this. Most of the ones who defect, someone adds, tend to be troublemakers to begin with. 3 lives are about to get tangled together here. Jiyu Yusung and someone else entirely. He is obsessed with the rules, the room agrees. There is no way he sits this one out. With succession on the line, this whole mess could be a threat to his daughter, or the perfect opening. And the plan takes shape fast. Use exactly that opening. Target Juhan herself and let her lead them straight to the werewolves. From there, worm into the leadership and take down Gyunuhan for good. 2 birds, 1 plan, catch the killers, and take out the real target, all in the same move. And the bait is Yusheng, whose particular talent for getting under people's skin makes him perfect for reeling her in. He takes the assignment in without so much as a flicker of protest. Everyone good with the plan? The one running the show asks, all smiles, the kind that make it clear it was never really a question. Nobody in the room looks eager to argue with her. As always, I expect everyone to do their best in their roles. That will be all. Cut to a much warmer scene. Someone bursts in, way too excited to see him. Jiu sews up, grinning ear to ear, phone in one hand, thrilled to be here. The 2 of them settle in for what is, on paper, just a friendly meal. Yuzong clocks her with a sideways glance he does not quite manage to hide. She is a little out of breath. Looks like she ran the whole way here. Her eyes are practically sparkling. I knew it, he thinks, smug as ever. It was only a matter of time before she fell for me. Nice to see you, Ju, Sehoshing that easy smile. I just figured Korean food would be the safest bet. That work for you? Oh, of course. I am fine with anything. I really like the vibe here, too. Calm down, she coaches herself. I am just a little too excited right now. Glad to hear it. I have been here a few times before. The food is genuinely great. So what would you like, Jiu? Oh, I will just have whatever you are having. Something with meat, all right? We will take the B course, please. She catches herself staring at Beat too long. He notices. Of course he notices. Honestly, I was surprised you asked me out to eat, he admits, though I was more than happy to. Oh, was that a little too forward of me? You know that is not what I meant. I just assumed you would be really busy. You are really famous, so. I mean, when else would I ever get to eat with an actual celebrity? I get it, he laughs, but I really do not want you feeling weird around me. After all, he shrugs, acting is just a job. He waves off the celebrity talk with an easy grin. She tilts her head, thrown a little by how normal he is being about it. Her mind drifts back to how they actually met. Fated, she thinks. For him, this probably feels like fate lining everything up perfectly. The headlines still call it a hit and run under investigation. Nobody but the two of them knows what actually happened that night. He has never hit anyone with his car before, she thinks. If I were human, that impact would have killed me. Come to think of it, he asks, what do you actually do for a living, Jiu? I mean me. She scrambles. It would be weird to tell him I do not have a job, right? I run a private detective agency, she says. He looks genuinely impressed. I should probably ask, he says, whether I will ever need you to find someone. He says it lightly, like it means nothing at all. Find someone, she echoes, caught off guard. Here is your order, the server announces. The food lands on the table, and it looks incredible. Ooh, they look so good, Jiu practically glows. Oh my goodness, they taste amazing. You like them? I am glad. Here, have some of these too. He keeps piling more food onto her plate without even waiting for her to ask. She reciprocates without missing a beat. Thank you. You should have some too. She beams at him, a small fang peeking through the grin. He's even got good manners, she thinks, impressed despite herself. Which is almost too much, she adds, narrowing her eyes just slightly. For a moment, they just eat, easy and quiet. Ever since I found out that touching him makes me stronger somehow, her thoughts trail off, watching him. I was planning to lure him in and make him cooperate, she remembers, the plan sitting a little heavier now. But why is he being so nice to me? It is weird enough that he asked me to eat with him in the first place. So why? She looks down. The Yukol bowl is completely empty. Did I eat all of it? She blurts, mortified. I just shoved it in my mouth while thinking about something else. Glad you seem to like it, he says smoothly. Could we get 2 more plates of Yuko, please? Of course, the server nods, and the table fills right back up. She goes quiet, still recovering from her own table manners meltdown. Maybe he is just a genuinely nice person, she reasons. I mean, he is famous for having a great personality, after all. A donation banner flashes through her memory, roughly $68,000 given straight to a children's hospital. He is basically called a national treasure. Maybe I should stop overthinking his kindness. Oh, right, she adds out loud. I've actually been really enjoying your show lately. Are you still shooting it? Yeah, the show is almost done, but we are still filming. You have been watching, now I am a little embarrassed. It is so good. I loved your acting, especially with Rhea. The chemistry between you two is incredible. With Rhea? He echoes, like his mind briefly wandered somewhere else entirely. I bet you two are even more stunning in real life. Rhea, she's a great coworker, he says, keeping it modest. You must be a fan of hers. I would not say a fan exactly, but I have enjoyed everything she has been in. I guess that is why I'm interested in her as an actor. An actor. An actor, that is literally what a fan is. She teases. No, she corrects herself. This is only our second real conversation. I should try to be more friendly. Want me to get her autograph for you next time? He offers, beaming. He tugs at his collar, that easy actor's smile never quite leaving. Next time, the phrase snags in her head. She sits with her arms folded on the table, turning the idea over. He does not actually mean it, right? She wonders, even as she blurts, that would be great. They keep eating, comfortable in the quiet between them. Excuse me a moment, he says, standing. I'm going to head to the men's room. Oh, yes, sure, she replies. Alone at the table, she sighs his name under her breath. Ah, Yusong. She stretches, and just for a flash, Claws peek through where fingernails should be. "He is just way too nice," she mutters. Her eyes narrow, still stuck on the same question. "He's really starting to make me feel guilty," she admits, alone with her thoughts in the dark. Right on cue, Yu-sung reappears, unhurried as ever. He straightens his sleeve on the way back to the table. He crosses the room without a word, settling back into his seat. Footsteps close in down the hallway. "Ah, Yu-sung," she starts. "I was going to pay you back for." "Well, thanks again, seriously. But I feel so bad." "Oh." Before she can finish, something else grabs their attention. Rain, and a lot of it all at once. A downpour hits without warning. "They said it was not supposed to rain today," she says, staring out at the sudden storm. "Yeah, this is basically a shower," he says. "I knew it," she thinks. "It smelled like rain coming." Excuse me," a staff member dashes over, and for a split second her hand flexes, claws just barely showing. "We have an extra umbrella if you need one." "Oh, thank you." She takes it gratefully. "I will hold it," he offers. "Which way is your place? I will give you a ride." "Too bad," he says, popping the umbrella open. "I was not about to just let you walk off on your own." "We will still have to walk a bit to the parking lot, though. Let us just make a run for the car." They take off together, ducking under the one umbrella. Shoulder to shoulder, they hustle through the rain. "It is really coming down too hard to just walk through it," he says. "This umbrella is a little too small for both of us, honestly." "So, excuse me," he says, pulling her in closer under the cover. This close she cannot help but notice he smells like toothpaste. On cigarettes, she notes, her senses picking up every detail she probably was not supposed to. Somewhere in her chest something starts pounding. It has nothing to do with the running. His pulse is not exactly steady either. 2 heartbeats, both going a little too fast. Rain keeps falling around them, but neither one is in a hurry to move. Their eyes stay locked a beat longer than they probably should. "Should we, get inside the car?" he finally manages. Neither of them moves right away. Rain hammers down over the city as our story begins. Headlights cut through the downpour outside a row of parked cars. Somewhere in the storm, a heavy sigh escapes, the aftermath of a fender bender neither of them wanted. A composed, light-haired man straightens his collar, seemingly unbothered by the mess. Jiu slides into the passenger seat, laughing that the rain's coming down even harder than she expected. The actor jokes that he might have gotten her seat wet, apologizing with a sheepish laugh, and she waves it off. He hands her a checkered cloth to dry off with, a small kindness after a rough start. She thanks him, grinning as she takes the towel from his hand. Grateful, she thanks him again as he flips on the AC, promising to turn it down if she gets cold. He taps her destination into the GPS, all business for a moment. She gives him the address, somewhere near her office. Rude said he mentions her office is close to his own neighborhood and asks if she lives nearby. He admits his place is actually pretty far, but he has to swing by the office anyway. She wonders if he's working late tonight. He laughs it off. He's not that much of a hard worker. He just has friends waiting for him there. For a beat too long, he glances sideways at her, studying her face in the dim light. The two sit close in the quiet car, the moment suddenly heavier than small talk. A horn blares outside, and Jiu's eyes flick to the rain-blurred street, unreadable. Rain streaks past her window as she stares out, lost somewhere in her own thoughts. She finally breaks the silence, telling him he can just drop her off here. He pulls up under an awning and asks if this is really her office. "Yeah," she says. "Second floor." It's still raining hard, he points out, insisting she take his umbrella. She protests she can just make a run for it, but he counters that he's the one driving, so she's the one who needs it. "Come on," he says, pushing the umbrella into her hands with an easy smile. She hesitates a beat, then quietly thanks him. "So much for the ride," she calls out cheerfully, popping open the umbrella as she dashes off. He watches her go, umbrella bobbing away into the rain, his expression suddenly unreadable. Her reflection flickers across the wet glass as she disappears into the storm. His eyes narrow, still fixed on the spot where she vanished. Alone now, he reaches over and unzips a bag tucked beside his seat. I brought this just in case, he mutters. Guess I didn't really need it after all. Inside the bag is a gun. The actor's charming smile is long gone, replaced by something colder. His fingers linger, his mind replaying the brief brush of contact between them earlier. But why, though? He wonders aloud. Her reaction back there had felt oddly muted. Just for a second, he's certain her eyes had flashed something not quite human. A flicker of red, claw-like, burns behind his thoughts, the shape of whatever she's hiding. Aha, so she's holding it back, huh? He murmurs, almost impressed. He steps out into the downpour, shrugging out of his soaked jacket. His phone buzzes insistently against the seat. He hesitates before answering, eyes distant. The caller ID reads, Team Leader. Hello, he answers, steering with one hand. Any updates, Mr. Famous Actor? The voice on the line jabs. I'm not in the mood to joke around, he snaps back. Weren't you supposed to be taking charge today? Didn't go as planned. No, he admits flatly. I figured she'd be all over you by now. The team leader needles, clearly enjoying this. So she's playing it cool, huh? The voice turns serious. The more contact she has with him, the stronger she gets, but so does her wildness and impulsiveness. A gruesome memory flashes, a warning of what happens once instinct fully takes the lead. Don't underestimate it just because it's a beast, the team leader warns, right as a knock raps against the window. Startled, his hand freezes midair. Their instincts aren't something to take lightly, the warning echoes in his head. He looks up to find Jiu smiling at him through the rain-streaked glass. He startles, caught completely off guard by her sudden return. He freezes for a second, straining to remember if she could have overheard any of that call. Hang up, he mutters quickly into the phone. The call cuts off mid-sentence, the team leader's voice sputtering out as he tosses the phone aside. Did she hear him? He rolls the window down, forcing his easy smile back into place. Oh, she starts, a little sheepish. She holds out the checkered cloth he lent her earlier. She'd almost forgotten to return it. You didn't have to come back just for that, he says, amused. I had a really nice time today, she tells him, rain splashing at her feet. I even found a great new restaurant thanks to you, she adds with a smile. So I was thinking, he starts, an idea forming. How about I take you out to eat next time? Would that be all right? He watches her hopefully, waiting on her answer. She pauses, a small smile tugging at her lips. I'd love that, she says. I'll look forward to it. With that, she turns and heads off under her umbrella as his car pulls away. The moment she's alone, her easy smile finally drops. My God, that was hard, she exhales, practically wiping sweat from her brow. I almost got into serious trouble there. She realizes Yusung seems to have no idea about his own ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let his guard down around me like that, she thinks. She groans, admitting she'd spent the whole ride forcing herself to stare out the window instead of at him. That was really close, she mutters to herself. It had been the first time they'd ever been that physically close. And it had been just the two of them, alone, in that car. A door slams shut behind her as she finally makes it home. Phew! Glad that didn't happen, she breathes, relief washing over her. I like that my power's growing, but it feels like my sanity flies out the window with it, she admits, rubbing her face. Am I getting obsessed with Yusung's ability? She asks herself. No, never, she insists. Getting this close to a human is dangerous enough. Getting close to a celebrity would only invite more trouble. And if she gets caught up in trouble now, her father will. I need to take this slow, she resolves. Her face lingers in the shadows, worry etched into every line of it. She heads down a quiet hallway toward home. And back, she calls out, pushing the door open. Welcome back, comes the reply from inside. She spots her roommates digging into a delivery order and asks if they'd ordered food. Yeah, just got here. Want some? He offers. No thanks, she says smugly, dropping onto the couch. I already had something even better. Wait, without us? No way, what'd you have? They demand. It's a secret, she teases. The white-haired roommate leans in, catching a whiff of cologne. Were you with a guy? You smell like men's cologne. What a player, she needles. You're drenched in men's cologne. Yo, huge news. Joe has got a boyfriend, the roommate blurts out. It's not what you think, Joe shoots back. The mighty take you to dinner and leave his cologne all over you. Sounds like something's going on, at least. I get what you're saying, but it's really not like that, Ji-yu insists. Why would I have anything going on with Yu Song-chan? She blurts, then immediately regrets it. Both roommates freeze. Yu Song-chayon, the actor? How did that even happen? I got into a minor car accident with him a few days ago, Ju admits, while the white-haired roommate pouts. I'm jealous. Plus, I borrowed some money off him, so, one thing led to another, she adds. Guess it makes sense he'd butter you up. Probably just trying to keep you quiet about the accident, he reasons. True, but your wording's really annoying, she snaps. A new voice interrupts, a shark-dressed man stepping calmly through the doorway. The roommate does a double-take at the unexpected visitor. Surprise ripples through the room at his sudden appearance. Julian, what are you doing here? Diyu asks, startled to see him. Saw your lights on, figured I'd swing by, he says simply. Here's your wallet, by the way. Sorry it took so long to return it, he says, holding it out. Oh, thanks. You carried this around the whole time. That must have been a pain, she says. Not really, he replies. Anyway, Duyan asks, eyes narrowing slightly, what are you all just talking about? The roommate smirks, clearly delighted to have an audience for the gossip. Dian's question lands like a bombshell. You're seeing someone? No, it wasn't like that at all, she blurts out. And that tone already tells you it was, in fact, a whole thing. That's Jewel, practically baring her teeth over it. Whatever the story is, she is not ready to tell it calmly. The short version, dinner in the rain, one shared umbrella, and his cologne rubbing off on her just enough for people to notice and start teasing. Cue the flashback. Candlelit table, wine poured, a very composed dinner companion sitting across from her. Went out for dinner with the guy? Is he interested in you? Yeah, that question was always coming. Him! The guy from that night. Phone already lit up with her name saved. Cool as ever. For the millionth time, he's not interested. We just owed each other something, that's all. Sure, Jayu, sure. Had you heard of Yu Sung-choran? He's an actor. No. I don't really know anything about celebrities, comes the deadpan reply. You really don't watch TV, huh? Somebody in this friend group needs to get out more, and it is clearly not her. So he's an actor. Yu Sung-cheon. That name is about to get typed into a search bar real fast. A long, quiet look. Somebody's doing some detective work in their head. There he is, Yu Sung-cheon, actor, staring back from a phone screen like he knew this moment was coming. A full profile pulls up, agency and filmography and all. The one who called a cab for GU that night. There's the man himself, caught in a cold blue memory outside some building, looking every bit as unreadable as his profile picture. I was wondering who he was, but I guess he's a celebrity. Mystery half solved. Maybe Ju borrowed some money from him for the cab, since I had her wallet. A generous theory, honestly. 27 years old, huh? He's younger than I thought. The deep dive continues. A business card turns over in someone's fingers. Ju did say she found something good. Could this be it? Did you really meet with him just because you owed him something? Straight to the point, no chaser. Yeah, of course. Not suspicious at all. Well, celebrity or not, you should be careful. Back at the table, drinks and skewers between them, she waves the whole thing off with a laugh. When you're meeting with strangers, you never know. Don't worry, there's no way he's a weirdo like that. Plus, even if he's dangerous. And there's that smirk. This is not the reassurance he was hoping for. I don't think it'd really matter. Cool. Totally normal thing to say. That's true, comes the resigned reply. Pick your battles, apparently. Anyway, what did you want to talk about? Why'd you ask me to come out? Is it a secret? Now we're getting somewhere. A glass in hand, and the mood shifts. About the ones that have been hurting the humans. Given that they've been carrying out murders in the Taeyang district, we've named it the Taeyang district case. Suddenly, this is a very different kind of dinner. It's the case that Dad was talking about. Family business, it seems, runs a lot deeper than dinner plans. So he's taking charge of it, huh? She takes a slow drink, processing. Do you remember what the leader said? About how they left no trace, so we couldn't track them. Yeah, that was weird. It's usually easy for us to recognize our own kind, and tracking them down is simple. Usually, cut to a hooded figure slipping through a snowy alley, power humming off him like static, exactly the kind of loner they mean. And somewhere else entirely, a stranger with fire-red hair melts into a crowded neon-lit club. 2 more pieces of a puzzle nobody's solved yet. Yes, and our leader's assumptions were correct. They figured out how to erase their traces. Not as an individual, but as a group, so it wasn't impulsive? Nope, not even close. No, it was probably all calculated and planned out. Organized crime, but make it werewolves. Then I'm even more confused. If our identity gets revealed to humans, they'll be in trouble too. What could they possibly be risking that for, she asks, around a mouthful of skewer, because priorities. It's not like they're struggling for food and survival like before. So what's the motive then? I'm not sure, but I might have an idea. Given how systematically they're causing trouble, and the fact we're getting 0 useful data from them, they must be... He nods along, thinking it through, while she's still working on that skewer without a care. Werewolves usually communicate with one another frequently and live in groups. Paw prints trail off through the snow, vanishing into the trees. While the deserters are isolated and live alone. There's your suspect profile. Although not all deserters are problematic, they're usually just more out of control than the ones in packs. But how can we really know it's deserters doing this just from that? Fair question. I'm not saying it's definitely them, but it's a possibility. I need to investigate further. We also need to catch them quickly before anyone else gets hurt. Right. We should act fast. The mood's gone from dinner date to war council. Resolve this. Does that mean he'll take over as the new leader? There it is, the real question underneath everything. But I can do it too. Brain streaks down behind him as he says it, quiet and a little too careful. I'm Dad's daughter, not him. Ouch, that one's clearly been sitting under the surface a while. Her mind drifts somewhere darker. Him. Ji-oo. A voice that isn't Do-hyun's, calling her name from somewhere she can't place. Ji-oh-han. A stranger smirk, far too pleased with itself, flashes through her mind like a warning. A tap on the shoulder yanks her back. What's wrong? Are you? All right. Do-hyun worry very much real. Very much here. A steadying hand finds hers. Whatever that vision was, it's gone now. She pushes back from the table with a rattle of chairs, already on her feet. I think I'll use the restroom for a bit. A very convenient excuse to step outside and breathe. Excuse me, where's the bathroom? It's outside the building and upstairs, comes the answer. A cold moon hangs over the city, and for a second the story just lets the night breathe. The restaurant sign glows quietly below, tucked into the skyline like nothing dramatic just happened inside. Feet on pavement, a tired exhale. It's chilly at night. I guess I am a little drunk. I should get some air before I head back in. I always get so down whenever that topic pops into my head. She admits to no one but herself. I don't want to make Do-hyun feel uncomfortable. He's always caught between me and my dad. This isn't the time to be selfish, she tells herself, jaw tight. Succession and leadership can wait. I need to focus on catching those serial killers first. I always feel so bad when it comes to Do-hyun. It's pathetic that I think and feel this way about him. Knees pulled to her chest, alone on the steps, and it's no one's fault but mine. A soft meow interrupts the spiral before it can go any further. Well, that's a welcome distraction. Oh, it's a cat. How cute. 10 seconds ago she was spiraling, now she's feral with joy. Relatable. Where are you going this late at night? She coos, reaching out for a new best friend. The cat wants absolutely none of it. Hiss, claws out, rejection is instant. Sorry, I won't. Humbled by a stray cat within seconds. A new record. Toucha. Hiss. Cats always hate me for some reason. A mystery for another day. The cat creeps closer for round 2, apparently not done with her yet. Ears back, claws ready. This cat came to fight. It bolts. Oh, and just like that, the moment of connection is over. I thought you were going to the restroom. Why are you here? Busted. Dion standing over her in the dark, not exactly buying the cat. Excuse? I brought your phone with me, by the way. Thoughtful as always. Oh, I was just looking at the cat. I was about to head back in. Don't let what the leader said bother you. He sits down beside her, gentle about it. What? What he said about the next leader and all that. I bet he just said it to make sure we both stay alert. How are you saying all this? She's genuinely thrown. All of a sudden, the question just hangs there, waiting. Because I want you to be the leader, Ju-yu. And there it is. The whole point of tonight, finally said out loud. I know you're talented and that you're trying hard. His hand reaches for her, steady. Even I know that, so there's no way the leader doesn't know it too. He believes it completely. Something shifts between them, quiet and unmistakable. Sorry, that was a bit embarrassing. The vulnerable confession hangover hits fast. He doesn't pull away. If anything, he leans a little closer. I feel like you always see me at my worst. Not exactly the confidence boost she was hoping for. No, that's not true at all. It's not that I don't want you. It's just that He can't quite finish the sentence. I get it. You don't have to say anything. She lets him off the hook with a gentle pat on the head. They walk back in together, arm in arm, the whole conversation still hanging warm in the air between them. A flash lights up his face from somewhere behind them, a phone ringing at the worst possible time. The screen reads Yu Sung Cheon. Well, that's a name nobody wanted popping up right now. Weird. She stares at the call and doesn't move to answer it. Why isn't she picking up? Across town, someone is not taking the silence well. Yu Sung, wide-eyed and unraveling a little. There's no way she wouldn't answer my call. Buddy, she's a little busy right now. The call goes unanswered, phone screen fading back to dark against her palm. Late at night, Yu-sun sits bolt upright in bed, catching one word that changes his whole mood. Deserters? He settles back against the pillows with a book propped up, already turning something over in his head. Yeah, he says. I think I'm going to focus the investigation on them. Across the room, his roommate pours the tea completely unbothered. They've clearly had this talk before. It's possible the deserters are behind the murders, but Yu-sun trails off, weighing it. His roommate leans over and pokes him right in the face, thoroughly unimpressed with the brooding. I'm sure they didn't leave the pack without a reason, Yu-sung finishes. They usually have their reasons, though those reasons are typically bad news. Considering that, his roommate chuckles, I doubt they'd cooperate with each other. You sound just like two, his roommate needles him from the shadows. Speaking of Hayemp, aren't you going to fix things with her? Comes the not-so-subtle follow-up. Yu-sung sprawls out with a skincare patch on his face, playing it cool while his roommate hovers. Fix what? She's the one who stormed off, Yu-sung protests. Well, you didn't exactly give her much notice about the announcement. And you knew Jewel would be against it, his roommate finishes. Yu-sung groans into his tea, caught red-handed. After an awkward silence, his roommate changes the subject. Anyway, so you're planning to look into the deserters? He's changing the topic, his roommate notes silently. Yes, Yu-sung says, I have a hunch about it. Wherever you go, Yu-sung murmurs half to himself, thoughts drifting somewhere darker. His roommate watches him carefully over the rim of his cup, clearly not loving where this is going. It's always the ones who can't be controlled that cause the problems, Yu-sung mutters, right as the scene cuts to shattered glass somewhere across town. A room lies in absolute wreckage. Whoa, look at all this mess, someone whistles. A designer box hits the floor. I've never seen anyone else buy this much expensive stuff just to trash it, he mutters. Just because someone's in a bad mood, everyone has to suffer, except you. Wasn't this the new bag you were bragging about? It's completely torn up now. Shut up, comes a growl from the wreckage. So, what got you this upset? She whips around, fangs bared, eyes blazing. This time, it's Yu Song Cho, that bastard, she snarls. He keeps letting someone rub that nasty smell all over him. Who even is she? Who does she think she is, messing around with Yu Song? Something else goes crashing to the floor. Yu Song Cheong, her companion repeats, filing the name away. Oh, you mean the pretty-faced actor you were talking about, the strange one who somehow makes werewolves stronger just by being near him? He acts all nice, but it's so obvious he looks down on me, she seethes, while her friend just smirks. Geez, he laughs, clearly enjoying this a little too much. Someone grabs her arm before she can wreck anything else. Calm down, ma'am. If you're not planning on dating him, her friend offers unhelpfully, you could always just use him later. Does it even matter who he's dating? She mutters, sprawled on the floor, completely spent. I'm not mad about that, she snaps. The one Yu-sung's been messing around with is also a werewolf. Her friend's expression shifts. Oh? Suddenly this got a lot more interesting. Wolves are sniffing around now, and it's the last straw. Erarjeets, it's so freaking annoying, she roars. You nervous you'll lose or something? He teases, straightening his collar. I swear I'll kill you, she snarls back, not remotely joking. You're as adorable as ever, he coos. Don't worry, you can always just... You can't exactly beat someone with pills. What's there to be nervous about? He adds, patting her like a pet. Just take these, he says. They'll calm you down. He presses the pills right into her palm, entirely too pleased with himself. They're brand new ones, too, he adds, like that somehow makes it better. The pills scatter across the floor, way more of them than anyone should be popping before a fight. Elsewhere, a thumb taps at a text. A much lighter scene is about to start. Jayu? Someone yelps, staring wide-eyed at Yu-sung's phone screen. That's the one who texted you before, right? He presses, practically vibrating with curiosity. Are you still talking to her? Well, I guess, Yu-sung admits, on set between takes. Whoa, I can't believe this, his crew buddy marvels. I told you to let me know the second you started dating someone. He finishes, mock offended. It's not like Dao Yu-sung starts right as something shatters nearby. Across the set, panic breaks out. Riha, are you all right? Can someone take a look at her, please? Someone shouts over the commotion. Seems like Rhea isn't doing so well today. Yu-sung's crew buddy murmurs. She kept messing up that scene with you earlier, too. Looks like you might be working late tonight, Yu-sung. Just give me a shot if you need anything, he adds, jogging off. Yu-sung's easy smile drops the second he's alone. What's wrong with her? Is she actually sick or something? I'm sure she can handle whatever's going on, he tells himself, unconvinced. He sits alone between takes, nursing a drink and scribbling notes, clearly still stuck on it. His thumb hovers over his phone, hesitating. He finally pulls up a chat and starts typing. He lets out a long sigh, staring off into the distance. But if the shoot runs late, I'm the one who loses time, he grumbles, walking off with a drink. Are you okay? Come on, get it together, he says, finding Riha looking rough. Oh, my head is killing me, she groans. I seriously need an IV. You knew you had a shoot today, Yushon says flatly. So why did you take that many pills? His hand slips towards something on the table. He's clearly not asking permission. He stands over her, unimpressed, drink still in hand. He pulls the pill bottle straight out from under her. I knew it, he smirks. She was acting off because she's been high. Mind if I take that? I'll take care of it, he says, already pocketing the evidence. Oh, sure thanks, Yu-sun, Riha says quietly, a little embarrassed. Somewhere nearby, someone finally gets that IV going. A little relief for her pounding head. We don't have much time left until the final episode, Yu-sung reminds her, all business now. He taps out a message. That easy actor's smile firmly back in place. Don't you think we should end things on a good note? Are you here to lecture me or something? Raya shoots back. If you know that, he says, unbothered, then start getting your stuff together. That's not what I meant, she says. I'm asking if there's anything I can do to help. Are you actually willing to help me? She asks, leaning in a little closer than necessary. Sure, Yu-sing says, already sensing this is a trap. Because you keep dodging me, Yu-sung, she says, fingers curling into his collar. Of course, I would. Woman, she declares dramatically, throwing herself against him. Somebody's clearly been overacting on set. I've been going through a rough patch lately. I have a lot on my mind, she admits, dropping the act. And only you could help me out of it, she says, dead serious now. Yu-sung's brow lifts. Definitely not the answer he was expecting. I mean it, she presses. I'm really asking you for a favor. Are you still going to say no? She pushes, giving him zero room to escape. She hovers right over him on the bench, patience wearing thin. Yu-sung's eye narrows, weighing exactly how much trouble this favor is about to be. Are you free this Wednesday or Friday? He finally asks. He holds his phone out, already checking his schedule. I'm free Wednesday, she says. All right then, Wednesday, 8 p.m. Their hands brush as he slips her something. I'll make a reservation at a hotel, he says. Now, can I count on you to keep things drama-free until the series wraps up? He asks. And there it is, the real ask. He flashes that trademark smirk. This whole thing is strictly business, and everyone had better remember that. The scene lingers on him a beat longer, and you just know this plan is going to go sideways. A few days later, right on schedule, a hotel comes into view. Riha walks the hallway in her own clothes for once, phone in hand, waiting on his text. The messages roll in from YSC. I'll be there in 5 minutes. You can head upstairs if you're ready. Sunglasses pushed up into her hair, she reads it over with a smug little hem. Ha, she scoffs to herself. What a jerk. She tosses her phone onto the counter without much ceremony. You're not exactly my type either, she snaps at her own reflection, splashing water on her face. Well, look at me, she mutters, scrubbing her hands raw, pathetically clinging to someone who clearly doesn't want me. I didn't plan on rushing things this much, she sighs. But I guess I have no choice. She fixes her lipstick in the mirror, steeling herself for whatever's about to happen. Since we know each other at least a bit, she says toward the door, try to cooperate a little, Yu-sung. No need to make things difficult, right? I'm not letting anyone take anything from me anymore. Meanwhile, on another floor entirely. Which floor was it again? A door creaks open. Riha's head snaps toward the door, and it is very much not who she was expecting. A long-haired stranger freezes in the doorway, her expression going ice cold. The two women size each other up, the temperature in the room dropping fast. Something clunks to the floor, forgotten. Riha starts, eyes going wide with realization. A pair of sunglasses gets crushed underfoot without a second thought. Hands reach out, whether to grab or to shove. It's impossible to tell. Ha ha ha! Riha stammers, completely wrong-footed as the stranger gets right in her face. This was not the reunion anyone booked this hotel room for. The door creaks open again. Somebody's leaving in an awful hurry. The door clicks shut behind him and the hallway goes dead silent. Whatever just happened, it's a story for next time. Ji-Yu trails a step behind a familiar face, slipping into a quiet backstage hallway together. Somewhere else entirely, a jealous wolf's heart slams in her chest. She's just caught a scent she wasn't supposed to. Her breath catches, eyes flashing red. It's her. She's the one who rubbed. The thought trails off, jaw clenching tighter. Her scent is all over Yusung. It was her. Silver Spitfire's jealousy boils right over. Back with Ji-Yu, her stomach drops. Could that jealous wolf already know she was meeting Yusung here today? She reaches out and grabs the stranger's hand instead. Are you all right? I think I saw you twist your ankle. Did you get hurt? Ji-Yu asks, awe sweetness gripping the woman's collar just a touch too firmly. Oh, my ankle. I think it's all right, comes the wary reply. Phew, thank God. Ji-Yu beams, playing the picture of concern. I thought you got hurt because I barged in, Ji-Yu presses. She flashes a sharp, toothy grin. This concerned stranger act is working a little too well. You're the actress Riha, right? A passerby suddenly pipes up. Oh, yes. Riha admits, and Ji-Yu's inner fangirl clocks in instantly. Wow, I totally recognized you from behind. I'm a big fan of the show you're in. Oh, thank you, Riha says, a little thrown. Can I ask you for your autograph on my phone? Ji-Yu pushes her luck. Oh, sure, Riha shrugs, signing away, no idea she's being sized up. Then if you'll excuse me, Rice is already stepping back. I have somewhere to get to, so... She trails off, moving fast for someone who just twisted an ankle. Oh, sure. It was nice meeting you. Ji-Yu calls after her as a door creaks and clacks shut. Her smile drops the second she's alone. Is she not feeling well today? She didn't look so great. Then, just as fast, the fangirl mask snaps back on. Still, she's way prettier in real life. I even got her autograph. How lucky am I? She taps away at her phone, playing her part to the hilt. Something catches her eye on the floor, a pair of sunglasses dropped and forgotten. Elsewhere, a platinum-haired woman limps away from a wrecked scene, someone crumpled on the floor behind her. What even is she? A bystander gasps. What is her deal? The whispers keep coming. A sharp-eyed handler leans in close, murmuring something that makes her go wide-eyed. Her hair whips as she recoils. Fangs bared, she slams back against something hard, all composure gone. A dark, unreadable figure looms just behind her, eyes glinting in the shadow. Two men in sharp suits stand close, the air between them ice cold. Oh, one of them says, flat and unreadable. I'm sorry, comes the quiet apology, though it's hard to tell if anyone means it. A tense silence stretches out. The puppet master grips her arm and hauls her along the hallway, no room for argument. Huh? Isn't that Reha? Someone in the crowd whispers. She hides her face as she's marched past a row of curious onlookers. Over there, she looks exactly like her. The gossip spreads, close enough to spark a scandal, apparently. Her mind drifts somewhere else entirely, warm, close, and half-remembered. A clawed hand flexes, the wolf just beneath her skin, stirring. And a muttered curse slips out. Fangs glint in the shadows, eyes catching every color of the light, dangerous, and smiling like it. Ah! The same dark figure snaps back into focus, temper barely leashed. Her heart pounds out one name, Yu-sung, Nari. She grits her teeth around the sound of it, Yu-sung, like saying it hurts almost as much as wanting him does. The scene fades out to somewhere quieter. A softly lit apartment sits empty and still. Back with Juju, a familiar face strolls up, all easy confidence. Daoyeon, Jiu calls out. Thanks for waiting. Come on, let's go. Sure. Was she really the actress you were talking about, he asks. The two head off together, already laughing about it. Yeah, she was. She was way prettier in real life, and she had a great sense of style. I even got her autograph. I was so lucky, Jiu gushes. But what's that in your hand? Why do you have sunglasses with you? Dayan asks, eyeing her sideways. Oh, these? Jahu holds them up, feigning innocence. I think Ring had dropped them. She bumped into me when I opened the door. She explains. Yeah? Let's take them to the front desk then, Dayan says, the obvious, sensible move. Jiu isn't so sure about obvious and sensible. But wouldn't it be faster to just give them to Yusung so he can pass them on to Riha? I'll probably see him again anyway, so. She reasons, badly. No, let's just go. Dayan shoots back flatly. Are you going to keep them for memories? No, come on. What kind of person do you think I am? Jiu protests, a little too loudly. I just think I'll be able to give them to her later, she mutters, already planning her excuse to see Yusung again. Later, Yusung greets her warmly. I'm glad to see you feeling better. The two walk together, catching up. We were supposed to have a meal with our leader, he explains. Although he couldn't make it because something came up, Jiu finishes, unimpressed. Yep, he never keeps his word anyway, she mutters. Elsewhere, the tea guy needles Yusung about it. But you set this up today so you could make up with him. It's fine. It doesn't even surprise me anymore, Yusung replies, tired of the whole thing. Back at dinner, the mood's lighter. Anyway, I'm glad we got to have a nice meal. Wasn't it good? Yeah, it was. I liked their steak. Oh, good. Someone recommended this place to me and said the steak was great, Yusung says. Will you wait here for a second? I'll bring the car around. Oh, I can come with you, Jiu offers instead. They head down to the garage together. Jiu waits off to the side, scratching idly at her phone. She shrugs her jacket back on, waiting on him. Then her phone buzzes. Hey, kiddo, something came up. I don't think I'll be able to make it today. Sorry about that. Have a nice meal, you two. Her expression sours instantly. That annoying old man. He didn't even call me. He called Do-hyun instead. She seethes. She kicks a traffic cone out of pure spite on her way out. Oh, whatever. I'm not going to do anything to fix things from now on, she decides. I already know that he calls Do-hyun way more often than he calls me. But still, how can he be so insensitive to his own? She grumbles, the sentence dying before she finishes it. Annoy stops her cold. What was that? Bunting's off. Just out of sight. Huh. A figure spots someone slumped near her car in the dim garage. Jiu's heels click closer, drawn in. Isn't that Freya? The platinum-haired woman bites down on her own hand, eyes glazed and red. What's she doing over there? Someone might see her. Jiu thinks, alarmed. Is she not feeling well? Maybe I should help. Jiu steps closer. Riha, Jiu calls out. Huh, what? Comes the dazed, slurred reply. A rush of motion follows. This is worse than she thought. What are you doing here? Snaps a man in a dark work shirt striding over fast. Jiu's stomach flips. It's Yusung. She gasps behind her hand. Then Riha was here to meet with him? Her heart pounds as she ducks out of sight. Are they dating or something? Yusung must have been totally keeping it under wraps. Come on, get up. People are watching. Yusung mutters, hauling Riha to her feet. What's going on? Why'd you call me just to lash out all of a sudden? I told you I was going to be there in a minute. Riha slurs, barely tracking. He steadies her without a word. jaw tight. What? She mumbles again, lost in her own head. God, dick purebloods. Those sons of bookies. They think they can mess with me, huh? She rants half to herself. You think I wanted to be born this way, she mutters, bitterness spilling out along with everything else. What? Yuzong just sighs, worn thin. Holding her up, he mutters to himself. She's completely out of it. She must have gotten high again. Suddenly she moves, quick and grasping. Her hand snags his sleeve, refusing to let go. I need you, Yusung, Riha breathes, pulling him in close. What are you doing? Yusung recoils, startled. He grabs her wrists, putting a stop to it fast. From the shadows, Ji watches every second of it, unmoving. Yusung pulls back hard, putting real distance between them. He straightens his sleeve, done entertaining this. Drayu's face is unreadable as she takes it all in. She leans back against the wall, watching a beat longer. A slow, sly smile creeps in, not exactly the reaction you'd expect. She walks off, unbothered, like she didn't just witness a whole scene. Fingers pressed to her lips, she turns something over in her head. Oh, no, she thinks. Then, immediately, without an ounce of real worry, he's mine, though. She bites back a grin in the dark, already planning her next move. In a dim parking garage, Yusung and Jiu are wrapped up in each other, stealing a moment nobody else was supposed to see. Jiu's fangs graze his collar, that wolf side of her fully in control right now. Yusin bears his own fangs right back, completely swept up in it. Of course, that's exactly when a phone starts buzzing on the ground. Incoming call from a contact saved simply as Sob. Jeez, what a timing! Yusung groans, the mood thoroughly killed. Elsewhere, a furious red eye glares out from under pale hair, and a horn blares. Somebody's patience is already gone. A figure stalked back toward a waiting car, cutting past the cones in the garage. On the phone, he snaps at whoever's stalling. Pick up the phone or hurry up and get in the car. That moron, he mutters, still waiting on an answer. Meet the fixer who cleans up after Raya behind the scenes. Sunglasses on, cigarette in hand, entirely too pleased with himself. I knew she'd cause trouble one of these days, he sighs into the phone. On the other end, the diva herself just clicks her tongue, thoroughly unbothered. Riha storms off on her own, grumbling that everyone's just getting in her way. Riha, I mean, are you serious right now? Someone yells after her, catching his own slip. He's left standing there dumbfounded as her car peels off without him. Is she seriously just leaving? After all that? He sputters. Her car vanishes into the night, taillights disappearing down the street. In the passenger seat now, a hand digs into a pocket and something tumbles loose. What the hell? He mutters, staring down at what he just found. Turns out he catches up with her anyway, and he's not letting the biting incident slide. I'm the one who kept you out of the news for biting Yusun Chion in the neck. What the hell were you doing? You said Yusung makes us stronger, she fires back. Then wouldn't it make more sense to lure him into helping us instead? She asks, cold and pointed. He's not buying the excuse. Why can't you keep your hands off him? You're basically trying to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. The two of them sit stiff and seething in the back seat, buckled in for an argument neither wants to lose. Oh, I know that already, okay? She snaps. You think I did it for no reason? No reason, he echoes. I'm not even totally sure why, she admits, quieter now. But it just felt like I had to eat Yusung's heart, she confesses, and even she sounds unsettled by it. And I got unlucky on top of it, ran into a pureblood, so she trails off. Never mind. Anyway, just get your act together, Riha, he sighs, done arguing. What's even the point of all those drugs to hide your werewolf side, he presses, if... A stray packet sits half-hidden near her lap, proof of exactly how much she's been relying on him for. If you're just gonna go around advertising yourself like you want to get caught, you'll lose everything you're enjoying right now. Riha, decked out in a striking blue gown for whatever event is next, doesn't exactly look like she's listening. You better start behaving, he warns, or I stop supplying the drugs. Blood still at her lip, she goes quiet, then mutters a flat, fine. Alone with her thoughts as the car eats up the highway, she seethes. You son of a book! Back with Yusung. A bitter little laugh escapes him, alone now in the empty garage. I can't believe her, he grumbles, still stewing over that call. He slumps down outside, wobbly and irritated. She made it sound like she had something important to say. And this is what she pulls? I swear, I'm never listening to her again, he mutters. Patting himself down, he realizes something else is missing. Where's my mask? He freezes mid-surge like he's just caught something out of place. His whole expression sharpens, suddenly on alert. Something against his chest flares to life with a low hum and his eyes go wide. Hi, Yusung, comes a familiar voice, Jiju catching him completely off guard. She flashes him a bright, easy smile, like nothing's wrong at all. He scrambles to pull himself together, collar still a mess from earlier. "Je," he blurts, genuinely thrown to see her here of all places. The two of them end up laughing together, right there on the sidewalk. "Are you all right? Here, take my hand," she offers. "Oh, thank you," he says, a little dazed. But her smile sharpens the moment their hands actually touch. Her grip tightens, way more than a simple handshake calls for. A passerby lingers a beat too long. "Did you two see us by any chance?" "Oh, well, yes. It just happened." Jiu fumbles, while Yu Sung mutters, "Oh wow, that's embarrassing." "I'm glad to see you, but what were you doing at this hotel?" The fan presses. "You told me about this place? Great steak, remember?" Jiu improvises. "Oh yes, that's right." Yu Sung backs her up, straight-faced. "So, Yu Sung, were you..." The fan starts again, right as a crowd begins to gather around them. Jiu's smile freezes solid. Crap, people are flooding out. Where do I even hide him? She panics, scanning for an exit. Yusong says low, and she snaps to attention. "Can you come over here for a sec?" He grabs her hand and pulls her close. He tucks her face against him, using the HUD to hide from the sea of phones. "Sorry about that. It's just that I lost my mask, so my face," he explains to the crowd, still holding her tight. "Might be." The fam starts. Sure, I understand," she says, buying the excuse completely. Jiu's thoughts spin. Yeah, he's probably just being careful because of the rumors about him having a girlfriend. But did he really have to do this? "Go here, girlfriend." Her expression tightens, clearly turning something over in her head. Yushong. Someone else pipes up. "Are you," Bei asked, drawing it out. "Dating Rhea?" "What?" Yusung blinks, completely blindsided by the question. Sigh. "I know it might seem that way, but we're really not dating," he explains. "I just think Rhea wasn't feeling too well that day." "Oh, really?" Juyu asks, a little too relieved to hear it. "So they're not dating, huh?" she thinks to herself, filing that away. "So what if they were? It wouldn't change anything for me," she tells herself, not convincingly at all. But then she catches herself. Then why did it feel like someone was about to take what's mine just now? That's the kind of hostility you'd feel toward your own kind, she realizes. This jealousy runs wolf deep. All that tension between them melts into something a lot warmer. Let's just say the night doesn't stop there. We'll leave the details to your imagination. Jiu is still turning it over in her head afterward. Is she still not convinced? Yusung isn't having much better luck reading her either. I have no idea if she's just this clueless or if she's being cautious. Sigh. I put in all that effort to reel her in, and dish is the best she can come up with. "Dayu," he says her name again, leaning in close. She startles a little as he leans in even further. "I'm not seeing anyone," he tells her plainly. "Yeah, I understood you're not with Rhea," she starts to answer. She laughs it off nervously, waving her hands like she can wave the whole conversation away. "I don't talk to you because I'm bored or because I have too much time on my hands, Ju," he says, dead serious. "I'm sorry?" She blinks. The air between them goes tight and charged. "Why, me?" she finally asks. "No way, but why though? I should be the one begging him to give me the time of day," she thinks, genuinely baffled. He just smiles and says nothing, letting her sit with it. "So, are you not going to talk to me anymore?" he presses, closing the last bit of distance. And just like that, they're right back in each other's arms. Later on, a car waits quietly in another parking garage across town. Behind the wheel is a new face, dark-haired, sharp-eyed, waiting on someone. Jay leans against the car, all smiles, clearly in no rush at all. The door finally clacks open, and his patience looks pretty thin. "Sorry I made you wait so long," she chirps, hopping in like nothing's wrong. "Where were you?" he asks, scooting in closer, not quite letting it go. Oh, I just ran into someone I know, so I was talking to him, she explains. You just ran into him, huh? He repeats, not exactly convinced. Yeah, she says simply, not offering much more. Is he upset? I wasn't even talking that long. Sorry, I should have called you first, she backvolts. No, that's not what I'm mad about, he says quietly. The real worrywart he is, something else is bugging him. The two of them sit together as the car pulls off. Whatever's actually bothering him left hanging in the air, and that's where this one leaves us. In a quiet parking garage, Jiyu wraps up a hushed meeting with Yusong. All right, she tells him, I'll be in touch. As he walks off, she can barely believe it. Yusung, of all people, actually seems interested in her. She never saw it coming, she admits with a little wave, but she's not about to complain about how it turned out. She figures he's just being careful, taking things slow the way famous people usually do when someone gets close too fast. Even though he tries to hide it, she can tell. Under all that movie star cool, Yusung's actually pretty sensitive. Well, she figures that tracks. The guy's a celebrity, so a little mystery comes standard. A familiar car is already waiting for her. There's Do-yeon. The door clacks shut, and Do-yeon doesn't waste a second. Where were you? He asks, watching her a little too closely. You just ran into him, huh? He presses. Is he upset? She wonders. They barely even talk. Sorry again, she says, pulling her seatbelt across. I should have called first. No, that's not what I'm mad about, Do-hyun mutters, jaw tight. I just feel like you're hiding something from me. Diayu freezes, caught completely off guard by the question. I just saw you with that actor, Do-hyun says. The one you swore you only met because you owed him a favor? So you just happened to run into him again? He presses. Oh no, she blurts, a little too fast. That's only because Yusung recommended this restaurant. So of course he could be here too, Dwyon mutters bitterly. Joe blinks. What? She flinches, bracing for whatever he's about to say next. What? When? She stammers, completely blindsided. Dal-hyun stares straight ahead, quiet for a beat before he lays it out. After you lashed out at our leader that day, he says, I went outside to return your wallet. In the memory that follows, he finds Yusung waiting outside, visibly shaken. Then I saw him helping you into a cab, Do-hyun says. She exhales, almost relieved. Oh, so that's all it was, she says. But, Do-hyun's voice drops, is that the feeling, that you're hiding him from me? Her eyes go wide. Is it just her, she wonders, or is this about to get a lot more uncomfortable? A hand reaches toward her, and something catches her eye. That's, she starts. Her hand clenches in her lap. Because the truth is, she wanted to keep Yusung's abilities hidden from Do-hyun. So yes, she admits to herself she hasn't told him everything. Her heart pounds, thump, thump, but Do-hyun's eyes narrow, still watching her far too closely. She reaches out on instinct, bracing for whatever's coming. She grabs for her seatbelt, hands not quite steady. Click! He'd just leaned over to buckle her in. She lets out a breath. She'd just been overreacting. City lights streak past the window as the car pulls back onto the road. It's fine, she murmurs to herself, still shaking off the almost conversation. They drive off together into the night, the tension finally easing. A week later, Ji-yu lets out a heavy sigh, clearly still stewing over something. She's flopped face down at her desk, not moving. Her silver-haired coworker clocks it instantly. Ji-yu, what's up? Why have you been sighing so much? Ji-yu just groans into the couch cushions, not answering. You've been like that for days. Come on, just spill it. She finally gives in. Diane is a little mad at me, and it's my fault. Our coworker sits bolt upright. What? Why? Turns out the crime was minor. She hid something delicious from him just to keep it all to herself. Groundbreaking betrayal, truly. Isn't that a bit petty? I mean, how old are you? Her coworker teases, earning an indignant poke in response. I mean, it's Do-hyun we're talking about, her coworker says. He's not the kind of person who takes something from you. Joe lies there turning it over, unconvinced the snack is really what this is about. Yeah, I know that, but her coworker trails off. Plus, I don't think he'd get that mad over something like that, she says. He's probably just sulking a little. Chiyu sits up. Do-hyun is sulking. Whatever it is, her coworker says, turning serious, he's probably just upset that you kept it from him. Her mind drifts back further. to a time when someone once told her plainly, he's like family to you after all. From a grand chair, flanked by attendants and imposing elders, simply confirms it. Of course he'd get upset. Back in the present, a cheerful young officer swings by with drinks. Here's your coffee, ladies. Did you ask them to add an extra shot? Duh. We've got patrol duty later, so we'll need at least 4 shots. Someone eyes the drinks, unimpressed. That's too much caffeine. Dion offers her a sip of his iced coffee, easy and casual between them again. Deep down, she knows him better than to think this is about food. Night falls, and Do-yeon stands watch nearby while she rests against the wall, worn thin. He'd always be on her side, she thinks, but tonight feels different. News breaks. At around 4 a.m., another victim was discovered near the Taeyang district. The rookie fills them in over coffee, while Ji-yu listens grimly. Dang, things are really getting out of hand, someone mutters. We should keep a closer eye during patrols. Ji-yu only nods. The killer isn't getting caught, and the gap between attacks keeps shrinking, clearly the work of one of their own kind. Dion thinks it might be one of the deserters, the rookie says. With the tracks erased and no trail to follow, this case has landed squarely on Do-yeon's desk. This case, the rookie asks. He might be a little hard to approach, Ji-yu laughs, but Do-yeon always gets the job done right. A memory surfaces. A hand rests gently on a small back, my back. The touch lingers, careful, deliberate, a ring glinting on the hand. A child looks up quietly from the corner of a lavish room. Smo in an oversized sweater. He was a dear friend to her even then, she remembers, practically family. But that's exactly why she can't be completely honest with him now. If she'd hated him instead, maybe it wouldn't weigh on her so much. Back in the present, someone groans about the hour. Ugh, I'm so tired, it's already 5 in the morning. Good work, comes the reply. Somewhere on the street, a play fight breaks out to kill the boredom of another long patrol. The rookie yawns hugely, suggesting they'll need to cover wider ranges from now on. You're right, Ji-yu says. I'll ask for backup next time. Alone now, Ji-yu lingers. Are they reluctant to head home just yet? You're going home, though, someone calls after her. She wonders aloud if there's any pub still open nearby. Then again, maybe not. The sun's about to come up anyway. On impulse, she taps out a text to Yu-sung. If he's asleep, she figures, there's nothing to be done about it anyway. The unread mark vanishes almost instantly. Her phone lights up. Yu-sung is calling. Startled, she picks up. Hi, Ji-yu, he says. I called because it seemed like you were still up too. Is that all right? Footsteps echo as they talk. He teases that she must have been working late, having just gotten off work himself. She admits, a little sheepish, that she never texts anyone this early. Something's clearly on her mind. On his end, Yu-sung feels strangely light. Free, he murmurs to himself. Ju, are you sleepy right now? He asks. No, she says. Before she can even answer properly, he's already offering to grab breakfast with her. Right now, she asks, caught off guard. True to his word, he's already on his way. His car pulls right up to the curb where she's waiting. Did I make you wait? He asks with an easy grin as she climbs in. She can't help but ask why he wanted breakfast all of a sudden. He pauses, caught briefly off guard by the question. Is all he manages. He just smiles faintly, settling back into his seat, and lets the question hang unanswered. For now. Yu-sung rides back into town in a car, put together but clearly running on fumes after a long shoot. Ju spots him on the street. Whoa, Yu-sung, you're all dolled up this early in the morning, she teases. Ho, I just got back from a shoot, so, he says, already looking a little embarrassed about it. I know I'm just stating the obvious, Ji-yu says, but you really do look like a celebrity. Does it look nice on me? He fishes, clearly enjoying the compliment. He flashes a grin, milking the moment for all it's worth. What wouldn't look nice on you? Ji-yu laughs, playing right along. She can't help thinking he must be exhausted, and she's grateful he came all this way just to see her. I don't think many places are open this early, she says, tucking her hood up. Any ideas? Ji-yu, what are your plans for today? He asks. I don't really have any. She shrugs. Then how about a little trip somewhere? He suggests. We could use some fresh air. Is there anywhere you want to go? He presses, watching her think it over. Do you want to see the beach? he asks, completely out of nowhere. Jiayu blinks, caught totally off guard by the sudden suggestion. The beach, she repeats. Yeah, let's see, he says, already pulling out his phone. You say? She echoes, still turning the idea over in her head. It's a bit random, she thinks, but she figures she'll just let him do whatever he wants to do. Sure, let's go, she agrees. Yay! She cheers. Her eyes light up, genuinely excited for the impromptu trip. Yikes, she thinks, eyeing his face. His dark circles are no joke. The man must be swamped with work. Should we leave them? He asks, checking his phone one more time. He must be exhausted, she says, shooting until early this morning, and now this. It just watches her, something soft creeping into his expression. You would? He asks, sounding almost surprised she'd worry about him. The pair finally reached the shoreline, waves rolling in with the city skyline at their backs. Somewhere along the drive, Yusung's head starts throbbing, motion sickness setting in fast. I am never letting Jiu drive again, he groans. Who drives like that? Way too aggressive. Yeah, I feel a lot better after resting a bit, he admits. Oh no, you must get carsick really easily, Jiu winces. It's your fault, he grumbles, only half joking. But would that even be enough? Maybe you should get a proper meal, she says, already reaching for a paper bag. Thanks, he says, taking the offering. I think it's just one of those days where you get fixated on something. I was just craving burgers today, she admits. He's eating burgers right there on the sidewalk, she thinks, looking like a darn prince the whole time, though honestly, he'd stand out anywhere. You must have been surprised I brought up the beach so suddenly, he says. He reaches for another burger without missing a beat. I was a little, he admits, but honestly, I was glad too. I wanted to get outside anyway. But aren't you busy, Yusung? Isn't your show not even? She starts. She takes a huge bite of her own burger, fangs flashing for just a second before she catches herself. Oh, I was just about to tell you that, he cuts in. I shot the final episode yesterday, he announces with a flourish. Wow, really? Congrats. She beams. I figured it was almost wrapping up, she adds. So it ended yesterday, huh? She says. Want a tiny spoiler for how it ends? He teases. Oh, no. She hesitates, clearly torn. Curiosity is getting the better of her. Then, can you spoil it just a little? She caves. I just want to know if the leads end up together. He leans in close, voice dropping to a whisper. You'll just have to watch it live to find out, he teases, dodging the question completely. That's low, she groans, while he just grins around another bite. It'd be more fun to watch it on TV anyway, he insists. Oh, by the way, did you ever give Riha her sunglasses back? She asks. The ones she left in the bathroom, remember? I asked you to return them, she reminds him. Yeah, I gave them back. Thanks for holding on to them, he says. Come to think of it, he muses. Something about that felt a little off. His mind drifts back. He never expected her to apologize that easily. She'd seemed a little down about it too, if he's honest. In the memory, Reha looks smaller than usual, some of her usual bite missing. Well, thanks to that, the finale wrapped without a hitch, he says. We probably won't be seeing much of each other after this, anyway. I'll take out the trash, he offers, back in the present. Oh, thank you, she says. Should we take a little walk? It's been a while since I've been to the beach, she suggests. I'd love to, he says between bites. They head down toward the water, the shoreline stretching out ahead of them. Their footsteps crunch across the sand as they walk side by side. Something makes Ju break into a bright smile. She turns to take in the view, hood catching in the sea breeze. The open view really is refreshing, she says. They fall into step close together, unusually near for the two of them. It's actually kind of nice, she admits. He watches her reaction, something thoughtful crossing his face. It's been forever since I came to the beach, too. I used to come here a lot, he says. Do you like the beach? I do, but she hesitates. It's just that my grandmother's hometown was right on the coast, he explains. When my parents passed, I moved in with her. By then, I'd already quit acting, quit everything, really, he says quietly. But once she passed too, I didn't really have a reason to come back here, he admits. Jeu falls quiet, unsure what to say to that. It's the first thing that pops up, she thinks, whenever you search his name online. His parents' accident. His grandmother. It's all right there for anyone to find. The story of how his grandmother raised him plays out in her memory, the way she'd read it once online. They shared a real bond, from what she gathered, right up until he lost her, too. In an old photo, a much younger Yusung sits beside his grandmother outside a modest little house. But she passed away just before he became an adult, leaving him on his own. He remembers standing there afterward in a black suit, completely alone with it all. Should I even be hearing this? Ji wonders. Isn't it a little too personal? Maybe he's only telling her because it's already public knowledge, she reasons. Or maybe. Yusung looks out at the horizon, lost somewhere in his own thoughts. And it still feels nice to see the ocean again after all this time, he says. Such a long time, she thinks. If it's the latter reason, then that would make her feel like a pretty terrible person, she realizes, right as he reaches over and ruffles her hair. Guess she really is just a simple animal, he teases to himself, clearly enjoying getting a reaction out of her. Maybe I should dig a little deeper, he thinks. All right, how are things with your dad, Jiu? My dad, she repeats, caught off guard by the sudden pivot. She goes quiet for a beat, thinking it over. Oh yes, she finally answers. A grin spreads across her face. He really loved it. It all worked out thanks to you, Yusung, she says warmly. He smiles back at her, clearly pleased. By the way, Ju, are you an only child? He asks, changing tack. Oh, I am, but I've got a friend who's basically my brother. We grew up together, so he's practically family, she says. I'm jealous, he says. I always wished I had a sibling. Yeah? She asks. Yeah, I think it'd be great. Siblings can lean on each other, he says as they keep walking. I say you always have to share things, give things up, he adds, half to himself. Do you feel that way too, Jiu? He asks, watching her closely now. Not really, she answers simply. I don't know. She starts. Think I've ever felt that way. He's really mature, so we barely ever argue. She finishes, a little too breezy about it. They keep walking, the easy mood from a moment ago just slightly off now. Yusung stays quiet, watching her beat too long. Interesting, he thinks. She's clearly not eager to talk about her family. Her mind flashes back to another day, the day Gyonu suddenly had to leave town and never showed up at the restaurant he promised to meet her at. In the memory, Gyonu stands mid-conversation in a suit, phone still in hand. The call drags on behind him, something clearly weighing on his mind. Back in the present, Yusung turns it over. Is she just really good at hiding how she feels, he wonders, or is he simply not important enough yet for her to open up to? Ridiculous, he thinks with a huff, half amused. She gets to hear all my stories and I get nothing back. So how'd that friend end up living with your family anyway? He asks outright. About that, she starts, already sounding uneasy. Why are we even talking about this? She deflects. I really don't want to think about this kind of stuff right now, she admits. I don't want to talk about how I'm someone who, she trails off. Feels inferior, a voice finishes in her memory. Geo-news, from a conversation she can't quite shake. In the flashback, he stands close to her, unreadable in the dim blue light. To someone I consider family, he'd told her. Or maybe, she thinks, it's about how he's always felt like the one her dad didn't choose. To make up for what I lack, he'd said once. That's why the memory trails off, unfinished. Her eyes flick away, and something unspoken hangs in the air. I choose. Back in the present, Yu-sung walks a step ahead of her, unaware of where her thoughts just went. They walk on together, the quiet stretching out between them. Something in the air shifts. Her pulse quietly starts to pick up. Yu-sung glances back at her, an unspoken question on his face. Yu holds her breath under her hood, watching him. His hand drifts toward hers, slow and deliberate. She freezes, eyes wide, heart suddenly pounding. Her sleeve brushes his as the distance between their hands closes. Their hands finally meet, and both of them clearly feel it. For just a second, her nails sharpen into claws, her wolf side stirring right along with her nerves. She lets out a nervous little laugh, trying to play it cool. Her eyes go a little glassy, completely undone by the moment. He gives her hand a gentle squeeze, holding on. Their fingers laced together properly now, no hesitation left. The two of them stand together at the water's edge, closer than they've ever let themselves be. Hand in hand, they walk on down the beach together. Yuzhang and Ji will walk close together, bundled up in matching dark coats, hands just barely brushing. He gives her sleeve the lightest squeeze, testing if she'll pull away. Their fingers just hover instead of linking. You can practically hear her heart pounding. Ji looks away, flustered, and blurts out, "Should we get going now?" And just like that, his hand slips right off hers. "Smooth move, Yusung." "What was that?" she mutters, equal parts annoyed and embarrassed. She falls into step behind him, arms crossed, clearly still stewing about it. Finally, she snaps. "Either hold my hand or don't. No wishy-washy in between." "Yusung." She grabs for his hand herself this time, not waiting for him to make up his mind. She holds on tight. Remember, she starts, then trails right off. He turns to look at her, waiting for her to finish that thought. "What you told me at the hotel parking lot last time," she finally asks, "is that still true?" He goes quiet a beat too long before answering. Their hands link for real this time. No more slipping away. The wind whips her hair across her face, and she's blushing hard enough to notice. She holds on and doesn't dare look at him. He starts, and then nothing. From a distance, they're just two tiny shapes against the sky, hand in hand by the water. Further down that same shoreline, one of them walks on alone for a moment, lost in thought. Got to another part of town, a church spire cutting into a clear blue sky. A door creaks open somewhere inside. Shadows and thin blades of white cut across a dim, quiet room. And there's Yusung sprawled out, dizzy, looking like he just went 12 rounds with something nasty. He drags a hand across his face, trying to pull himself together. Weak light filters through the blinds above him as he lies there, catching his breath. A creak at the door. Someone's come to check on him. "How are you doing?" He doesn't even bother sitting up to answer. "Oh, don't get up, you look wrecked," she says. "Why are you even here? I told you there was no need to come." "Just focus on Ju," she finishes, clearly unimpressed with him. "Actually," she admits, "I just got back from seeing her. She texted me early this morning, and it was pretty obvious something was going on. So, I stopped by on the way back. Figured I'd file a report while I was at it." "Ooh, you two have gotten a lot closer, huh? Did you have fun?" "Fun, yeah, right." He winces, remembering. "She almost gave me a heart attack with her driving," he finishes. She just stares at him. She can't help but smile a little at that. "Ma'am." He deadpans, not thrilled about being teased. Then, out of nowhere, "I think I'll have to date you." He says it like he's already made peace with the decision. Cut back to earlier that same day, at the building where it all started. Face to face, close enough to hear each other gulp. Neither of them moves first. "Ah, thought this was a date," Yuzhan finally says with a grin. "Wasn't it?" Hugh sputters. You didn't tell me this was a date, though." "We drove around, had a meal, took a walk. Sounds like a date to me. But you're the only one dressed up, and I'm wearing a tracksuit." "So what? I'm dressed." But Buzz, I just got off work." He shoots back, smug about it. She's not buying it for a second. "That means he's still into me, right? Then why'd you hold my hand?" "Just to let go of it right away. I figured you were teasing me or something." "That's what I wanted to ask you," she fires right back. "Why did you hold my hand?" he counters. "I don't hold hands with my friends," she says simply. "I held yours because I thought we were past the just getting to know each other stage." They look at each other, the joking suddenly gone. He gives her hand a gentle squeeze. "I thought the same thing as you," she admits. They just stand there together, quiet, letting the moment settle in. "I want to get to know you better," he tells her. He can't help smiling. "So from now on," he says, "don't think of our meetings as just casual hangouts." He squeezes her hand to make the point stick. "Okay." Back in the present, the memory fades as he wraps up telling it. Jayu, in his memory, just swallows hard, wide-eyed. "Okay, I won't," Yusheng finally says. Present day, giving in to whatever she just told him. So, Vanla prompts, waiting. "You're dating her now?" she asks, clearly not thrilled about it. "Not yet, technically, but we will be soon, maybe after a couple more dates." Were you even listening to what I was saying? She cuts back in, losing patience fast. She springs up. I told you to be careful. I told you not to let her fall in love with you. It's not like I have a choice, he says flatly. This ability only works with physical contact and only between adults. There's only so much I can do if we're just friends. And she would have asked me out eventually anyway if I hadn't made the first move. She just stares at him, thoroughly unimpressed. She sighs, long, heavy, done with him, and turns to walk away without another word. Somewhere, a hand clenches tight, tension written into every line of it. She lights a cigarette. Are you really that scared of them getting obsessed with love? Listen to me. Werewolves don't just get obsessed with love. She takes a drag, facing him head on. It could actually put your life in danger. His eyes narrow in the dark. To them, she says, love is a curse. They truly fall for someone just once in their entire lifetime, and when they do, the silence hangs heavy between them. They recognize that person as their mate. His expression goes dead serious. A mark flares to life on his skin, burning red. Once the mark appears, they can imprint on their mate if the mate agrees. Think of it like marriage, for humans. That doesn't make any sense, he mutters. I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. If you think about it, werewolves existing at all is unbelievable enough, and that's part of why there aren't many of them left. They spend their whole lives loving just one person. Two figures locked in an embrace, the mark glowing quietly between them. So their population is actually shrinking. They can still have kids without being true mates. But it's hard to be a real family when there's no love in it. Feels like a fitting curse for monsters like them. But I can't just sit back and let them die out on their own. Wait, hold on, Yusung cuts in. I mean, this is honestly kind of ridiculous. Okay, fine, I get that they're weirdly devoted, he concedes. But that, he starts, doesn't change anything for us. And how exactly does that put MY life in danger? There's only one way for them to break past their natural limits and seize real power. He sits up straighter, actually listening now. Can you guess what it is? He says nothing. She taps the ash off her cigarette, drawing the moment out. It's eating the heart of the mate they imprinted on. The heart of their one and only mate. They give up the last of their humanity and become a true beast. The strongest a werewolf can ever be. So, if a power-hungry werewolf, like Joseph Boo, falls in love with you, it could put you in very real danger. She points it right at him to drive the warning home. He's quiet for a moment then. There's no way I'd agree to. Ha ha ha. Letting her imprint on me, he finishes. Of course you shouldn't, she agrees. They might just be lowly beasts, but it's rare for one to actually go that far. But now you understand. Boof. The rest, dating her might honestly be the easiest way to keep her close and win her over. You need to be ready for the worst. Later, the city glows orange under a sinking sun. Jewel waits alone in a plaza, checking her phone. Someone approaches from behind, closing the distance. He remembers the handler's words. You're the one in charge of Jiu. The choice is yours. Date her, or find another way. Jiu, he says, and she looks up, startled to see him standing there. This might be her only real chance to walk away. And she doesn't take it. She just smiles. They stand close together, flowers in the background, whatever's coming next about to begin. Yusung's already at the meetup spot, laughing that he hopes he didn't make Ju wait. No, I just got here too, she says, catching up to him. Thanks for yesterday, by the way, Jiu adds. It was really refreshing. Yusung says he had fun too, then. Jua worries aloud whether 2 hangouts in a row is really okay, what with his packed schedule. She watches him for the answer, half expecting him to admit he's overbooked. Oh, don't worry, I'm free to hang out, Yusung says. That's actually why I asked you on a date. Jiu lights up mid-wave, still fretting she's intruding on his schedule, so he insists again. No, not at all. I'm totally free, really. Privately, though, his smile has an edge to it. Asking her to just be friends now would wreck everything he's already planning. Whatever that plan actually is, it clearly started the moment he got this close to her. Plus, he notices she's already staring at him a little too intently to be casual about it. He claps every little detail, the way her hair catches the light, how she leans in without seeming to notice. Even her hand drifts a little closer, like she can't quite help herself. Ugh, she's already getting so eager, he thinks, masking his satisfaction behind that easy actor's smile. Snapping back to the moment, he points down the street. Oh, to you, the theater's this way. Oh, okay, she chirps, hurrying to catch up. She's buzzing about the movie. She loves this director, even though he's usually known for thrillers, not romance. Yeah, I was kind of surprised he made a romance film too, Yusung agrees, strolling beside her through the golden evening light. Ah, but Yusung, she starts, trailing off into a nervous I think people can still recognize you even with your mask on, she admits, watching a passerby do a double take. He really stands out. Are you sure it's okay for you to go to a regular theater? She presses, more worried about his privacy than her own plans. Oh, it's fine, Yusung says, an easy smile hidden behind his mask. She's not entirely convinced, but she lets it go for now. Turns out he had a plan B all along. A quiet hallway leads them somewhere a lot more private than a public cinema. Oh, yeah, this is safer for him than a regular theater, Ju realizes, taking in a private screening room. Have some popcorn, Ju, Yusung says, settling in beside her while she steals a glance his way. This is such a cool place. Thanks, Yusung, she says, clearly charmed. I've never been to this kind of theater before, she admits, settling into the private box beside him. Really? Then we should check out some other places too, next time, Yusung offers, popcorn in hand. I do know some of the people who worked on it. Not everyone, though, he adds modestly. That's so cool, Ji-yu gushes. The movie kicks off, and it wastes zero time getting steamy between its two leads. On screen, the film's couple pulling close, tension cranked all the way up. Jae-yu and Yusung watch in the dark, the private box lit only by the glow of the screen. She crunches popcorn beside him, only half paying attention to the actual movie at this point. This is really good. So Jung-hong is such a good actress, Ju-yu says, genuinely into it. It's kind of nice, watching a movie somewhere this quiet, Yusung murmurs beside her. On screen, the leads finally close the distance for good. Ooh, Ji-yu breathes, watching the kiss play out, and suddenly the private booth feels a lot smaller. An awkward little silence settles between them in the dark. I'm sure Yusung's done plenty of kissing on set, too, Jae-yu thinks, sneaking a look his way. He's none the wiser, still cheerfully holding out the popcorn. She keeps peeking at him sideways, clearly not thinking about the movie anymore. If just holding hands, or brushing against him a little, she thinks, sizing up the gap between their seats. Could boost my power this much, she reasons, watching her own hand drift toward his arm. I wonder what something more than that could do, she thinks, only half joking. Her research, it seems, just got a lot more hands-on. The movie's love scene fades into something more suggestive on screen, and so, for a beat, does her imagination. Caught up in her own thoughts, she meets his eyes, dead on, and they both flinch. The popcorn bucket gets gripped a little too tight in the awkward silence that follows. What's wrong? Yuzu asks, clocking her sudden weirdness. Oh, no, nothing, Ju stammers, panicking. Oops, I accidentally made eye contact with him while having weird thoughts. She winces internally. That was so embarrassing, she groans, covering her face. He really did pick a good movie, she tells herself, desperately trying to focus on literally anything else. By the time the credits roll, the sky outside is turned a warm evening orange. No wonder it had such glowing reviews, Yusung says as they step back out onto the street. Glad to hear it. I had fun too, Ji-yu says. How about grabbing a drink over dinner? Yusung offers. Oh, I'd love that, she says instantly. I know a nice bar nearby, he says, already leading the way. Mid-sentence, he bumps shoulders with a passing stranger in a baseball cap. Something slips loose in the collision, a phone tumbling out of a pocket. It hits the pavement with a clatter. Watch where you're going, man, the stranger snaps, clearly not in the mood. They keep walking, but the dropped phone gets left behind on the ground. I'll pick it up, Yusung says, doubling back to grab it for the guy. Don't you dare touch comes a sharp warning as a hand shoots out for the phone. Their hands brush over it for a split second, and something about the moment feels oddly charged. Yusung flinches, the phone sliding out of reach. Sir, someone calls, and he snaps back to himself. Here's your phone, he says, handing it back, more shaken than he lets on. Ah. This stranger just stares at him a beat too long. Something about that whole exchange clearly doesn't sit right with him. Meanwhile, tucked in the shadow of a doorway, Ju watches the whole thing unfold. Something about the stranger nags at her. She narrows her eyes, studying him from a distance. The stranger snatches his phone back rudely, not even bothering with a thank you. Yusung's hand is left hanging in midair. Jiu comes rushing over. What the heck, are you okay, Yusung? What a jerk. Yeah, I'm fine, Yusung says easily, brushing it off while the stranger walks away without a glance back. I think I recognize his smell from somewhere. Jukul murmurs, distracted, until Yusung calls her name twice to snap her out of it. But where was it? She wonders, unable to place it. Jiu, Yusung says gently, brushing her cheek to pull her attention back to him. She blinks back to the present, a little flustered by the touch. No, I think I just mistook him for someone else, she says quickly. All right, let's go then, Yusung replies, letting it go. He pulls his mask back up, unreadable behind it. By the way, Yusung says once they're settled, I've been meaning to tell you something. A party? Ju perks up, a fang peeking out with her surprised grin. At your place? She asks, drink in hand. It's not a party per se, he clarifies. It's more of a small get-together to wrap up the show, he explains. Industry people, is it really okay if I come? She asks, suddenly nervous. I also wanted to introduce you to my friends, Yusung says. I mean, I'd be happy to have you there, he adds. What? Shh, lights up at that, though something about it doesn't feel all that casual. It feels like something not at all casual, though, she thinks, catching herself. Oh, Yusung, she says out loud, her heart doing a little stutter step she'd rather not admit to. He tilts his head, not catching what just happened in her head. Is Rhea coming to the get-together too? She blurts out instead. God, this woman and her obsession with Rhea, Yusung sighs internally. Oh, Juyu laughs it off, a little embarrassed at herself. I need a smoke, Yusung thinks, before asking aloud. Jewel, would it be okay if I made a quick phone call? Oh, yeah, sure, she says. He's definitely going out for a smoke, she notes to herself, watching him step away. She takes a sip of her drink alone, left to her own thoughts. Introducing me to his friends, huh? So, is he going to tell them we're kind of a thing now? She wonders. It makes sense, since we had that talk at the beach yesterday, she thinks, picking at the food on the table. Dating, huh? She thinks, turning the word over. She keeps eating, trying to act unbothered. He has great manners, and he's fun to talk to, she admits to herself. Aside from the fact that he makes me stronger, he's definitely an attractive person too, she thinks. But I'm still curious why he'd be interested in ME, she wonders, doubt creeping back in. She sits with the thought, unsettled. Hold up, she catches herself, narrowing her eyes. Could it be my looks? She wonders, only half serious. What am I even thinking? He's probably surrounded by tons of hot people, she laughs it off. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter, she decides. I won't hold on to him for too long anyway, she reminds herself. Only until I've earned my dad's recognition, she thinks, her expression going distant. And taken over as the leader, she finishes. Then I'll no longer need to use Yusung. I know it's wrong to use a nice man like this, she admits. But whatever, I'll just be a bad person, she decides, jaw set. She flashes back to the moment she begged him for help in the first place. Please help me out just until then, Yusung. She smirks to herself, remembering how well that pitch worked. And, of course, she adds with a sly grin, ditching me before that is not allowed. Meanwhile, out in the night air, Yusung's easy smile is long gone, jaw clenched, eyes cold. His fist tightens at his side. Whoa. A hooded figure steps out of the dark, closing in beneath the blue neon glow of the alley. Before he can react, they've got him slammed against the wall, collar-fisted in a grip that means business. And that's exactly where the chapter leaves him, to be continued. Late at night, movie star Yoo Sung Cheon walks alone through the city, phone still warm from a call that's clearly bugging him. He keeps replaying one dumb question Ju asked him, and it will not let him go. He lights a cigarette just to have something to do with his hands, jaw tight. In his head, he keeps hearing her ask, dead casual, whether his rival co-star Reha is coming to the thing too. Somewhere in there, his wolf senses a threat and starts baring claws just thinking about it. How is she more excited about Rhea showing up than about him, standing right in front of her? Does being a werewolf make her extra clueless, or is she just messing with them on purpose? He musses his own hair, grumbling that she liked it better when it was a mess anyway. Still stewing over his hair, he doesn't notice someone falling into step behind him in the dark. A stranger mutters something venomous under his breath as he closes the distance. Du-sung flinches, catching something off in the man's tone. The guy stumbles right into him on purpose, mungling an apology that doesn't sound like one. "What the hell are you?" the stranger breathes, staring at Yoo-sung like he's seeing a ghost. "What did you do to me?" he demands, grabbing at his own collar like something's crawling under his skin. Yoo-sung just blinks at him. "Excuse me?" A random passerby clocks the whole thing and figures the guy's just wasted. Nobody has any clue what's actually happening. Before Yoo-sung can react, the man lunges. "How did you make me stronger?" he screams, and that's when Yoo-sung realizes this is no drunk stranger. Fangs bared, claws out. This guy's a werewolf too, and something about Yoo-sung clearly did something to him. He grabs Yoo-sung by the collar, eyes wild. For a second, neither of them says a word. Two wolves, sizing each other up in a dark alley. "But why?" Yoo-sung starts to ask, genuinely thrown. Man's grip tightens around his throat instead of answering. "Your heart," he growls, and it is not a compliment. "Give me your heart," he snarls outright, and Yoo-sung realizes this just turned very much not metaphorical. The man rears back, ready to make good on the threat. A knife flashes into his hand out of nowhere. He'd hidden it strapped to his own ankle, ready for exactly this. Out of nowhere, a boot connects and sends him flying. The knife goes skittering uselessly off into the dark. Yoo-sung hits the ground hard, bleeding from where the man clawed him. And standing over him, claws fully out, is Ju, looking ready to end this guy. She's already got the attacker pinned before he can even process what hit him. "How dare you touch what's mine, you bastard?" she snarls, and there's zero ambiguity about who she means. Her claws rear back for a killing blow. "Jiu, calm down," Yoo-sung shouts, grabbing for her arm. Even half-conscious, he's more worried about the cleanup than the guy who just tried to gut him. Does she even have a plan for the aftermath here? She freezes mid-swing. Her stomach drops. She just lost it in front of him. GTU's panic spikes. In her head, she's spiraling. She just lost control and attacked a human in front of the one person who can never find out what she really is. Yoo-sung pulls her close before she can spiral any further. And then, infuriatingly, he smirks. Ji-yu has no idea what could possibly be funny right now. He turns, fangs out, and bites down on the guy himself because he's pretty sure this human isn't human at all. Ji-yu's eyes go wide. He's right, which means she never actually broke the one rule that mattered. Yoo-sung hauls the guy up by the collar to get a better look at him. Ji-yu's stunned all over again. Crap, how did he get so fast all of a sudden? While Yoo-sung fusses over whether she's okay. He holds onto her a beat longer than strictly necessary. Something's very wrong with their attacker. His body's twisting in ways it shouldn't. He's warping and contorting right there on the pavement. Ji-yu frowns. She should know every wolf in the area on sight, so why didn't she recognize this one? Whoever he is, he's Pack, and she decides to take him in herself before he can hurt anyone else. Then she freezes mid-sentence. Yoo-sung cuts her off, already taking over. "I got it." In his head, he's panicking for a totally different reason. If she keeps fighting out in the open, someone's bound to realize she's not human either. He shrugs it off. He'll just improvise an excuse afterward, like always. He hauls the still-twitching attacker off to the side, out of sight. The guy's coughing and gasping like something's crushing him from the inside. His own heart is slamming so hard it's visible through his chest. "I can't breathe," he chokes out. A couple of confused onlookers wander over, and Yoo-sung steps in smoothly. "I'll check on him." He crouches down like he's just being a good Samaritan. He's still breathing. Probably just took too many drugs, or had way too much to drink. Yusung announces, cool as anything. The onlookers buy it instantly and breathe a sigh of relief. One of them turns to check on Yusung himself. Are you okay? Do you know this guy? No idea who he is. Probably a robber or some kind of stalker. Yusung lies without missing a beat. When they gush about his reflexes, he mumbles something about training to be a pro athlete once. They eat it right up and off to the side. George reads her own private sigh of relief that her boyfriend is disgullible. She is absolutely not correcting him. Once they're alone again, Jiu spots the claw marks she left across his skin. He got hurt, and it was her doing. It stings extra knowing one of her own kind is the one who marked him up. I should have. She starts trailing off. She presses gently on the scratch to check it and immediately regrets it. It hurts when you press on it like that, Yusong says, entirely too pleased with her guilt. He's clearly milking this for all it's worth. I'm so sorry. What if this leaves a scar? She panics, completely falling for it. Oh, it's fine. This is nothing, he says, all innocence, pulling her in a little closer anyway. Gah, I need to get a hold of myself, Ju mutters, flustered all over again. But there's still a bigger problem lying right at their feet. Someone has to deal with the unconscious werewolf who just tried to carve Yusung's heart out. They both stare down at their unwanted problem. Yusung's willing to bet this guy's tied to the string of recent wolf attacks. Jiu, I'll call the police, so he starts. But Yusung, she cuts in fast. You're a celebrity. Wouldn't getting the police involved at all be way too risky for you? I know a friend who's really good at handling this kind of thing, she offers instead. Discreetly, let me just call him and have him take care of it. Yusung agrees, though he's clearly not thrilled about it. She steps aside to make the call. Her thumb hovers over Dion's contact, fidgeting. They haven't spoken since their last fight, and it's been awkward ever since. What if he doesn't even pick up? He picks up on the first ring. That was quick, and he doesn't even sound mad, she thinks, relieved. Hey, Do-Theon, can I talk to you for a sec? Sure. What's up? He answers, easy as anything. Actually, there was an incident just now, she starts explaining. On his end, Dohan isn't even surprised. He knew Joyu would never just stay out of trouble. And honestly, this call is oddly convenient for him too, because Dion's wearing a necklace that reacts whenever a werewolf gets close, and it's been dead silent all night. Until now, suddenly it's buzzing and lighting up like crazy. It stayed quiet the whole time some stranger was lurking nearby, but lit right up the second Jew showed up. Which means a new kind of werewolf is out there, one his necklace can't even detect, and that's exactly the kind of thing he needs to report. Dian shows up in person, all smiles, calling out to Yusung like nothing's wrong. My friend said he'd be right over, lucky he was already nearby, Jiyu explains. Oh, great, Yusung deadpans, watching Dohyun jog up. Diamond is straight to business, already thinking through next steps. But Yusung stopped listening entirely, too busy looming right into her space. All he can think is that he really didn't want these two crossing paths tonight. Jiwoo tries to wrap things up. It's pretty late, and I know you're busy, so... I don't want to. Yusung cuts in flatly, making zero effort to leave. He leans in close, murmuring, Don't you think this is a bit... The two of them are practically nose to nose now, tension crackling. Unfair, Jiu? A greedy, teasing question, and that's exactly where the chapter leaves them hanging. We pick up right after that brutal attack, and Yusung isn't ready to just move on. Don't you think this is a bit? He starts, voice low, still rattled. He steps in close, searching Jiu's face. Unfair, Jiu? He finally asks, and from the way he's looking at her, this isn't really about the attack anymore. The word just hangs there. Unfair. Jiu looks caught off guard, unsure where he's even going with this. I'm sorry, she stammers, genuinely thrown. Turns out he followed her back here because he refused to just abandon her with a stranger who'd already attacked them once. What if the guy woke up? I'm a better man than that, you know, he adds, mock wounded. I'm honestly hurt. Jiu's eyes well up as it hits her just how worried he actually was. I'm sorry, she finally manages, scratching nervously at the door beside them. That was thoughtless of me. Yusung just blinks, confused, clearly not the apology he expected. So that's how you see me, Jiu murmurs, almost to herself. That's the only reason you tell me to just go home, she presses, arms crossed, glaring him down. Like I'm just some rare prey to you and nothing else. It's so annoying. Yusheng reaches for her hand, and just like that, the tension in the alley softens into something else entirely. Yusung, Yusung, Chulsung. Yu waves a hand in front of his face. He's completely zoned out, lost somewhere in his own head. Turns out he's the nervous one now, fidgeting the second she gets close. Him. Now you're anxious, aren't you? She teases, clearly enjoying the payback. A flash goes off in the dark, and just like that, we're somewhere new. Tires screech, and Yu glances back over her shoulder, sensing something's off. A door clacks open nearby. Someone else is arriving. Footsteps approach, and a dark-haired man in a sharp black suit steps into view. Yuzung's guard goes straight up. Because nothing says discreet late-night cleanup quite like showing up in a full three-piece suit. Yusung studies him, putting the pieces together. He must be Vub, the wolf who's number 2 in rank. The two men size each other up in total silence. Talfian King. So this is the guy Jules mentioned before, not just a name on a phone screen anymore. Yusung's eyes narrow just slightly, sizing him right back up. Meanwhile, the actual problem of the night is still lying flat on the ground. The stranger who attacked them, completely out cold. Diane looks him over, unreadable. What is going on? He finally asks. Jiu jumps in to make introductions, all smiles. Oh, say hello. You recognize him, right? She beams, practically glowing. Actor Yusung Cheon. She launches into the recap for Doyeon. Some random guy literally attacked Yusung, then just collapsed out of nowhere. Calling the cops felt a little awkward given, the whole famous actor situation. Doyeon's already moving, all business. Yeah, he says, waiting for the rest. Hello, he adds simply when he finally looks up, the very picture of stiff formality. Somewhere behind him, a gloved hand flexes, ready to get to work. Thanks for coming all the way over here to help us, Jiu says, shaking his hand gratefully. Jian's eyes flit down to their joined hands and linger there just a beat too long. I'm Do-hyun Kang, he says formally, finally introducing himself properly to Yu-sung. Their hands grip tight, and you can practically feel Do-han reading him like a book. So, Do-yeon asks bluntly, are you two seeing each other? No small talk, straight for the jugular. Yu-sung just smiles, easy and confident. I think we will pretty soon, he says. Dion's response is dry as ever. I see. It's going to be a rough ride, I warn you. Ju just stands there utterly lost while the guys share a laugh at her expense. But Jiu's not actually laughing on the inside. She's stuck on something else entirely. Dion didn't seem to feel a thing when he touched Yushun. No spark, no read on what he really is. Back to business. Should we move him before people start noticing? Yusung asks, nodding at their unconscious problem. Can you open the back door? Duthion barely glances over. Oh, just leave him, he says, completely unbothered, while Ju awkwardly tries to prop the guy up. I called for backup. Dahan adds simply. Right on cue, a car screeches up to the curb. Oh, Yehan, it's been a while, Shu calls out warmly as someone new steps out. Hello, Jiu, comes the reply, polite, a little stiff. It's good to see you again, too, Jiu laughs, teasing him for still being so formal after all this time. Thanks for coming here so late at night, she adds. One of the backup guys can't stop staring at Yusung. Isn't he a celebrity? Another one smacks him upside the head. Now stop staring and go grab the guy on the floor, dude. Claws flex out, ready for the job. Yes, ma'am, comes the quick response. Chu watches all of it quietly, saying nothing. Diane's mind is elsewhere too, still turning something over. So she does have some status among them after all, he finishes to himself. Interesting. Their hands meet again, briefly, before the group scatters to work. Yusing's back is turned, watching the cleanup crew go to work. Oh, Doyan also. Joyu calls him back over. Can you come closer? She lowers her voice. I'm sure you've noticed by now. Leaning in close, she whispers the part that matters. She can't sense any werewolf energy coming off their attacker at all. And he also attacked a human, Do-hyun adds grimly. You know what that means, right? Yeah, Jae-hyo confirms. Dion's jaw tightens. So he must be tied to the recent murders. Yusung, listening in, mutters something under his breath. I'll get going, Ju, Doyon says, wrapping things up. It was nice meeting you too, Yusheng. As soon as I figure something out, I'll let you know, he promises. So don't worry, he adds, then heads off down the street with Jaehan in tow. Okay, bye. Ju waves cheerfully as Yusung gives a polite little bow. The two of them watch their new acquaintances disappear down the street. Something's nagging at Yusung. It's strange, he mutters to himself. He'd always assumed Joe was the one keeping the rank 2 wolf in check, not the other way around. So why did she just hand that man over to him? He wonders, watching her a little differently now. Jiu, meanwhile, has no idea she's being studied. She's got her own thoughts to wrestle with. To be honest, her inner monologue begins. She'd hesitated a little before calling Dotheon in the first place, phone in hand, staring at his contact. The uncomfortable truth, solving these murders would basically hand Die on the successor spot in the pack. But I don't have a choice, she tells herself. Tracking down the killer comes first, and I know this is all for the best. I just feel... Her train of thought gets interrupted. Yusum's hand finds hers, giving it a gentle squeeze. No words needed, just a quiet, steady kind of comfort. Are you tired? He asks softly. Their fingers stay laced together as they keep walking. Are you done being mad at me? Yusung asks, testing the waters. Not yet, Ju answers, deadpan, even as she keeps holding his hand. Then why are you still holding my hand? He laughs, calling her bluff. She smirks, all fang. Should I let it go, then? Dead silence, then a very quick, very firm, no, guess that answers that. Then, out of nowhere, the mood shifts. A car speeds through the night streets. Another one revs past just as fast. Something rattles ominously in the back. Whatever's going on here, it's not good news. Inside one of these cars, a gloved hand adjusts a dark sleeve, cold and deliberate. Jiu seems to be dating that man, the passenger says flatly from the back seat. It's fine, comes the cool reply. She can have her fun. The driver isn't so sure. Wasn't the guy a human after all? Of course, but the driver starts, clearly unconvinced. What if she says she wants to get married? He presses. If a human mixes into our group. Enough, the passenger cuts in, catching his eyes through the rearview mirror. Know your place, he warns coldly. A superior's private affairs are none of your concern. And Joel, he continues, trailing off into something darker. The driver's fist tightens against his own collar, tension written all over him. Isn't that reckless? The passenger finishes quietly. Back on the street, Jiu and Yusun are just strolling past a late-night salon, no idea they're being talked about. It's getting pretty late, Yusung says, glancing at the sky. Should we head back? Oh, you left your bag at the bar, right, Jiu? He remembers. Let's go grab it. She squeezes his arm happily. Okay. And something catches her eye in the dark. She pauses mid-step. Quietly, she lets go of his hand. Excuse me for a second, Yusung, she says, already stepping away to check something out. She slips into the alley alone, eyes scanning the brick and shadows. There, glinting faintly on the ground, a small blue pill. She crouches and picks it up carefully between two fingers. This is, she murmurs, turning it over in her hand. It clicks. This looks exactly like the thing their attacker swallowed right before he snapped and came at them. What could this be, she wonders. Honestly, you should probably be wondering too, because right behind her, barely visible in the dark, something huge and inhuman is looming. Did he suddenly get stronger because of this? She thinks, piecing it together fast. Plus, she thinks grimly, you have no idea, trailing off as a chill runs through her. Jiu, what are you doing over there? Yusung calls out, wandering back toward her. She's crouched there, pill still in hand, heart racing. Oh, she says, quickly turning to face him. Yusung studies her for a second, a private thought of his own creeping in. Just how greedy can Ju actually be? She flashes him a big fangy smile, the picture of innocence. Nothing, she says lightly, giving absolutely nothing away. And just like that, the pill disappears into her pocket, her secret to keep, for now. We open on a dim, empty room, nothing but a bare bulb swinging over cold tile. Something bad is about to happen here. A man in a dark coat drags a body across the floor like it's nothing casual as taking out the trash. Claw marks and blood streak the tile. Whatever happened here, it wasn't peaceful. A slashed, bleeding hand twitches against the floor, the aftermath of a fight nobody walked away from clean. Close by, something small glows blue in the dark, like evidence nobody's supposed to find. A shadowed figure watches it all without a word. Whoever's in charge here doesn't need to raise his voice. Boss, someone reports in, and just like that, we know exactly who's running this whole operation, even if we never see his face. Two of his men glance down at the corpse like it's a mild inconvenience. Oh, is he dead? Charming crew he's assembled. Elsewhere, a sharp-eyed woman wants answers. Did the blood test results come back yet? They did, and something about them is off. Something nobody expected. A serious young analyst in a black suit takes in the news without flinching. This clearly isn't his first bad report. Ah, I see, is all he says, the kind of quiet that means he's already dreading what comes next. Because now he's got to figure out how to explain any of this to Jew. Yes, the Jew. A gloved hand flexes, steady and unreadable over the same cold tile. Something pale glints in the low light, still and waving. A hand closes around a vial of blue pills with a sharp clatter, the same power-boosting drug that's clearly at the center of all this. Somewhere else entirely, a blunt warning gets delivered. Keep your hands off Yusung Cheon for a while. The silver-haired she-wolf, Yusung's jealous, hot-tempered admirer, bolts upright. What? Why? Because if she bites his neck again, she's not just making headlines, she's dragging everyone else down with her. You won't be the only one going down, the voice warns. Those noble purebloods. Would never allow some mutts to cause trouble like this, comes the cold reply, eyes narrowed like ice. But you let those junkies run around killing people. Why is it just me you're coming after? She snaps back. They're all over the news right now. Fair point, honestly. There's a real double standard happening here. Somewhere in the shadows, the real culprit just shrugs it off. Well, obviously, I've got to test just how great my pills are, don't I? Real charmer. And honestly, who cares if they get caught? They're bound to kick it before they say anything anyway. Cold as it gets. Cut to Yusung's roommate, sprawled out and troubled. I've known that bastard for years. But I still have no idea exactly who he is or what he's really after. He's been quietly turning it over for a while now. Why is this guy rounding up mutts like them in the first place? He says it quietly, close to the silver-haired she-wolf, close enough that this clearly isn't just business between them. Ow. With human blood running through our veins, he murmurs, a reminder that mutts like them aren't fully wolf, and never quite fully anything. Or why he's handing out pills that make our werewolf powers stronger, as a glowing blue mark flickers under someone's skin. A clawed hand flexes in the dark, proof the pills work, whatever the cost. I've asked him about it before, he admits, but all he'd ever say was, it's for love and revenge. Cryptic, dramatic, and exactly 0% reassuring. Back with the she-wolf, another voice cuts in, unbothered. You don't stand a chance against me on your own. Drop the pride, will you? Honestly, can you even take Yusung from that pureblood? You really think you'll beat her? Ruda, also, fair question. The image says it all. A pale, elegant figure wrapped in dark clawed shadow. She's not just outmatched here. She's being used. Something in her snaps, tight and sharp. She grits her teeth, red eyes blazing. She's obviously going to destroy you. Someone needles, twisting the knife. The hell did you just say? She growls, done being condescended to. The smug handler behind all this just shrugs. What I mean is, just lay low for a while. Is that so hard? I'll help you when the time comes, so just wait a bit. Translation, know your place. This is exactly why they say mutts are always lacking. They don't even have any patience. Somebody's got main character syndrome about being a pureblood. Cut to a much lighter scene. Neon signage outside a barbecue joint called Beef House, lit up for a night out. Cheers erupt inside. It's Yusung's drama rap party, and everyone's letting loose. Thank you for the hard work. Yusung cuts into a little celebration cake with a castmate, applause all around. Big wholesome energy. He flashes that easy, camera-ready smile at everyone around the table. Someone hands him a bouquet of blue roses, a proper send-off for the leading man. Good work, Yusung, rings out over the bustle of the celebration. A banner reading, "Thank you, cast and crew," flutters as everyone rides the rap party high. And thanks for the earbuds. Yes, thank you so much. Turns out Yu-sung's been quietly playing Santa for the crew, too. His roommate leans in with the question, Yu-sung, got any plans for another show or shoot? Oh no, I think I'll take some time off for a while. Yu-sung says, really? Comes the surprised follow-up. That's a bummer, he's been so popular lately. Not exactly the answer anyone expected from the hottest guy on set. Oh, come on, he needs his rest, someone laughs from across the grill, defending his choice. Yu-sung just smiles, a little wistful. That's true, but I think it's also time for me to focus on something else as well. We all know exactly who that something else is. He glances off, somewhere far away in thought, the party noise fading into background hum. Someone at the table keeps right on eating, oblivious that their co-star just quietly admitted he's smitten. Yu-sung's still half lost in his own head, that soft smile refusing to leave his face. Across the table, Reha sits with her thoughts, picking at her food, unusually quiet. The party rolls on around her, but she's somewhere else entirely. This is so freaking annoying, she mutters, rubbing her temple like the whole night's giving her a headache, emotionally, not just literally. She sits stiff and composed anyway, every inch the professional, even while she's clearly stewing. Reha, are you all right? Someone at the table asks, catching the mood. Oh, I think I just have a headache. She deflects, staring at the sizzling grill. Oh no, I have some ibuprofen. You want one? It's not that serious, but thank you, she says, forcing a polite smile. Oh, you're sitting here, Raya, comes a voice, sliding into the seat next to her. It's Manjung Kim, her fellow actor, grinning like he's got something clever to say. Usually does. It's usually not that clever. I thought you'd be sitting next to Yu-sung for sure, he teases, plopping down beside her instead. You must have a lot of interest in me, Manjung, Reha shoots back. You didn't need to worry about where I sit, though. Well, you know, I'm always interested in beautiful women, he says, laying it on thick. One word back. Piss off. Yeah, a woman of few words and excellent instinct. Someone calls for a toast. Everyone, thanks for all your hard work. Pour another round and let's go by seniority. Sure, go ahead and pour me a glass, Reha says, playing along despite herself. All right, you too, Reha, Manjung insists, undeterred by the earlier brush-off. A drink trickles into a glass, another round nobody really needed, but everyone's having anyway. Reha stays quiet, watching it all with a flat, unreadable look. Yeah, she mutters, and just knocks it back anyway. I feel like shh. Might as well have a drink, she sighs, tugging at her collar. The party's still going strong around her, lights and noise blurring together. Meanwhile, Yu-sung's already standing to go. I should get going now. Have a great weekend, everyone. Po, don't go. Stay with us till the end, male lead. Someone whines, clearly a few drinks in. Bye, Yu-sung. Get home safe. I'll see you, he laughs, already halfway out the door. A jacket zips up, Yu-sung bundling against the night air as he steps outside. His phone lights up mid-walk, a text from Ji-yu. Hey, Yu-sung. Then a photo drops in, pictures from their last beach trip together. His whole face changes. Another ding, another text. You grinning like a total goner already. The picture, a lighthouse by the sea, framed just right with a simple, underneath. I didn't even know she took this picture, he thinks, staring up at that same open sky. Zoom in and there she is. Ji-yu, sitting alone on a bench by the water, caught candid and unaware. Looks like she's comfortable enough around me to send these quick mundane texts, he thinks, and honestly, that's the whole ballgame for a guy this far gone. He can't help the chuckle that escapes him, phone held close, grinning at nothing but her. Are you dating someone, Yu-sung? Manjung asks, peering way too close over his shoulder. He pops right into frame to get a look at the phone himself. Boundaries, apparently optional. Geez, you startled me, Manjung. Sorry about that. Hey, you heading out already? Buzzkill. An awkward beat of silence passes between them. I thought so, Manjung grins, already putting the pieces together. Yeah, well, Yu-sung doesn't exactly deny it. All right then, I'm going to start flirting with Rhea. You're cool there, right? I thought so. Wait, what was that about? Yeah, of course, Yu-xing says simply, not remotely invested in Manjung's love life drama. His phone buzzes again. He can be so clueless sometimes, Yu-sung thinks, half smiling, already elsewhere. The buzzing keeps going, insistent. It's Ju-oh calling this time, not just texting. Hello, Ji-yu? He answers, voice instantly softer. I'll get going when Jung, he whispers, already slipping away to take the call in private. Sure, I can talk. I just left. he says, stepping outside, easy and warm. Somewhere nearby, someone else is listening in, unimpressed. Ugh. Listen to him. A masked figure watches from the shadows, silver hair catching the light, clocking every soft, lovesick change in his voice. Oblivious, Yusung keeps talking, gentle as ever. I've been meaning to talk to you about that thing I told you last time. Does tomorrow work for you? The hallway sits empty and quiet behind him as he walks off, phone pressed to his ear. An exit sign glows overhead, marking the end of the corridor and maybe the end of a very good night. Back inside, Reiha's alone on a bench, arms wrapped around herself, looking anywhere but at the party. Unsteady footsteps cross the tile. Ugh, I think I had too much to drink. I feel sick, she groans, scratching at her temple, a cigarette dangling from her lips. And the stuff he makes has seriously harsh side effects, she mutters, eyes glassy and red-rimmed. But using Yushun doesn't have any side effects. Plus, it's a pain to take breaks from it now and then. Whatever she's hooked on, it's not doing her any favors. Somewhere close by, someone bursts out with a muttered curse of their own. Bad night for everyone, apparently. There you are, Ray, huh? I was wondering where you went. If you were going to smoke, you should have told me. Manjung chasing her down like an overeager puppy. She just sighs, unimpressed, smoke curling between them. Yikes, that glare. You know, it always gives me butterflies when you glare like that. Sir, this is not the flirting technique you think it is. Yusung already left. Did you see him? She asks abruptly, dropping onto a bench. No, Manjung admits. He should have at least said goodbye to you. Manjung protests on her behalf. He knows you have a crush on him. How could he be so cold? Manjung, please, read the room. Risa has had enough of this conversation entirely. Ugh, you think I'm some kind of moron? Watch your mouth. I'm out. The shoot's over, so don't ever talk to me again, she snaps, walking off. Wait. Manjung scrambles after her. Oh, is all he manages next. He grabs her hand before she can leave. Let me go, she says flatly, done with the whole night. I'm sorry, really. I didn't mean to upset you, he says, actually looking sincere for once as she scowls at him. I just wanted to tell you something, he presses. I don't want to hear it, she starts, already pulling out her own phone to leave. Look, he insists, holding his phone up between them. It's an online post already blowing up. Did you know that Yusum's been dating someone? 472 replies and counting. Riha's eyes go wide and red, glinting sharp in the low light. I heard him on the phone with some girl, being all sweet. He called her Jiu, Manjung explains. He and his agency didn't seem too worried about keeping it secret. He clears his throat awkwardly, watching her reaction closely. So I just thought I should. You know, he trails off, suddenly less sure this was a good idea. Keep things from getting awkward, in case you hadn't heard, behind them the leaked photo, Jiu on the beach, hood up, caught candid. The image zooms in tight on her face, a total stranger to the internet, but not for long. Somewhere else, a pale, silver-haired figure stares at that same photo on her own phone, silent. She's that pureblood I ran into before, the rival she-wolf realizes, recognizing Joe instantly. That's not good news for anyone. As if they don't already have everything, Riha mutters bitterly, staring down at a phone in her hand. It slips and drops. The screen shatters against the tile in a spray of cracks. Oh no, someone yelps. My phone. Manjung stares down at the wreckage in horror. That's what he gets for showing her the group chat. A cow I'm waiting, Riha says coldly. I've had stuff snatched out from under me more times than I can count. Her face crumples, hair a mess, eyes wet and furious all at once. I should just kill him, she whispers. If I can't have him, nobody can. Well, that escalated. Riha's crush just took a very dark turn, and something tells us this isn't over. The doorbell rings at dusk outside Yuzon's swanky new place. Chiyu's arrived for his housewarming. Thanks so much for inviting me, she says, stepping up to the door, practically buzzing. Chiyu can't stop grinning ear to ear. She's clearly been looking forward to this all week. Then she spots him inside and lights right up. Yuzong? He leans in close as she steps through the door, that easy little smirk already in place. She lingers right at his shoulder, and for a second neither of them says a word. Welcome, Jiu, he says. He flashes her that trademark smile, the one that gets him cast, and apparently gets him girls too. Did you stop by to see your dad, since we're in the same neighborhood? he asks. Oh, no, he's actually out of town on a business trip, she says. Ta-da! And here, congrats on wrapping up the show, she announces, presenting her gifts with a flourish. He holds up the bouquet she brought, a little stunned by the gesture. Here's your cake and toilet paper, too. I know the toilet paper's a bit random, but it's a housewarming essential. I had to bring it. Oh, thanks, you really didn't have to, he laughs, arms full of her gifts. He spots something else poking out of her bag and asks what it is. Oh, it's a board game, she says. I thought there'd be more people, so I brought it as an icebreaker to get closer to Riha, she admits, a little deflated. Oh, she trails off, suddenly noticing how empty the place actually is. Why are you apologizing? It's not anyone's fault people couldn't make it today, she reassures him. Truth is, he never wanted her feeling weird about coming to a guy's place alone. So he told her other guests were coming too. A lie, and he knows it. Turns out she was actually looking forward to it regardless. We should play that board game together, she offers. The door creaks open on her arrival, gifts in hand, all smiles. Thanks again for inviting me, she says, eyes bright. She takes the place in, clearly impressed. Oh, his place is so nice. She stands in the middle of the living room, soaking in just how well he's doing for himself. Come have a seat here, Jiyu, he says, guiding her to the table. Your meal is ready, he announces, setting down a spread that looks like it came from a restaurant. The dishes clack onto the table one after another. He clearly went all out. How come everything looks so professionally made? I hope you like it. Go ahead and have a bite, he says. It looks really good. Thank you so much for cooking, she says, genuinely touched. Something catches his attention as he sits down across from her. She digs in immediately, chopsticks already at her lips. This is amazing. Way better than most restaurants, actually, she raves. Really, that's a relief, he says, pleased. When did you learn how to cook, Yusheng? She asks between bites. He just shrubs it off with a smirk, twirling his chopsticks. Since you said you wanted to try my food, he admits. Oh my. She clears her throat, a little flustered by that answer. It's really, really good, she says between bites. Hao Chiu, remember that person who attacked me last time? Do you know what happened to him? He suddenly asks. Oh, right, that happened, she says, and the easy mood shifts. They must be done investigating him by now, so why haven't they contacted me yet? She wonders aloud. Not yet. I'll let you know as soon as I hear something. But he's probably been sent home safely, she reassures him. Can I ask you something? He says, changing the subject. The friend you mentioned last time, who was like family to you, he starts. That's Duthian, isn't it? He asks, catching her off guard. She blinks, caught off guard that he'd already pieced it together. Oh, you're right. How did you know? I just figured since you two looked really close, he says. It made him wonder if there was ever something between them. You don't think of Dothian as some sort of rival, do you? Why would you wonder about that? She laughs. I do, she says, flat and immediate. He's such a handsome guy. Of course I'd feel threatened by him, she teases. Yusung goes quiet, completely caught off guard. He feels threatened? Please. Yusung obviously knows exactly how attractive and popular he is. I don't know if I should call him honest, she muses. Oh, humble, he mutters, still recovering. She watches him squirm, clearly enjoying this a little too much. He keeps his eyes down, trying to play it cool and failing. His ears are really red, she notices. He won't look at her, ears still burning. He must really, she thinks, letting the thought trail off. She smiles to herself, watching him from the kitchen. Oh, we're just friends, really, she blurts out, suddenly awkward. He turns back to his plate without a word, clearly still flustered. A quiet, easy moment settles over the two of them as dinner winds down. They keep eating, the earlier awkwardness melting into something more comfortable. He goes quiet again, lost in thought. Somewhere else, a call comes in about that danger-sensing necklace. Did it ever react to him at all? If he wasn't a real threat, Jionu-han would have dealt with him by now. The voice on the line reasons. No wonder he couldn't catch them, comes the reply as the call winds down at dusk. Back at the apartment, Yusung goes quiet, turning something over in his head. Okay, he says quietly into the phone. Also, someone on the line pushes him further. since he's so determined to take the romantic route with Jiu. He looks up from the call and just says her name. Quiet enough she doesn't notice. Ah, he should just go all the way with it, the voice continues. And solidify things, it finishes. Blunt, calculated advice. He hangs up with a slow, knowing smile. Someone gifted me a nice bottle of wine. You're going to have some, right? He asks her. Night settles over the building as the wine comes out. He sets the bottle out in the balcony, sunset bleeding across the table. She gulps down another glass, without hesitation. Wine stains her lips as she tips back another sip. The wine keeps flowing between them. Hugh, I ended up drinking way too late into the night, he admits, clearly buzzed. We're done with this bottle. Should we open another one, Jiu? He asks, legs unsteady. She glances over at him, sizing up just how far gone he is. He tips back another glass, clearly past his limit now. Guess I'll just have to crash at Dad's, since it's pretty late now, she thinks to herself, and he just plops right against her shoulder out of nowhere, phone still in her hand. The moment stretches out, golden light fading around them. He leans into her, eyes barely open, completely unbothered. Whoa, Yusung, are you drunk? She asks, catching him as he sags against her. I knew it. He's been drinking a lot, she sighs, half carrying him toward the stairs. A little, he admits. You should go to bed. I'll take care of things here, she tells him. Later, he mumbles, nuzzling into her shoulder as she laughs. This is kind of refreshing, in a way. No one around me's like this, she thinks, watching him. Her hand hovers, then stops itself right before it reaches him. I almost pat oops. She catches herself, embarrassed. Her fingers hover near his hair again anyway. She glances down at him, deciding. She goes for it after all. Her hand finally strokes through his hair, warm and unguarded. He leans into the touch, eyes soft, clearly not minding one bit. Silence settles over the two of them, the stroke of her hand the only sound. He really is kind of different today, she thinks, watching him curled up against her. Yusung, why do you like me? She finally asks. I mean, there are tons of other people who like you, she adds, half joking. Because I can tell, he starts, that you grew up surrounded by people who love you, he says softly. You're always cheerful and honest, and he continues. You already know. I've lost people dear to me in an accident, he admits. Whenever I think about how much my parents must have loved me, I feel so miserable, he says. He falls silent for a moment, something shifting behind his eyes. As he got older, he came to admit something darker. The accident actually contributed to his success. Sorry, that got a little heavy, he says instead, pulling the mood back. No, it's fine. It must have been so tough for you, she says gently, never knowing people once watched his misery like a soap opera. You know how they say you're drawn to people who have what you don't? He asks. I think that's how I felt towards you, he tells her. But in his head, it's a very different story. Some may see his tragic past as a weakness. To him, it's a weapon. And it works especially well on someone he privately calls an empty-headed fool who's been pampered her whole life. She must have had the world revolve around her, he thinks. Since the day she was born into power, he figures, nothing's ever really been asked of her. She probably doesn't even realize her own father is quietly handing the leadership to someone else, he thinks. Just to protect her, he tells himself, as if that's really all this is. Such a spoiled, naive little princess, he thinks, watching her from the stairs. People like her think they can save him just because he acts weak in front of them, he thinks coldly, rising to his feet. They convince themselves they're noble and superior, handing him their cheap empathy like it means something. Jiro won't be any different, he starts to think. Then he flinches, caught completely off guard. What? He mutters, his composure slipping. Does that face? Something in his expression just gave him away, and she saw it. It's late at Jiu's place, and Yusung's gone quiet. He just laid his whole backstory out on the table, and now he's bracing for what she'll say. She doesn't pull away, though. If anything, she leans in even closer. There's that grin of hers, equal parts fond and a little too pleased with herself. For a second, he can't read her at all. Then she softly says his name, and it snaps him right out of his own head. Thanks for telling me your story, she says. That must have been rough to get out. Still, she's grateful he did, though something else is creeping into her voice. I'm glad if you never noticed, she admits, trailing off right before she gets to the truth. Complicated, she murmurs. Whatever she's feeling right now is just as tangled as his story was. In his head, Yusung's already bracing for the letdown. If this is really what she expects from him, she's going to be disappointed. His face doesn't give much away, but he's watching her like he's waiting for the other shoe to drop. What is she even talking about, he wonders, turning her words over. Deep down, he's sure he already knows the real question underneath it all. You want my ability, don't you? Then make me need you, make sure I'm tied to you, his own scheme, rattling around in his skull, and he can barely stand hearing it. So basically what I'm trying to say is, Jiu starts, and he visibly flinches before she even finishes. That I don't want you to, she continues, patting him gently like she's talking a spooked animal down. Bottle it all up inside, she finishes. She wants him to actually let people in, not just perform for them. They're sitting close on the couch now, her hand resting on his leg. But I can lend you an ear, she offers. I'm a pretty great listener, not that I know if it'll actually help. That lands harder than she probably meant it to. He sways, looking almost dazed. Then, clack, something slips out of his hand and hits the floor. Red wine spreads across the carpet in a slow, ugly bloom, and Yusung goes down with it, collapsing hard against the coffee table. Yusung, are you all right? Jiu gasps, scrambling over to him. Oh, thank goodness, she breathes, checking the wine glass before she even finishes checking him. Looks like the carpet saved it. Yusung, she calls out, because instead of explaining himself, he's already walking straight out of the room. She watches the door swing shut behind him, stunned. She manages, completely at a loss for what just happened. Wait, did he take what I said the wrong way? She panics, replaying the whole conversation in her head. Did it sound like I was telling him to just handle it alone? That's not what I meant at all. Did I just make things worse? She groans, dropping to the floor. Everything was going so well. I know my face must have looked off, she admits to herself, but I couldn't help it in the moment. And I couldn't exactly lie about it either, she thinks, because none of what she'd told him back there was actually true. Yusung managed to tell her his whole story honestly. She hasn't been honest with him about anything. I'm already lying to Yusung, she admits to herself, staring at the overturned wine glass. And what I actually want, she admits, is his ability. But I don't want to keep deceiving someone who actually likes me, she admits, sitting alone with the guilt of it. Meanwhile, Yusung's shut himself in the bathroom to get his head straight. He grips the edge of the sink like it's the only thing holding him up. He curses under his breath and splashes water on his face. How do I feel so awful right now? He wonders, hating that he even cares. Is Juju actually a fool? He thinks bitterly. I gave her the chance. It was right there in front of her, he thinks, picturing her easy smile. How could she just throw that away, he thinks, genuinely thrown by it. Wasn't she supposed to be desperate about this whole air situation? What the hell was that, Ben? He sighs, leaning over the sink again. If she had any sense, she'd have faked a little sympathy and used the opening. That she didn't feels like a mistake to him. I never should have told her all of that, he thinks, pressing a hand to his mouth. What you wants is my ability, anyway, he tells himself again, like repeating it will make it easier to believe. Right, he decides, enough of this sentimental nonsense. Back in the living room, Jae-yu's still on her knees, mopping up the spilled wine. Oh, Yusung, she says, startled when he walks back in. Are you feeling all right? She asks, worry written all over her face. I'll just let her get a taste of me and be done with it for tonight, he decides, sliding right back into his usual charm. Yeah, I think I was just a little tipsy, he says smoothly, covering completely. Sorry if I surprised you, he adds. Here, I cleaned it up a bit, she offers, and he catches her hand before she can pull it back. You shouldn't have bothered, he says, pulling her down to sit right next to him instead. No, Juhu, he says, stopping her before she can apologize again. We should stop talking about all this, he says. I didn't. Take it the wrong way, he finishes. You were just trying to comfort me, right? He says, almost like he's trying to convince himself of it too. Thanks to you, he says, and gives her hand a squeeze. I've realized what I need to do from now on, he adds, and there's something a little too deliberate about the way he says it. She blinks, not quite sure what to make of that. Something's off, she thinks, unable to shake the feeling. You soon? Yes? He answers, easy as ever. Their hands clasp together. I don't know, she admits softly, and something in his eyes shifts. I think you might be more drunk than I am, Ji-yu, he teases, close enough now that it barely matters who's kidding who. Wait, is he? She thinks, heart racing as he tucks her hair back. Yu-sung, hold on. She manages to get out. She halts him, wide-eyed, for just a beat. But whatever she was about to say gets lost the second he looks at her like that. And then he leans in. The rest of the night belongs to just the two of them. Later, in the quiet after, Yusung just lies there, staring at nothing in particular. The two of them end up tangled together on the couch, worn out and wrapped around each other. Whatever's still unresolved between them, for tonight at least, neither one's in a hurry to bring it up. Morning finds them tangled together, Yusung braced right over Juo for a second. Nothing else in the world exists. She's flushed and breathless, held close against him. Whatever just happened between them, it definitely wasn't nothing. She gasps, and the look on Yusung's face flips instantly, like he can't believe what he just did. Crap, he mutters. He's already pulling back, hands hovering like he's afraid to even touch her again. I'm so sorry, Ji-woo, he says, guilt written all over his face as she sits up. I must have scared you, he admits, still shaken by whatever just slipped loose in him. Oh no, Yusung, that was, she starts, cut off before she can finish just how not scared she actually was. He needs a minute, would you mind if I... He starts, already halfway to the door. I just need to clear my head, he says, not quite meeting her eyes. Yi watches him head for the stairs, uneasy about letting him wander off alone. Yusung, it's dangerous to be out walking around this late, she calls after him. But he's already gone, and something about it leaves her hand reaching out at empty air. No, don't go, she chokes out, panic flashing across her face before she can stop it. Alone now, she replays it in her head. It was a bit surprising, she admits, but it's not like I didn't want to kiss him. She lets out a long sigh, still trying to sort out her own head. But what was that, she wonders, still turning the moment over and over. For one brief second, right in the middle of it, there was something. His face flashes back into her memory, unreadable in a way she can't quite place. There is something strange about the look on Yusung's face right then. A lot confused, she thinks, maybe even unsettled. In her memory, she pictures him right after the kiss, fingers pressed to his mouth like something caught him off guard. His hand lingers there a beat too long. A faint throb, and just a trace of blood catches her eye. His hand stays tense, like he's bracing for something. So she leans in and takes his hand herself, entirely unbothered. What a shame, she murmurs, and licks it clean without an ounce of the shame she's talking about. Yeah, she mutters to herself, back in the present now. I must have just imagined it. It was too dark to see his face clearly anyway. Maybe I was just too nervous, she decides. There'll be more chances later on. Night falls over the city, fog rolling low through the park. Somewhere in the mist, a lone figure waits. It's Yuso, alone under the streetlights, still turning the whole night over in his head. More cigarette butts than he'd like to admit are piling up beside him. I rushed it, he admits to himself, lighting another one. Why did I push it like that, he wonders, blowing out a slow stream of smoke. Her reaction had caught him off guard, honestly, and that little sting of irritation pushed him to move faster than he should have. He really didn't expect her to turn him down, not when she's never once refused any bait he's thrown her way. Every single time before this, her response has blown right past his expectations. But this time was different, and it's clearly been eating at him ever since. She might have lost interest in me, he thinks, and the idea needles at him more than he'd like to admit. What am I even doing? This is ridiculous, he mutters into the fog, right before his phone buzzes. After all the time and energy he's poured into her, is this really where it ends? Cold, for a guy who claims he just wants to clear his head? He checks the screen, and his whole posture changes. It's J-O. He doesn't hesitate for a second before picking up. Back at the apartment, Jiu paces, nerves written all over her. "Hey, Jiu," comes his voice, and she nearly melts with relief that he actually picked up. "I'm nearby. I'll be heading back soon, don't worry," he tells her, still lingering outside. "Nearby? Where? Can you send me your location?" she presses, already reaching for her bag. "I'll meet you there," she insists. She can't risk some werewolf making him a target again, not after last time. "Don't?" Yusung cuts in sharply, stopping her cold. "How dare you?" she snaps, misreading the sudden distance in his voice completely. "No, Jo, of course it's not like that." He backpedals fast. "It's just that," he trails off, struggling to find the right words. "I'm really ashamed of myself right now," he admits with a heavy sigh. "I got ahead of myself and ended up putting you in a tough spot. I'm honestly just really embarrassed, and I hope you don't get the wrong idea," he says. "I see," Jiu says quietly, turning it over in her head. "Yuso, listen, it did catch me off guard," she says, choosing her words carefully. "But it wasn't unpleasant or anything," she adds, and just like that, a weight lifts off him. "All right then, I'll head back right now," he says, relief plain in his voice. "Oh, then," she starts, before a sudden rattling sound cuts her off. Something's not right. She freezes mid-call, listening hard. "Yusong, is there something on the second floor?" she asks. "There shouldn't be much," he says slowly. "Why?" "I think I heard something up there. Hold on," she says, already heading for the stairs. Phone still in hand, she creeps forward, every sense on alert. A bottle lies fallen on the floor. That's all it turns out to be. "Oh, it was just this bottle," she reports back, crouching to pick it up, though something about it still nags at her a little. "Oh, it's nothing," she tells him, pulling the bathroom door shut behind her. "Something just fell down in your bathroom," she explains, still catching her breath a little. "I think I was being a little sensitive," she admits to herself, shaking it off. Something moves at the edge of her vision. Worn out from waiting, she must have dozed off, because the next thing she knows, she's somewhere else entirely. In the haze of the dream, Yusung leans over someone else on a bed. Dark hair, not hers. "Rai Rai? Why is she here?" Jiu thinks, dread pulling in her chest. "Oh, did she come by after work or something?" she wonders, hand flying to her mouth. But isn't this pose a little too intimate for us? We haven't even known each other that long." Dream Reha protests, and it does nothing to calm her down. Somewhere far off, a voice calls her name. "Jiu, Jiu." "Did you?" The dream starts to crack. She jolts awake, phone still buzzing in her hand. "Oh, Yusyung. I was really surprised. You should have told me," she blurts. "What?" Yusung has no idea what she's talking about. Why would Reha even be at his place? Ugh. Before she can explain, something in his voice changes completely. His whole expression goes rigid. All business now. "Jiu, watch out," he shouts down the line. "Sorry," is all she manages to get out before. A fist slams into her, hard, the phone flying clean out of her hand. She's grabbed and hauled down, no time to even react. Her eyes go wide with shock. She's rolled and slammed down, completely overwhelmed. The impact rattles through her whole body. It happened so fast there's barely time to process it. On the other end of the line, the call just ends. Nothing but silence. Darn it, Yusung, what's around? What the hell is going on? Something ripples through him, the wolf underneath finally answering the call. He launches himself across the distance, claws bared, faster than anything human has any right to be. "Ooh, you're quick," a voice coos from the dark, delighted rather than afraid. Yuzong squares up, mask pulled tight, eyes locked on the threat. "Didn't expect that from you. Nice. All right. Pretty boy, why don't we let the ladies have a little chat?" Grins a face he knows all too well, the smug so-called puppet master, right on schedule. "And have a little fun of our own?" comes the reply from the shadows, and just like that, the night turns into an ambush. It's late at the studio. One office is still lit up, while the rest of the building sleeps. Somewhere down the hall, a door slides quietly open. A crew guy with an earring and a smirk slams his hand on the desk, done waiting on someone who's late. Across the room, Raya, Yoosung's co-star, and just as obsessed with him as ever, face plants straight onto her desk, dead asleep. "Weren't you supposed to be at the rap party?" he asks, nudging her. "What happened to you?" "You'll catch a cold if you sleep here, Riha," he needles, clearly unbothered by her exhaustion. She wobbles in her seat, barely holding herself up, while he just keeps working like it's nothing new. "Riha, hello," he calls out, waving a hand in front of her glazed-over eyes. She just mutters something unintelligible into the dark. Up close, her eyes are barely open, completely checked out. So he does the only reasonable thing, splashes a glass of water right in her face. She jolts awake, sputtering. "How is that? You awake now? Here, drink this," he says, handing her a glass while she coughs it down. They sit together in the dim room, as she mutters something under her breath, still half out of it. "What?" he asks, catching a word he didn't quite hear. Still half asleep, she grumbles. "Screw you, Shang. I'm going to kill him." He just rolls his eyes to himself. This again? Doesn't she ever get tired of talking about that guy? But then she mutters something else. Something about how pure he really is, and that one actually catches his attention. He goes quiet, turning her words over in his head. "Wait," he says slowly. "Say that again." Prehop, barely conscious, doesn't even register the question. "Who are you even talking about?" he presses, suddenly a lot more interested than he was a minute ago. That bout is all she manages back, completely useless. Later that night, the city goes quiet, and somebody's about to go looking for answers. A shape moves through the dark, sizing someone up before making a move. A masked figure with pale hair clenches a fist in the shadows of an alley. A fist swings out of nowhere. It connects, and the crew member from the studio reels back, blindsided. Turns out the guy he's been circling hits a lot harder than he looks. The fight becomes a blur of motion in the dark. He staggers back on his heels, but so does the masked man across from him. This isn't a one-sided beatdown. The scuffle spills toward the street, completely unnoticed by anyone passing by. Alone for a second, he looks around, confused. Did I just get hit? Something whipped past him too fast to even see. A hand reaches down and picks something up off the ground. Whatever it is, it's not something a normal person carries around. Something swings past his head, barely missing. The weapon whistles through the dark again. It clatters away, deflected. "Sk, what a weird thing to be carrying around," he mutters, turning the object over in his hand. Did Rhea lie to screw me over? He wonders, right before landing a solid hit. He's nothing like what she told me, he thinks, genuinely rattled by how hard this guy fights back. Something catches him completely off guard. The masked man grabs at his own collar, breathing hard, cornered. The alley goes quiet except for ragged breathing. "Irk!" The masked man chokes as he's grabbed by the collar. Another blur of motion cuts through the dark. "You got my side earlier, so now we're even," the crew guy laughs, finally slamming his opponent down for good. "You bastard," the masked man grits out from the ground. "Just stay still. I won't kill you," he says, gripping the man's jaw. "I'm just gonna check if you're really that great," he says, reaching for the mask. He grabs the man's face and yanks the mask down. His jacket hangs, torn from the scuffle. A phone buzzes in his pocket at the worst possible moment. A hand presses to a face flushed red, his pulses pounding. His heartbeat thumps loud in the silence. So it's true, he breathes, staring down at the unmasked man in disbelief. No wonder Reiho was so obsessed with him, he mutters, almost impressed. "Ugh, I only meant to take a quick look," he admits to himself. But what should I do about him now?" he wonders, staring down at his catch. He studies the man's face, working out his next move. "He'll end up being a real problem if I let him walk away alive," he decides. "I shouldn't do it here, though. Let's take him back and lock him up so I can slowly..." He goes for the knife. A hand shoots out and catches his wrist mid-strike. Fingers clamp down hard, stopping the blade cold. "What the..." he blurts, caught completely off guard. He staggers back, his jacket torn open at the side. The masked man takes another hit and goes down again. His back comes away slashed open from the counterattack. A blade flashes, and blood sprays. The fight blurs into chaos again. The scuffle finally starts winding down. "Well, are you freaking serious?" the masked man says, stumbling to his feet. "Should you really be attacking people like this out in the open?" the crew guy shoots back, needling him. "I thought you were an actor. Do your fans even know about?" he taunts, mocking the man's public image. A hand presses against a bleeding side. Blood gushes freely from a wound that should have already closed. "Huh, I'm still bleeding," the masked man says, genuinely thrown. "A normal blade wouldn't leave a wound like this. It should have healed by now," the crew guy mutters, unnerved. "Hey, what are you exactly?" he finally asks, dead serious. "You're not just some normal human, are you?" The masked man's mind races. "Live," he tells himself. His expression hardens with focus. "Just survive, no matter what," he repeats to himself, small against the dark. He's marched off down a hallway at knife point captured. "Jiu," he thinks, his mind going straight to the one person who matters most. His eyes well up, barely holding it together. What about Jiu, he thinks, panic creeping in for her safety instead of his own. Elsewhere, a quiet building sits under the night sky. "Oh, this is bad," someone murmurs, realizing what's coming. Back at home, Jo stands calmly over an intruder sprawled across her floor. She didn't even break a sweat. The apartment sits still in the aftermath. How the intruder pants, stunned that she's losing. "How can I be?" she thinks, humiliated. "It's weak against her," she finishes, furious at herself. Flashback. "Let me give you something special, Riha," the same crew guy says, offering her a pill. "This one's an upgraded version of what you took last time," he tells her, holding it out. "It's on a whole different level. You can't even compare it to the old one. But since it's still unstable, you'll need to brace yourself," he warns her, right as, elsewhere, Yusong is held down and restrained. Riha's red eyes glow, unnaturally sharp. "Make sure you beat her, all right?" he tells her before sending her off. "I even took that pill," she thinks bitterly, remembering how it went. "So no matter how hard I fight," she grits her teeth, "I'll always have to bow down to purebloods and lay low just because of how I was born?" Resentment finally boils over. "Ouch, it's been a while since I've been beat up like this." Reha groans, right as Jiu asks her, "You're a werewolf, right her?" "But I couldn't sense any wolf energy from you," Jiu says, standing over her. "Like the ones who've been attacking humans lately. Are you—" Jiu presses. "One of them," she finishes, pinning Reha down. Jiu keeps firing off questions, whether Reha answers or not. "Unfortunately, you broke the rules, and I can't just let that slide," Jiu tells her flatly. "You came here to attack Yusung today, didn't you?" Jiu asks, as Reha wobbles upright, furious. "Rules! Don't get me that bull," Reha snaps. "And how dare you talk about Yusung?" "I was the one who found him first," she spits. "You just stole him away from me." "And don't act like you're not sticking close to him for his powers, too," Raya accuses. "Isn't everything you have thanks to your parents enough for you? Why do you have to take him, too?" she screams. Jiu's expression falls, caught off guard by the outburst. What is she even talking about? Jiu wonders, genuinely lost. "Wait," Jiu says, reaching toward her. "Hold still," Jiu says, grabbing Reha's face and pulling her close. Something catches her attention. "Let go! I said, let go of me!" Raya struggles against her grip. Jiu brushes the hair from Reha's face, examining her closely. "Oh, sorry. It'll just be a second," Jiu says, not letting up. "You're not wearing contacts," Jiu realizes. "These are your real eyes," she says, stunned. "You!" Raya starts, glaring up at her. "Ha! What a moron!" Reha laughs bitterly. "That wasn't obvious to you. Well, I guess to you purebloods we're all just mutts," she snares. "Half-quarter. What's the difference, right?" Raya spits, years of resentment spilling out at once. Reha grabs hold of her, the tension between them nowhere near finished. Old story time, back when werewolves first started living alongside humans. Some actually fell for the humans around them, flowers and all. Real bonds started forming between the two, not just tolerance, but genuine love. And that meant something new got born into the world. Mixed bloods, part human, part wolf. Picture a newborn, wrapped up tight, caught between two very different worlds before it's even opened its eyes. But a werewolf society was rigid and obsessed with bloodlines. So those kids got stuck with an ugly nickname, mutts. Keep that word in your back pocket. Which brings us to right now, in a dim apartment where things are about to get a lot less quiet. Cut to a very private moment, Yu Sheng flat on his back, Jiyu looming right over him, one question stuck on repeat in his head. Wait, is she actually a quarter blood? If she's part human, he thinks, still catching his breath, that would explain why I never once picked up a hint of wolf on her. Except that doesn't quite track. Even mixed bloods can't fully hide their werewolf energy. So what exactly was he sensing off her? We won't ask how they ended up in this position. Let's just say he's not exactly in a hurry to figure it out. She must be masking it somehow, he figures. And seriously, how is a quarter blood even this strong? His pulse is still hammering away, and it's not just from the exertion. Then something small catches his eye across the room, a single blue pill, glinting in the low light. Pav, was it the pills, he wonders? Could she be using something just like it? Cut to the present, across town, Raiha flinches, clearly not thrilled about whatever's about to happen to her. I got a lot of questions for you, Ju tells her, ice cold and all business. So I'd suggest you cooperate. Get up, Ji orders, and Reha, sprawled and rattled on the floor, doesn't have much choice but to obey. You won't be punished too harshly, Ju warns, as long as I'm the only one you went after. Sure, I'll put in a good word for you, Raya starts, syrupy sweet, right before something cuts her off mid-sentence. A sudden twoop rattles through the room, and it is not a good sign. Riha's chest lights up red, her heart slamming way too hard, way too fast. Another tune follows, one ping follows. Whatever's happening to her, it's spiraling fast. Kurig, Raya chokes out, gasping. Ju jolts back, alarmed. What? 901. I need to call 911. Jiayu blurts, already fumbling for her phone. Then she catches herself. Wait, instead of 911, maybe I should. Before she can finish that thought, the doorbell cuts her off. Dig dong. She freezes solid. Something clatters to the floor in her scramble. So much for keeping it together. She swallows hard, forcing herself to breathe. Knock knock. Whoever it is, they're not going away. Anyone in there? A voice calls out, and Jiyu flinches like she's already been caught red-handed. I live right next door, and the voice continues undeterred. I heard some really loud noises. Is everything okay in there? The neighbor asks. Jiyu's brain short circuits. Freeze, answer, panic quietly. Ah? Juju just stares at the door, completely blank on what to do next. I swear I heard something in there, the neighbor mutters, clearly not buying the silence. I'll call the police. Just in case, she decides. Exactly the last thing Jiyu needs right now. It's Shiju's cue. She springs into action. The neighbor jumps, startled. Wait! Jiyu bursts out to head her off. Hey, there's nothing going on in here. But before she can smooth it over, someone else slips in behind her, and the neighbor flinches hard at the sight of him. So you won't need to call the police after all, the stranger says, calm as anything, right before he estaves her with something. A gloved hand presses a syringe into her arm without a second of hesitation. The neighbor's vision swims, the whole hallway tilting sideways under her. Jiu just stares, stunned, not entirely sure what she's watching happen. The neighbor drops with a soft PL up, out cold as the stranger steps right over her. So much for handling this all on your own, huh? He needles Jiu. Excuse me for a second. He reaches out and grabs Ju by the neck without so much as asking. His grip lingers a beat too long, just to make his point. I need a picture of you for proof, he says, and snaps one before she can even object. Ju, still trying to catch her breath. She stares back at him, wary and more than a little confused about who exactly this guy even is. All right, he mutters, stepping past the unconscious neighbor. Let me just finish up my assignment first. He kneels down beside Riha. You're a real handful, you know that. He's out of breath himself, hauling her up like he's done this one too many times. There's a sharp clack as he pops his kit open. Inside, vials and a loaded syringe laid out like he's done this 100 times before. He lines the needle up against her arm without a flicker of hesitation. Micha coughs and gasps as the drug hits her system. You feel that? He asks her, watching closely, still catching his own breath. That shot's supposed to drop an elephant, he mutters, baffled. How is she still conscious? Riha's thoughts spiral, slow and hazy. I can't move. No, it's all going blurry. Whatever's happening, she's losing a fight against it. Someone hoists her up and half carries her off into the dark. I can't let her, Reha thinks, fighting to hang on to consciousness. Huff, huff, huff. She's barely keeping it together. Ugh, go like this, she thinks, right before everything finally slips away. Elsewhere, a quiet building sits dark against the night sky, wherever it is they're taking her. Meanwhile, across town, a bloody man's phone buzzes in his pocket. Bud's already soaking through his shirt, and this clearly isn't his first fight of the night. The text reads, urgent, about Riha. Come down right away. He picks up anyway, all mock innocence. But it was just starting to get fun. What happened to the pure blood? He asks, suddenly dead serious. He waits on the answer, jaw tightening. The silence on the other end says plenty. Riha got crushed like that, he repeats, genuinely thrown. And she couldn't even fight back? That part clearly doesn't add up to him. Riha might be weak, he thinks, but she responds well to the pills, which tells you everything about what kind of operation he's really running. Wait, could that pure blood actually be capable of that? He wonders, already zeroing in on one particular suspect. You got the picture, right? Okay, I'm on my way, he says, already climbing into his car. They cornered someone out on the street. Where do you think you're going? Don't push it, comes the reply, flat and cold. The standoff hangs there for a second too long. Wham! A fist connects before anyone gets another word in. We're going to see each other again anyway, the bloodied man taunts, stumbling. He goes down hard, out cold on the pavement. Is all he manages on the way down. You should be thanking me, really, he wheezes from the ground. At least I didn't pay you back for stabbing me. See you soon, buddy. Pleasure meeting you, Hu calls out, slipping off into the dark. Mad little Yusung growls, watching him go. He drops onto a bench, catching his breath. Just who the hell is this guy? He wonders, still rattled. Something in his expression hardens. Whatever's going on here, it's bigger than one random street fight. He's back on his feet in a flash. Yusung takes off running through the night, dead set on getting somewhere fast. Ji-yu, he calls out, urgency written all over his face. Cut to a car speeding off into the night, carrying its own share of trouble. Ugh, there's a hole in my jacket, someone grumbles, while an IB bag drips steadily beside him. Does Chian even know how expensive this is? Somebody hand me something to wipe this off, comes the complaint from the back seat. Here, someone offers, passing something over without a word. Nice work today. You must be exhausted. One of them jabs the driver, looking after all of us, and cooking up pills on the side. Tell me about it. The driver mutters from behind the wheel, clearly done with everyone's nonsense. Who would have guessed I'd end up doing way more than just managing a celebrity? He sighs to himself. In the back seat, the wounded man just listens, quiet for once. But how'd you actually get hurt fighting a human? Someone asks, skeptical. Oh, right, you've seen Yusung before, since you used to tail Rhea around on set, comes the explanation. Turns out the guy's a hunter, he reveals. A hunter? Someone echoes. And Rhea sure has a type, doesn't she? Yeah, they're basically cockroaches at this point, someone jokes, darkly. Maybe you shouldn't have meddled. You could have dodged that hole in your stomach. True, but who else is going to put up with her mess? Stop joking around, Riha mutters weakly from where she's slumped. What's? She trails off, something suddenly catching her attention. In the back, the wounded man glances over, suddenly alert. He goes quiet, lost somewhere in his own head. Seatbelt strapped across an expensive designer hoodie, priorities even mid-crisis. Hey, can you send me that picture I asked for earlier? He asks. That's oddly specific, comes the reply. Sure, the driver says, already tapping away at his phone. He pulls it up on his own screen, the proof photo snapped back at the apartment. His expression darkens, staring at whatever he's looking at. That pure blood, he mutters under his breath, clearly not a fan. Showing up out of nowhere, of all people, he finishes, still staring hard at her photo. His face goes unreadable for a second. He keeps staring at the screen, not blinking. He traces a finger slowly over her photo, something shifting in his expression. She hasn't changed a bit, he murmurs. He huffs out something between a laugh and a scoff. I never thought we'd run into each other like this. Duh. Wait, you know her? The driver asks, caught off guard. Yeah, he confirms, simply. She's my first love, he admits. I really didn't expect to see her again this soon. Cut back to Ju and Yu-sung, wrapped up together in a much gentler moment. Yu-sung murmurs, holding her close. She reaches up toward him, the moment stretching out quiet and warm. But elsewhere, that same unreadable smile curls back into place. Unfortunately, whatever hell I've been cooking up for you isn't quite ready yet, he thinks. And that's about as reassuring as it sounds. Late one night, something's off at home, and yeah, you know this isn't gonna end well. Yusung stops cold at the door. Something's wrong. Jaeyo's collapsed on the floor, and he loses it. Jaeyo! He's at her side in a heartbeat. Jaeyo, wake up! He shakes her, but she's out cold. He grabs her arm and freezes. She's burning hot. No obvious wounds, at least, but that barely helps him relax. Then he spots it. A fresh needle mark on her arm. A drug, maybe poison, but someone did this to her. He pulls her in close, dread written all over his face. His heart's pounding, and here's the worst part. He can't exactly rush her to a normal hospital. What is he supposed to do here? Then it hits him. He knows exactly who to call. The call connects. Hello? I meet back up here, he says, voice tight. On the other end, a sharp-eyed woman who answers without hesitation. He doesn't waste a second getting Jiyu to her place instead. He lays her down as gently as he can manage. The woman clicks a penlight over Jiyu's eyes. All business. She gives a small nod. Good sign, apparently. She should be back on her feet by herself soon, she says. Morning creeps in, and the house finally goes quiet. Blood pressure, pulse, temperature, all back to normal. I was going to give her an IV, but looks like she won't need it. Then she can't resist needling him a little. Seriously, that call had me worried. Why overreact when you know how fast their kind recovers? Yusung, a little sheepish. I'm sorry, ma'am. Huh? I'd never seen her like that before. She's always been so tough, so I panicked a little. Her tone turned serious. She wouldn't have gone down like that if not for that injection. Whoever did it, that's a seriously low move. So you're telling me Riha's been working with those werewolves this whole time and you had zero clue? Yusong, grim. Yes. Riha's been acting for a few years now, she starts. A memory surfaces, the necklace he once used to test her for exactly this. Yeah, you read that right. It never reacted to her. Not once, because she'd been hiding her werewolf side this whole time, planning this for a while. Yusun just stares at nothing, the weight of it sinking in. I had no clue, and I was around her constantly, though I did think she acted strange sometimes. It looks down at the little pendant on its chain, the tool he trusted so much. But it never reacted, so I never suspected a thing. How foolish of me. Blindly trusting a piece of jewelry. A heavy silence sits between them. What are you getting so down about? She asks, not exactly gently. Something in her voice makes him look up. It's true I should have been more alert. Listen, she says. There's plenty of weirdos out there. You going to suspect every single one of them. You survived. It's the same thing she told him years ago, back when she was the one training him. That means you did your part. Remember what I told you? You can't take care of anything if you're dead. Come on, get up. Yusung, 20 years old, and already learning the hard way. I only go easy on teenagers, she tells him, only half joking. I know this sounds obvious, but humans don't stand a chance against werewolves in close combat. You really start to see it once the fight drags on. Their stamina is just way higher than ours. That's why you got to train hard enough to last and push through. But the most important thing is, Hop, to never hesitate when it's time to strike. He clings to her afterward, hurting but standing. She used to run through the same checklist every time. What's the situation? Are there witnesses? Is this location discreet enough? Those are the kind of things people worry about when they've got the luxury of taking their lives for granted. The mask comes on, and the hunter she made him gets to work. Good job. Keep reminding yourself of that. You got to become a hunter instead of staying prey, because you survived that day. Back in the present, she's already covering their tracks. I sent people to that park where you said you fought the werewolf. No security cameras, no witnesses, right, like you said. As far as I can tell, no, good. Even if this hits the news, it'll get handled. Try not to worry too much. Although, honestly, it might hurt your image as an actor. I don't care, he says flatly. I don't care about acting anymore, period. It was never really something I wanted to do in the first place. She's already scheming. Jiu seems like the type to feel guilty easily. If my retirement weighs on her a bit, that could work in our favor. Huh, sneakier than I thought. Still, don't go hoping for anything. Better to let it blow over quietly. Should we head back inside? Okay. He steps back in, and Jiu stirs at the sound. She just stares out the window, quiet, lost in her own head. Has her fever gone down at all? He asks, leaning in close. She mumbles something in her sleep, still out of it. She shifts, uncomfortable, letting out a small groan. She's clearly not resting easy like this. He notices, and now he's the one who can't relax. Is she uncomfortable? Maybe I should change her into something looser, he thinks. Smooth, buddy, real smooth. He pauses. On second thought, absolutely not. His hand hovers there, completely useless. He steps back, deciding this is way above his pay grade. Miss Kim, he calls out, instead. She turns, eyebrow raised. I think Jiu should change out of her clothes, he says. So, she says, can you change her clothes, please? What? I thought you two were dating, she says, genuinely confused. And you're still this awkward about it? We're, not at that stage yet, he admits. Sure, buddy. Keep telling yourself that. She just stares at him, unimpressed. Ma'am, he prompts, waiting. So you're actually treating her like a human being, huh? She says, and for once, she's not joking. She just smirks, arms crossed, clearly filing this away for later. In a memory that will not let him go, a voice needles him. So you're treating her like a human being, huh? The woman asking is his handler, sharp-eyed and unimpressed, arms crossed like she has already decided the answer. She corners him on a quiet stairwell, clearly testing how attached he has gotten to the wolf girl in his life. When he flinches at the question, she grabs him outright. What do you mean? He asks, caught off guard. She lets go with a shrug. Never mind, I guess you're just well-mannered, she says, brushing it off like nothing happened. He does not buy the brush off for a second. Something about this conversation is going to stick with him. Somewhere in the back of his own head, a woman with long black hair sleeps peacefully, unaware she is being watched. Another figure slips into the room, backlit jacket in hand, moving like she belongs there. She drops onto the bed beside the sleeper with a soft plop, and the dream tilts somewhere darker. A face hovers close in the shadows, heavy-lidded, unreadable, watching the sleeping woman breathe. Maybe, someone murmurs, and the word hangs in the air like a loaded question. A blade slides free with a soft whip, catching just enough light to glint over the sleeping woman's face. Maybe I should just end her right now, the thought slithers through, cold and matter-of-fact. The knife hovers steady, right over her chest, close enough that one twitch would end everything. Then at least I'd get to see him fall apart completely, comes the twisted reply, and suddenly it is not clear who the real threat is. Metal clicks in the dark, the sound swallowed almost as soon as it happens. A hand slides over a green mouth, teeth bared like this whole thing is one private joke. Back in the waking world, his handler is already tidying up loose ends. I'll send the cleaning crew once the sun's up, she says. Keep your phone on, and let me know if anything else comes up, she adds, stepping out into the morning light. As they head down the stairs together, she warns him flatly. You know you can't just rely on the necklace anymore, right? Huh, yes, he answers quietly, already bracing for the lecture he can feel coming. Try to focus on their true nature now more than ever, she presses. If you try to see them as human, they'll look human. But if you think of them as beasts, she continues, you'll realize that's what they've always been. You didn't miss that Reha was a werewolf because she was that good at hiding it, she tells him. It's because you chose to see her as human. Her voice catches for just a second, something raw underneath the lecture. Yusong says nothing at all. The words burrow in deep. Just because something looks human on the outside doesn't mean it is. That applies to the ones you got rid of. The thought continues, darker with every word. A monstrous snarling face rips through his memory, eyes glowing, mouth stretched wide. Ugh, the ones that ruined your life. The voice hisses, dragging up something he would rather forget. The memory swims in cold blue light, shapes he can no longer quite place. Ugh, and even Jiyu. The thought finally lands, and his stomach drops. In his mind's eye, she is grinning wide and wrong, nothing like the woman he actually knows. They're all the same, the thought concludes, cold and final. Back in reality, she asks him point blank, "Do you think I'll actually fall in love with Jiyu or something?" The question lands like a test. No, absolutely not, he answers fast. Maybe a little too fast. She grabs his shirt without warning, done playing nice. "There's no way you would ever fall for her," she says, more statement than question. They stand close, her eyes searching his face for any crack in the story. "You understand what they really are better than anyone," she reminds him. "This is just me being anxious, that's all," she adds, almost softening. "I know you're just acting, but you are still dating her. I just don't want you getting confused," she warns. She lingers a moment longer than she needs to before finally pulling back. "Have a safe trip back, Miss Kim," he says, walking her to the door. The door clicks shut behind her, the alarm beeping as it arms itself. Alone now, Yusum just stands there for a moment, staring at nothing in particular. He sighs and drags a hand down his face, like he is trying to wipe the whole conversation off. "Who says I'll get confused?" he mutters to the empty apartment, sounding a lot less sure than he'd like. The apartment sits quiet and still, morning light spilling across the empty living room. Elsewhere, someone stirs under an unfamiliar blanket, sunlight far too bright for comfort. "Oh, my head! It's killing me!" she groans, barely able to open her eyes. "And why does my blanket feel different from usual? Something here is very wrong." She blinks hard, trying to force her surroundings into focus. Then it hits her all at once. "Right, Reha." She bolts upright. "I got poked with some kind of injection thing. Where am I? And it's already broad daylight. Judges clearly has no idea what happened last night." Someone nearby turns and glances her way, just as startled to see her awake. "How long was I asleep?" she demands, panic finally catching up with her. "Oh, you're up," comes a familiar voice, and relief floods her face. "Yushong!" He walks in with a tray, looking her over. "Howard? You feeling Jiu?" he finishes, setting breakfast down beside her. "What in the world happened, Yu-sung?" she demands, reaching out, fangs bared from the sheer stress of it all. "You should eat first, Ju, and then we'll talk about it," he says gently, sidestepping the interrogation. "We should check your fever, too. Is porridge okay for breakfast?" Somehow he has already thought of everything. "Oh, yay! Yes, that thank you," she manages, thrown off by the sheer normalcy of it all. Why is he so calm? She wonders. Honestly, fair question, given what we just watched him go through. She digs into breakfast anyway, one skeptical bite at a time. "Oh, yes, of course," he says, playing along with a little too much composure. "It looks like a tornado had gone through," she admits sheepishly. "I'm really, really sorry." He just laughs it off. "Oh, you don't," while she visibly deflates with embarrassment. "I have to apologize. I was more surprised to see you passed out," he finishes, unbothered. "Rhea was hiding in the house," she explains carefully, "and, we got into a bit of a fight." "I see. She wasn't here when I got in," he replies, giving nothing away. "You don't seem too surprised," she notes. "Turns out there has been a rumor going around that the diva's been on illegal drugs. I'm guessing that's what caused all this," he says, putting the pieces together out loud. "So really, there's nothing for you to apologize for," he tells her, closing the subject before she can spiral. Inwardly, she is mortified. Who gets into a fight at a guy's place they're having a thing with? This was supposed to be a wolves-only problem. Yusung shouldn't have gotten caught up in it at all, she thinks, guilt creeping in. Yusung, I'm really sorry for everything that happened. I mean, this is your house," she says out loud, guilt winning. He just watches her, unreadable for a beat too long. "I'll reimburse you for all the damages, including the broken furniture," she offers, all business. "Reimburse me," he repeats, and then just laughs. "Yusung?" she asks, thrown by the reaction. "Sometimes I don't get you, Ju-ho," he says, shaking his head. "You act like you're happy to be around me," he adds, trailing off meaningfully. "Last time you told me to leave you behind to go home," he reminds her, the memory clearly still bothering him. "And now you want to reimburse me?" The math is not adding up for him in more ways than one. It's not like that, she protests. I'm just trying to make up for the mess I caused because I don't want to burden you with it. Then just let me take the burden, he says simply, cutting straight through her logic. I thought we were past keeping things so calculated, he adds, and it stings a little because he is right. Or, do you think I wouldn't be able to handle it financially? He teases. Fair point. The guy's basically the top-ranked brand in the industry. Well, no, but, she stammers, losing ground fast. Maybe he's right, she admits to herself, wavering. I only meant to make up for the trouble we caused you, she says. Quieter now. She stirs her porridge, chewing on the thought as much as the food. But I guess it might have seemed a bit too calculating, she concedes. She probably feels uncomfortable with a human getting involved in the affairs of werewolves, he finishes for her, reaching over before she can pull away. I don't know if you're trying to protect me or draw a line, she admits quietly. But I can't just let you act so distant toward me, he says, his hand finding hers. See you, he says, and for a second she almost lets herself lean into it, then catches herself. Because I need to get all the way to the top of your pack. No matter what you do, Jewel, just don't get hurt, he tells her, dead serious. He holds her hand a little tighter, and don't worry about fixing things afterward. Please don't push me away, he says, and for once he is not hiding how much he means it. She goes quiet, eyes flicking away from his. I never tried to push you away, she says finally. Okay, he replies, and the air clears, awkward throat clear included. Yuzeng's tougher than I thought, she thinks. Didn't expect him to stay this calm after seeing his place in such a mess. Are you sure you won't need to take some medicine? He checks. Yes, I'll be fine. Thank you, Yuseong. But do you mind if I use your bathroom? I just want to wash up. Of course not. Let me get you a towel and a toothbrush. The bathroom door creaks shut behind her. She runs the water, letting it wash over her hands, while her thoughts catch up with her. But yesterday was a total disaster, she admits to her own reflection. I had no idea that Ria was a wolf, and a mixed blood on top of that. So she's been after Yusung this whole time? The realization sits heavy. The fight replays in her head. I was the one who found him first, Ria had snarled. You just stole him away from me. And don't act like you're not sticking close to him for his powers, too, the diva had spat, and the accusation clearly landed. Jiu has no comeback for that one. Not really. Well, she's not wrong, she admits to herself, quietly. Let's just hurry home for now. I shouldn't burden him any more than I already have, she decides. Then she notices the towel in her hands. Is this Yusung's shirt, too? It smells nice, she notes, before she can stop herself. Yusung, do you know where my clothes are? She calls, stepping out to find him. Yusung. She starts, then stops dead in the doorway. He has crashed on the couch, arms crossed, fast asleep without meaning to. His face, finally unguarded, looks almost young when he's not busy performing for someone. He must be tired, she thinks, and tiptoes closer instead of waking him. I should leave quietly so I don't wake him up, she tells herself, reaching for a blanket to drape over him. She rustles it gently over his shoulders, careful not to disturb him. Then a hand shoots out and grabs her, fast. She yanks back on instinct, caught completely off guard. Her eyes go wide, every plan to sneak off gone in an instant. With a soft thud, he pulls her down onto the couch beside him, very much awake after all. He was never really asleep, not for this. He'd been waiting for exactly this moment. Whoever she was trying to say next, it's lost completely as he pulls her in close. And the chapter leaves them right there, so we will too. A soft voice breaks the quiet of a late-night drive. Wow, look how pretty the moon is tonight. It's huge. Tires hum against the road as a lone car cuts through the dark forest, chasing that same swollen moon. It's a perfect full moon, someone murmurs from inside, completely unaware of what that phrase is about to mean. In the front seat, a mother nudges her husband to look outside, but he waves her off. Their little boy's finally asleep in the back. The boy is out cold, slumped against his father's shoulder after what must have been a long, fun day. A camera snaps another photo. Again, with the pictures, you stare at him all day as it is. But the kid's smiling in his sleep. Or is he? Just so cute, his mother sighs, snapping pic after pic. Turns out he's not asleep at all. Mommy and Daddy are so silly, I'm not even sleeping right now, he grumbles, and his dad just laughs. Honey, you're honestly cuter. The sentence never finishes. Tires shriek, red light floods the cabin, and the boy's smile drops into pure terror. Metal crunches under a blood-red moon. In one heartbeat, the drive home turns into a nightmare. A shape rises out of the dark beside the wreck. Something is out there, and it did not cause this by accident. Something slides across metal, claws snap shut. Whatever's coming for this car, it's already close enough to touch. Ha, honey, Yusung, run! His mother's voice is cut off by a sound no child should ever have to hear. A body hits the ground. The car goes horribly, horribly quiet. Blood streaks the boy's cheek. He's frozen, gasping, hiding in the one place that no longer feels safe. I'm a mommy, he whimpers, straining to hear anything, over his own pounding heart. Daddy? No answer comes, just the thud of something moving closer outside. A door slams somewhere nearby. Little Yusung's eyes go wide with a fear that will never fully leave him. A massive shadow fills the window above him, blotting out what little moonlight is left. His small hand trembles in the dark, groping for anything solid to hold on to. A scream tears through the night, his own, though he barely recognizes the sound of it. He stares straight into the thing that just took his parents, too terrified to even blink. He curls in on himself, small and shaking, praying it'll somehow just go away. A dull, heavy thud echoes closer, dread in its purest form. Blood and tears mix on his face. He's out of places to run. Don't come here, he begs, voice cracking, to something that was never going to listen. A clawed hand reaches for him anyway. Get away from me, he screams. And that's where the memory always used to stop. Except this time it doesn't stop. The memory twists, and it's not a child's face staring back anymore. It's his, grown and afraid all over again. Dark hair falls into view above him, familiar, and yet in this dream, anything but safe. A hand closes tight around his collar, nails biting into the fabric. It's not gentle. Whatever's got him now, it means business. Fingers stretch down toward him, slow and deliberate. Hair whips past in a blur as he's yanked down hard. Adult Yusung is pinned flat now, a hand locked around his wrist like a vice. Die, the voice above him says, flat, certain, and it's a voice he knows. Eyes glint in the shadows over him, Jiu's eyes, cold in a way they've never once looked in real life. A hand closes around the throat. Die! Whether it's his or hers screaming that word is impossible to say. Yusung, someone shouts, and just like that, the nightmare snaps in half. Faces collide in the struggle, teeth bared, the line between attacker and victim blurring completely. A hand reaches down toward someone lying still, reaching for comfort, or reaching to finish it. Even the dreamer can't tell anymore. Jiu jolts, awake gasping, heart-hammering, staring at nothing. It was a dream, just a very, very bad one. Across the room, Yusung flinches awake too, like the nightmare wasn't only hers to have. His hand jerks toward his own collar without him even meaning to. Let me see, Ju says, already leaning in, because something about that flinch worried her. You have a mark on your neck, she says slowly, and her stomach drops a little. Really? But it didn't hurt that much, Yusung says, brushing it off with an easy smile he doesn't quite feel. It's probably temporary. It'll go away soon, Ju says, trying to convince herself as much as him. Her breathing won't slow down. I'm so sorry. I think I got confused there for a second. Ji-oo, it's fine really. Just look at me, he says gently, steering her back from the edge of a spiral. She reaches for his face anyway, needing to check for herself that he's actually okay. You look really pale, she says, and she's not wrong. And why are you sweating so much? Turns out he's not the only one shaken by that dream. He just hasn't said why yet. He goes quiet, holding her close and saying nothing about the 2 decades of history that dream just clawed back open. A dream, he echoes silently to himself. Just a dream, sure. Right. It's just a dream. It's not something that's happening right now, he tells himself, off in his own head. That was over 20 years ago. 20 years, and it still shows up the second he lets his guard down. He glances sideways, checking, like he needs proof she's still just Juyu and nothing else. His hand drifts to his own collar again, right where a very different set of claws once left their mark. Jiu watches him carefully, clearly clocking that something is very much not fine. The silence between them stretches out, thick and uncomfortable, neither one ready to say what's actually going on. His mind drifts somewhere else entirely, to an old memory, half comfort and half warning. You were wrong, Miss Kim, he thinks. Yes, the thought trails off, unfinished. An old memory surfaces of someone squeezing his cheek with a laugh, telling him something he clearly didn't believe back then. I'm treating Zhu like a human being? Yeah, right, he thinks bitterly, more annoyed at himself than at her. I had a nightmare too, Zhu, he admits out loud. My heart's still beating so fast. Can we stay? He starts, pulling her a little closer. Like this for a moment? Our body already knows the answer before her brain catches up. A darker thought flickers through his head anyway, that Juhan might genuinely be a monster. I got ahead of myself yesterday, he thinks, quietly walking back whatever he was about to say. Jiu studies his face and the quiet worry written all over hers. Yusung seems to be going through something, she thinks. I'm not sure what it is, but I just hope it's not too hard on him, she thinks, smoothing his hair back. Is there anything I can do for him? She wonders, wishing she actually knew. I've been feeling pretty guilty about using his ability, so, Yusung, if you ever need my help, just let me know, she offers. He pulls her in closer, clearly grateful for the offer, even if she can't say why yet. I'll help you out as best as I can, she says, and she means it. Really? How can you help me? He teases, one eyebrow raised. Maybe with anything that needs muscle? I've got some pretty strong friends, she jokes, and she's not exaggerating one bit. And finding someone, he adds, suddenly serious. There's clearly more going on here than a bad dream. She doesn't quite catch the weight behind it. That's nice, she says simply, missing exactly how loaded that sentence was. He lets it go for the moment, tucking the thought away. What was that? I couldn't hear you, she says, settled comfortably against him. Nothing. But, Jit-Yu, you really do seem to have a lot of secrets, he says instead, turning the conversation right back on her. Secrets? Me? She flinches so hard it basically confirms everything he suspected. I know you said you were trained to be a professional athlete, but even so, you're way too good at fighting, he points out. And you called Dothan instead of the police because you didn't want to involve them. Jiu, that's because... Are you involved with the underworld or... The underworld? Her mind blanks completely. Yeah, like mobsters, he says, and her heart starts hammering against her ribs. Maybe I should just say yes, she thinks. It'd honestly be easier than telling him the truth. It's similar, but not quite. I don't do criminal activities, she says carefully. I see. Then it's fine, he replies, way too easily. Wait, are you really okay with that? What if I'm actually a mobster? I'm fine with it. Isn't being a mobster the exact opposite of sweet and honest? She laughs. And honestly, fair point. I know, right, he grins back, clearly enjoying this way too much. Something shifts between them for a beat. I thought so too, she says quietly. His hand tightens around hers, gentle but sure. But I guess, he starts, and she already knows this is about to get a lot more serious. Fingers laced together between them, unhurried. I like you, whether you're a good person or not, he says. No jokes this time. He means every word. She goes very, very still. He just holds her, patient, letting the words sit. Great, she thinks, deadpan, because that is not what she needed to hear right now. Merely in trouble, she admits to herself, smiling despite it all. If I say I like him back, it'll only be a matter of time before we start officially dating, she thinks, and that idea scares her more than any monster. For now, though, she just lets herself stay exactly where she is. I'll end up hurting him someday, she thinks, even as her hand reaches up to touch his hair anyway. He looks so at ease right now. She hates how much that makes this harder. And no amount of money will be able to fix a broken heart. If only his feelings weren't genuine, things would have been so much easier. She holds him close anyway, guilt and affection tangled up together. The moment lingers a little longer before real life has to come back in. I think I'll get going, Yu-sung, she finally says, pulling herself up. Are you sure you don't want to stay for dinner? I've already been a burden, she cuts in, standing firm. I really should get going. Do you know where my phone is? She asks, patting herself down. First, he says, handing it over before she can even finish looking. Oh, thank you. Light filters through the blinds of a suddenly much quieter apartment. A creak echoes through the kitchen as the door clicks shut behind her. Yusung stands alone in the doorway for a beat, staring at nothing in particular. He wanders back to the desk, and that's when he spots the phone she left behind. They're all missed calls from Doyan, he notices, and something in his chest tightens. Screen lit up, notification after notification, all from the same name. Why did he call her so much? The question he's been sitting on since earlier comes right back. Right on cue, the phone lights up again. Incoming call, Doyan. His finger hovers over the screen as it buzzes insistently in his hand. Jiu, he calls out. Turns out she hasn't actually left the building yet. She turns back at the sound of her name. Diane's calling you, he tells her, holding the phone up. Calling you, he repeats from the balcony above, phone still buzzing in hand. Really? I wonder what he's calling me for, she says, picking up. Hello. Where are you? I couldn't reach you, Diane says, and there's an urgency to it she doesn't love. Oh, I just had some things going on. Why? What's up? She asks, keeping her voice light. Whatever he says next wipes the casual right off her face. What? She turns away instinctively, phone pressed hard to her ear. Her expression darkens into a faux frown. Her grip on the phone tightens as whatever he's telling her sinks in. Okay, I'll see you soon. I'm near Dad's place right now. Yeah, I'll see you there, she says, already moving. Yusung watches all of this unfold from a few feet away, saying nothing yet. What is it? He finally asks. Yusung, something came up. I'll have to head out right away, she says. I'll give you a ride, he offers immediately. It's fine. We're just going to meet around here, so, she says, already halfway out the door. A car waits outside, hazy in the last light of the day. Someone's already there to meet her by it. She climbs in without a second glance back. The door shuts with a hard, final click. From the balcony above, Yusun watches the car pull away, arms crossed, jaw tight. What did Dion say to her? He wonders, unable to shake the feeling that he just missed something important. He bites down on his own nerves, quite literally, watching the empty street. Whatever's going on, he's clearly not going to just let it go. And a few streets over, someone else is watching that same car too, a stranger nobody's been introduced to yet. Guess we'll find out who next time. Meet Jeonu Han, the king, the leader of every werewolf out there. A shadowed figure drags a suitcase home after being gone a long, long time. After a long absence, he's finally back. And he's not alone. He's carrying a baby in his arms. A tiny newborn, bundled up and fast asleep against him. He holds her tiny hand so gently like she might break. When did this happen? You didn't even get married first, did you? Someone demands, stunned. His family presses him for answers. Who's the mother, and why did nobody know? I did get married. We're legally married. We just skipped the ceremony, he explains. We'll have a proper wedding later. Jeonu grins down at his new daughter, absolutely smitten. She's a great person, he says of the baby's mother. After that, he's away every single weekend. He carries his little girl close, and even from the back you can tell how much he adores her. The years pass in a blur, and his daughter grows up healthy and strong. Quiet nights pass, a bottle of wine catching the light while the years tick by. Then, out of nowhere, a voice cracks. How could you? Jeonu sits with his back to us, bracing for what's coming. Just walk away from Jiu and me like that? She demands. Her eyes well up. How could you say those things to me? From that day on, a small hooded figure stands alone, everything about to change. Jeonu sits by himself, isolated, wrestling with the weight of it all. But whatever almost happened, Jeonu never disappeared on them again. Years slide by and the story jumps forward to the present. A familiar face steps back into frame, all grown up now. Someone reacts with a startled, something's clearly off. It's Yusung, and whatever he just heard has him on edge. Diane slides into his car, ready to drive Gio somewhere. The engine roars to life. As they pull away, Yusung just stands there watching, silent. It looked like he was glaring this way. Jiu thinks. Or was that just me? The car rolls up to a red light. city noise humming around them. Somewhere nearby, a horn blares. Ji-Yu's phone buzzes in her lap. It's 5:48, and a message flashes up. "What did you mean by that earlier? Did something show up at the blood test?" she asks, cutting straight to it. "What happened to your neck?" Diane asks, catching sight of something he shouldn't have. Ji-Yu tenses up in the passenger seat, caught off guard. There it is, faint marks on her neck, impossible to hide. "It's nothing," she deflects, eyes on the mirror. "You were with Yu-sung just now, right?" Do-yeon presses, not buying it for a second. "Did he choke you?" The question lands hard. "Was he being abusive to you?" Diane's face is dead serious. Ji-Yu's grip on the seatbelt tightens. "Then what happened? How'd you end up with finger marks on your neck?" he demands. "I seriously don't get it," he mutters, still staring at her neck. "I said it's nothing," Ju snaps, shutting the conversation down. "You really think some human would be able to hurt me?" she shoots back. "I know how to protect myself, so stop worrying so much about me," she adds. Diane just goes quiet, unconvinced but letting it go for now. The streetlights flicker past outside the window. The light finally turns green. The car speeds off while Ji-Yu second guesses herself. "Oh, maybe I was being too harsh. He was probably just worried about me." "Let's head to your office," she says, changing the subject entirely. Dion's expression turns all business. "It'll be quicker to just show you while I explain it," he tells her. They pull up outside a nondescript office building. Sunlight glares off the windows as they head inside. "I looked into the guy you handed over to me last time," Du-hyun says, tapping the desk. "He died in the process, a drug overdose," Do-yeon tells her flatly. "There was residue between his teeth. Whatever it is, isn't on the market. Someone made it themselves," he explains. "It's the same pill I found on the ground last time," Du-hyun confirms. Ji leans over the laptop. "And did you get, Dala, the results for the substance analysis?" "Yeah, turns out the drug works two ways," Bao-han says. "Firstly, it's a stimulant that boosts a werewolf's power and instincts. And secondly, a monstrous, hulking silhouette looms in the dark, exactly what that boost looks like. A blue moon glows behind wind-whipped hair as the change takes hold. The figure's whole body seems to warp under that eerie blue light. It suppresses or conceals werewolf energy," Do-han finishes. "So that's why we couldn't track them down. Can't believe they actually made something like this." He sighs. "By how much?" Ji asks, eyes narrowing. "After the one you handed over, we captured a few more," Do-hyun reports. "They've definitely gotten more reckless," he adds, flipping through files. "It was easy to spot them. They were acting way more careless than before," he explains. "And they all had one thing in common. A grim memory surfaces of a captured man restrained in a chair." Footsteps echo as Darian lays it out. They were all taking the same drug. And according to their blood test results, he trails off, glancing at Ji-Yu. His fist clenches, bracing for what comes next. A small red vial sits in his palm. The drug itself, right there as evidence. Ji-Yu listens closely, dread creeping into her expression. Rhea was a mixed blood too, so it wasn't just her, Dion reveals. "Does Dad know about this?" Ji-Yu asks quietly. "Not yet. I thought you should know first," Do-hyun answers. He sets a tablet down between them. "There's already a lot of debate about whether to even consider them our own," he says. "As you know, mixed bloods have a pretty bad reputation. If this gets out, the backlash will only grow worse," he warns. Jinyu stares down at the screen, jaw tight. "We wouldn't be able to just cover this up, right?" she asks under her breath. She mumbles something to herself, hair falling over her face. "Never mind, just pretend I didn't say that. It was a mistake." Du-hyun backtracks fast. "Covering this up wouldn't solve anything," Ji says firmly. Her hand fidgets nervously on the table. "It'll only get in the way of the investigation." "Don't worry," Diane says, reaching over. Their hands meet, his closing gently over hers. "No matter what happens, you'll be safe," he promises. GW looks up at him, caught off guard by the certainty in his voice. "You always have been, and you always will be," he adds, holding on a beat too long. Back at his place, Yu-sung paces. Is she still with Dahem? What are they up to? Why isn't he sending her home? He grumbles to himself. His phone sits forgotten in his pocket as he wanders the apartment. In the bathroom, A striped toiletry bag sits abandoned by the sink. Is this Jewel's? She probably forgot it, he says, picking it up. She's so clumsy. Guess I'll have to give it back to her later, he mutters, almost fond. No one knows except for the two of them, a quiet caption reminds us, as the scene drifts elsewhere. Yusung's expression lingers somewhere between annoyed and worried. Back at the office, Jiu turns a case of colored contact lenses over in her hand. Why are these here? The truth of it hangs in the air, that she's a mixed blood. Yeyu presses a hand to her head, the weight of it all catching up to her. Her jacket shifts as she curls in on herself a little. A small, quiet moment, just her hair, just the silence. She lets out a long, shaky sigh. Tears slip free before she can stop them. Why can't anything ever work out? She asks, voice breaking. Diane reaches over without a word, steady as ever. He pats her head gently, letting her have the moment. The truth lay bare, her mother is human. Jiwoo pushes her hair back, composing herself again. Ji-woo is a mixed blood, half human, half werewolf, and it's been a secret her whole life. Ji-woo might get into trouble. Zhao-han thinks, the same fear that's haunted him for years. His mind drifts back, years and years, to when he first learned the truth. A much younger Dalyan sits quietly, taking it all in. Dahyun, listen carefully, Dionu says. What I'm about to tell you is a secret, just between me, you, and you, Dionu finishes, resting a hand on the boy's shoulder. Her eyes turn like ours only on nights of the full moon, Dionu explains. So she only has to wear the lenses then, he adds, looking up at the moon. But if the other wolves find out about this, young Dothian's eyes go wide. Jiyu might get into trouble. They could look down on her, even bully her, Jionu says grimly. Look down on her, even though she's your daughter? Tu-han asks, already indignant. Yes, I've tried to prevent it, but it hasn't been easy, Jionu admits. Thankfully, Jonu takes after me, he says, watching the two kids play by the gate. She's stronger than the other kids and healthy. It won't be easy for anyone to find out, he says. The two children walk off together, small against the big house behind them. You'll still be friends with Jiyu even if she's mixed blood, right, Dothian? Of course, he answers without hesitation. And look out for Jiyu, all right? Jiunu asks. Promise me you'll be there for her, even if I'm not around, Gionu says, more serious now. Can you do that for me? He asks, hand firm on the boy's shoulder. Yes, sir. Don't worry, young Duyang answers, standing a little taller. His face sets with quiet determination. Back in the present, grown-up Dalian still carries that same promise with him. I'll always be by her side, he vows, and he's never once broken it. It's a quiet morning as sunlight spills into an empty hallway, the calm before the storm. Chu's already hunched over her laptop, deep in work. I need to organize everything and report to the leader soon, she mutters to herself. Dion guesses that once the leader gets their report, he'll call one of his usual meetings. With the case this urgent, they're working on a tight schedule. Chu asks Tohayan to help her sort the data and put the report together. That means sharing every detail of the case, and letting her weigh in on the final report, too. He's being considerate, she notes, almost surprised. Late into the night, Jiu digs through the news. The deserters have been pushing their attacks into new territory. They've even started attacking the witnesses and police who respond to the scene, with no one able to say what these things even are. The media, unsurprisingly, has been reluctant to touch the story. Obviously, who'd even guess they're not human, she thinks. Online, people are already treating it like an urban legend. Ugh, do they even care about staying hidden anymore? She groans, stretching out the stiffness in her back. If the drugs are supposed to mask their werewolf energy, what's the point when they're causing this much of a scene? She sits with that thought for a moment, going quiet. Drugs, huh? Something about that angle is nagging at her. She digs a small case out of a drawer. Inside is exactly what she was looking for. A single blue pill held up to the light, the same kind fueling every attack. I bet whoever made and started distributing this pill is the one behind all of it, she reasons. Which raises an uncomfortable question. Is the pill maker a mixed blood too? Why would mixed bloods want to hurt humans in the first place? She wonders. She turns the question over, unsatisfied with any easy answer. If they had a grudge against someone, shouldn't it be? She starts to think. Her mind drifts to a lone figure walking off into the sunset, a face she can't quite place, but can't shake either. A memory surfaces, little Jiu, held close, hearing that mixed bloods can't be thrown in with the humans because of their wolf blood. But they're too weak to be useful for anything, the voice in the memory adds coldly. Make sure you stay away from them, Miss Jiu, someone warns, and little Jiu flinches. You wouldn't want their bad influence rubbing off on you, the memory finishes, a line that hits very differently now that grown-up Jiu knows exactly what she is. Her jaw clenches back in the present, that old memory still stinging right as her phone starts buzzing. The phone keeps buzzing on the couch beside her. It's Do-yeon calling. She picks up breezy. Oh, hey, Do-theon, I was just looking over the files you sent me. Right now? But we just saw each other a couple hours ago, she says, surprised by the late call. Do-hyun explains he just caught a deserter trying to attack a human, and this one's actually in decent enough shape to talk. She perks right up as he asks if she'd like a word with the guy herself. Ask him whatever questions you got, he offers. All right, I'll be right there, she says. He confirms she knows the warehouse, and they agree to meet up. The call clicks off, and back at the warehouse, a muffled, choked struggle is already underway. Do-yeon's phone sits nearby, Jiu's name still glowing on the screen. I've never seen you all so eager to die before, Do-yeon tells the deserter flatly. Although I honestly can't tell if you actually want to die, he adds, tightening his grip. Or if this is just some last-ditch attempt to get away, he finishes, unmoved by the struggling. The deserter chokes and sputters, clearly regretting every life choice that led here. The struggle drags on, sharp and desperate. Do-yeon lands a hard strike to keep him in line. Keep him alive until Ju gets here, Do-yeon orders, as much to himself as anyone, while the deserter coughs. Yes, he answers simply, gasping, resigned to the wait. Jion, comes a voice. Jiu has arrived. The deserter's eyes go wide with dawning horror. No way. He recognizes her face instantly. That's Jio Nu-han's daughter. Do-hyun and Ju stand over him all business. Wait, he stammers. Is Juno getting involved in this too? Footsteps approach, unhurried and deliberate. Hello. Sorry to busy you so late at night, Jae-yu says sweetly, and the deserter flinches on instinct. I just had a couple of questions, she says, all pleasant menace. Would it be all right if I asked? She purrs, already smiling like she knows the answer. She unzips her jacket, unhurried, letting the moment stretch. The deserter's breathing goes ragged, dread creeping in. Her eyes stay locked on him, silent and unreadable. Fabric rips as she makes her point without saying a word. Someone reacts with a sharp gasp at what they're seeing. A hand flexes into view, claws unmistakably. She closes in, fingers grazing the fabric right at his throat. If you think you could beat me, then be my guest, she says. But let's not make this harder than it needs to be. He jolts in his seat, thoroughly cornered. If you cooperate, I'll let you go quietly, Jiu offers. She twists the cap off a water bottle, almost cheerful about it. The deserter flinches as she reaches out and offers it to him. But anything's better than being dead, right? She says, all sunshine and threat. She smiles, holding the bottle just out of easy reach. He hesitates, still weighing his options. He gulps hard. Dirked, yet he mutters, caving. If Jionu gets involved, it's over for me anyway, he thinks, resigning himself. He snatches the bottle right out of her hand. The grab is fast, almost desperate. Good, good, Jiu claps, delighted as he chugs it down. Now tell me, she says, all business again. She grabs him by the collar to make sure he's paying attention. Yeah, why you're attacking humans, and who's been supplying you with the drugs. She watches him with an unnervingly pleasant smile. And everything else you know about, she finishes. That bastard, he mutters, wiping his face. The one who's been giving me the drugs, he never wanted anything in return, he admits. In fact, he handed them over and told me to go wild with them, he says, fist clenched. A baggie of blue pills comes into view. He said the more I hurt humans and stirred things up, the better, he adds. Stronger, and it even hides your werewolf energy, he explains between coughs. And you didn't feel guilty about any of it. Ju asks, cutting straight to it. I heard you and everyone else who did this were mixed bloods, she presses. You didn't feel an ounce of guilt for hurting humans, even though you share the same blood, she asks again. He scoffs. Guilt? Listen, Miss, no mutt thinks they're human. He smirks right at her, daring her to argue. Because humans are weak, and of course we want to identify as the stronger species, he sneers. Then again, I wouldn't expect a royal pureblood like you to understand us mutts, he coughs out. Jiu goes very still and very quiet. If only he knew exactly how wrong he is about her. Morning arrives, sunlight washing over the city in cool blue tones. Yu-sung called me, Chihu notices, catching sight of her phone. A missed call from Yu-sung, time-stamped 4:32 a.m., sits waiting on the screen. Walking out with Dion, she jokes. I made you stay up all night, and we barely got anything out of it. No, we actually got more than I expected, she corrects herself. He was pretty cooperative. I don't think he was lying. Duyan isn't so sure. Are you sure we can let him go? He asks. Yeah. It's not like I fully trust what he told us anyway, she admits. He'll be more useful. Once he gets in contact with the supplier, she finishes. Dion just says her name, still uneasy. He can't quite shake the worry on his face. Chiyu flashes him a teasing grin anyway. I've never been thanked for making someone work before, she needles him, laughing. Guess that means I can really put you to work from now on, Dutheon fires back. The sun's coming up. Go home and rest. I'll take care of things from here, she tells him. Okay, I'll see you, Doyon, she calls out as his car pulls away. She heads inside on her own, the door creaking shut behind her. The second she's home, she face-plants straight onto the couch. Exhausted, she dragged herself down the hallway just to get there. Dion's been really considerate lately, she thinks. He even let me talk to that mixed blood alone since he knew it was a sensitive subject. Just to spare my pride, she realizes. He really is a good guy. Her eyes finally drift shut. She's out cold. Across town, Yusung lies awake in bed, staring at his phone. He keeps checking it, willing it to light up. Jia Yu's not reading my messages at all, he realizes, scrolling past his own unanswered texts. She used to answer right away, he thinks, unsettled by the silence. He goes quiet, turning it over in his head. She didn't look so good. Last time I saw her, he remembers, worry creeping in. He glances at the phone sitting on the nightstand. He dials her number, watching it connect. It rings and rings. Still no answer, the ringing dragging on. The person you are trying to reach is unavailable. The automated voice cuts in. She's not even picking up. Did something actually happen to her? He worries, sitting bolt upright. Or she could just be sleeping, he tells himself, trying to talk himself down. She'll probably call back, he decides, setting the phone down. Shihyu. Someone else mutters her name too, not nearly as gently. Who the hell do you think you are? He snaps, phone in hand, clearly done waiting. This one's got a bone to pick of his own. How dare you ignore my calls and messages for 3 days straight, he fumes. This is so annoying, he grumbles to himself. He drums his fingers on the table, stewing. Isn't she the one who should be desperate here, he huffs. She's the one who needs my ability, after all, he reminds himself. Not exactly modest about it. You know what? Whatever. I don't care if you answer me or not, he declares, shoving up out of his chair. He's clearly not as fine with it as he's pretending to be. He snatches up his things in one sharp motion. What am I, some gaunt puppy dog waiting around for its master? He mutters, stalking off. Coat on. Patience gone. He's made up his mind. I don't need to wait for her reply. I'll just go see her myself, he decides. The city glows in the fading light as we check back in on our favorite pair of secret werewolves. Well, one of them and one movie star working very hard to look casual about a visit. Down below, the detective agency sign glows in the evening light, and somebody's about to make an unannounced house call. Footsteps echo through a quiet stairwell as a visitor lets himself in. He creeps past the exit sign like he's got something to hide, or at least something to prove. Jiu, are you there? He calls, knocking hopefully on the office door. He wanders the hallway with a little gift tucked in hand, looking for any sign of her. Jiu, he tries again, only for a startled voice inside to snap. Who's there? Before he can explain himself, he gets grabbed by the collar. Duthyon's not taking chances with a stranger in the office. The standoff narrowly turns physical right up until recognition hits. Diane squints at the stranger's face. Wait, is that who he thinks it is? Yu Sung Cheon? Du Sheng blurts out, starstruck, recognizing the country's favorite actor standing in his doorway. Sorry about that. I was just really surprised, Yu Sung laughs it off, remarkably unbothered by nearly getting throttled. Are you actually the actor Yu Sung Cheon? Doyeon asks again, still not quite believing it. Oh, yes I am, Yu Sung confirms, all easy charm. Diane's inner monologue is basically fireworks. This heartthrob must be a friend of Jiu's. Yu Sung explains he dropped by out of the blue because Jeon-woo isn't picking up her phone, and he wanted to give her something in person. He hands over a little gift for her, playing it cool, or at least trying to. Bad news, though. Ji-woo, sorry, but she hasn't clocked in yet. Yu-sung's eyes flick sideways, a small telling glance that says he's more invested in her whereabouts than he's letting on. Back in the moment, Yu-sung admits he's had dinner with Jo-woo before, but I guess I should have told you this first, he adds, a little sheepish. To be honest, I happen to have a crush on her, he confesses. Plain as that. So I've been trying really hard to win her over, he grins, entirely too pleased with himself. Duyan's reaction is a single glorious shriek. What? Why would you have a crush on Jiu, though? Duyan demands. Did she threaten you or something? Did you borrow money from her? Not really. Yu-sung laughs off the interrogation, while Do-yeon privately concedes the guy's at least got a good eye. Still, he warns, she was been swamped lately and hard to reach. She had a family matter to deal with today, Dion adds, catching himself like he said too much. A family matter? Yu-sung echoes, curiosity clearly piqued. He heads back to his car, the easy smile slipping the second he's alone. A meeting in a family matter, huh? He mutters to himself. Behind the wheel, something's nagging at him. There's clearly more going on than she's letting on. He sits with the thought a moment, jaw tight. He raises his phone, probably hoping for the 10th time today that she's finally texted back. She could at least text me to say she's busy, he grumbles at the blank screen. The screen stays dark, no reply. Unless caring about me is too much effort now, he thinks, and then worse. Come to think of it, Ji-yu's always kept her boundaries around me. His face falls into something a lot more vulnerable than his usual charm. He remembers it clearly, every single time he tried to get closer to her. In a quiet, intimate moment between them, she'd pull away. He used to chalk it up to her weird sense of responsibility. Or maybe he figured she just didn't want him tangled up in werewolf pack business. But maybe the real answer is simpler and worse. Maybe she just doesn't need him as much as he thought she did. He mumbles something under his breath, jaw clenched. A heavy sigh. Ji-yu, he breathes, half a question, half a wound. The car sits parked outside her building a while longer before he finally drives off into the morning light. Elsewhere, an engine roars to life. A very different pair is already on the move. A car cuts down the road in the early morning light. The road stretches on, quiet and empty this early. It's getting cloudy. Maybe it's going to rain. Jiu murmurs from behind the wheel. Di-han beside her. Aren't you tired? Dion asks. You barely slept these past 3 days. I'm fine, Jiu says with a tired smile. I mean, you handled most of it. Rewind to dawn that same day. Before any of that agency drama, Jiu and Do-hyun had gone to see her father Jeonu. They find him in his office, still and thoughtful behind his desk. After reading their report on the identity of the killers and the drug behind it all, Jeonu goes quiet. He rests his head in his hand, saying nothing for a long moment, then lets out a quiet sigh. I'll call an executive meeting tonight, he finally decides. We'll go over the details then, he tells them. Ji watches him uneasy. His silence unsettles her more than any outburst ever would. She bites at her nail, nerves getting the better of her. By evening, they've arrived. We've arrived, someone announces as the building glows in the sunset. Their car screeches to a stop outside the Bella Vista building. Are we the first ones to arrive? She wonders as they step inside. The hallway is hushed, their footsteps swallowed by thick carpet. Gio, Doyon! A familiar voice calls out warmly. Auntie, uncle, Joe lights up, delighted to see them. It's pack royalty of a different sort. Ranking number 4, Mian Shim, and ranking number 5, Yongtae Park, old family friends of the Hans. Hey, kiddo, when did you get so big? It's actually kind of scary, Yongtae teases. Come on, it's been years. I'm not a kid anymore, Jiu protests. Then ranking number 6, Taewon-ju, swoops in for a hug. Hi, sweetie, she coos, patting Ju like she never left. At duty on, Taiwan's attention swings his way. She gives him a long, appraising once-over. You're seriously starting to look just like your parents, she says, equal parts fond and wistful. Oh, don't be ridiculous. Young-tae protests about something, already regretting it. Taewan doesn't miss a beat. Th whack, and swats him one for whatever he just said. The leader is here, someone announces as a knock sounds at the door. It's so nice to see you all. It's been forever. One of the arriving executives greets the room. Thanks for coming on such short notice, another adds as they file in. And then Giono himself steps through the door, all easy confidence and sharp tailoring. The room straightens up the moment he enters. Now, let's all have a seat, he says, taking charge of the room without even raising his voice. Everyone settles in around the table for what's about to be a very loaded meeting. I called this meeting to discuss the recent human hunting incidents, Giono begins, all business. For details, please refer to the report I'm handing out, he says as papers make their way around the table. You're talking about those bastards who dig up and eat human hearts, one executive starts, already grim. Hido, I'm at hearts, he finishes, and the room goes quiet. An executive flips through the report, brow furrowing. What is all this? Drugs and mixed bloods? Someone reads aloud, then erupts. You're telling me this was all the work of those mixed blood deserters? He shouts, outraged. Jiu, unimpressed, deadpans that he must have great vision. That detail was written in absolutely tiny print. So far, all we know is that the low-level grunts were mixed blood deserters. Gionu clarifies evenly. Of course it's the mixed bloods again, one executive scoffs, already writing them all off. The room murmurs its agreement. It's always them, isn't it? Someone adds, and Ju-Yu's expression goes very still. She keeps her face carefully blank, the comment landing closer to home than any of them realize. That's why we never should have let them into the pack, the executive goes on. They never know their place, they just stir up trouble. That matter was resolved, wasn't it? They're simply too aggressive to live among humans, another chimes in. But didn't we have one like that before? You know, the one we took in, someone muses. That's enough, Gionu cuts in sharply, shutting the conversation down before it can go any further. The room falls silent, nobody quite sure what just happened. None of that is relevant at the moment, Gionu says, steering things firmly back on track. One executive clears his throat awkwardly, shooting a confused glance at Jiu. Why did the boss just snap like that? At this rate, Gionu continues, letting the words hang. It's only a matter of time before our existence is exposed, he warns, and Jiu chews her lip, bracing for whatever's coming. I urge everyone to treat this matter seriously and join me in finding a resolution, he says. Jiri can't help a small, proud smile, her father, handling business as usual. The icon goes quiet beside her, waiting. Gionu pauses, choosing his next words carefully. Additionally, he says, and the whole room leans in. But since you'll all find out eventually, he continues, and Jiu flinches, already dreading it. She goes rigid, bracing herself. And given that the executives are gathered for once, I'll take this opportunity to announce it officially, Gionu says. Murmurs ripple through the room. Every head turns toward Dothian. Full authority over this matter has been given to Dothian, Gionu announces. Once this matter is resolved, Dothian can only manage a stunned. His composure cracks just slightly at the edges. Or actually, Gionu adds, not quite finished. Even if it isn't resolved, Duhan will be handling it as my successor, he finishes, and the bomb officially drops. So let that be clear to everyone, Gionu says, closing the matter for good. The room sits in stunned silence, digesting the announcement. Taewon-ju's eyes narrow slightly, watching him with quiet suspicion. That's all I have to say, Gionu finishes. You're dismissed, he tells the room, and the meeting breaks up. In the shadows of the hallway, one figure lingers, quietly processing what just happened. Chi walks out quietly, expression unreadable. Outside, two of the executives can't resist gossiping the second they're out of earshot. I knew it. That's what he called us in for, to announce his successor. I didn't see that coming. I thought he'd name his own kid. And it's not like she's any less capable than Dooseon. One adds almost as an afterthought. Then Dohyun, he finishes, trailing off as they keep walking. Well, it can't be helped. The other shrugs it off. I hate to say it, she starts, hesitating. Oh, but Tuwoo's always been a disappointment compared to her dad. I'd thought that might change as she grew up, but rain starts to patter against the window. The rain picks up, drops sliding down the glass. What a waste of a bloodline. Such a waste. The words land like a slap. Somewhere close enough to hear every word, Ji-yu stands in the rain, head bowed. Her hands curl into fists, the sting of being written off by her own pack, right after her father just quietly handed her legacy to someone else. Later, in a dim and quiet room, someone lets themselves in for the night. A hand closes around a small vial, tucked away like a secret nobody's supposed to see. Whatever it is, it's clearly not nothing, and that's exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. It starts in a boardroom at PAC headquarters, morning light pouring through the door as Ji-yu heads in for a meeting she already knows won't be good news. Our father, PAC leader Jeono Han, is waiting for her across a table clearly set up for something serious. Now do you see how they really think of mixed bloods? He asks, like he's the one bracing for a fight. He reminds her that mixed bloods get punished harder for the exact same mistakes, just for their blood. So if she ever became leader and the truth got out, he says, it'd be a disaster, which is exactly why he's putting Dohyun in charge instead. Dad, Ji-yu cuts in flatly, staring him down from across the table. Just adopt Dohyun as your son already, will you? She snaps. That's what you want anyway, isn't it? She says, raking a hand through her hair. He's not some big flaw in your life like I am. Jeonu grabs her by the arm, temper flaring. Then what is it? Ji-yu drops her head into her hands. You say you were keeping my identity hidden because people look down on mixed bloods. But let's... be honest, she finishes, curled over the table. You just couldn't handle the shame of having a mixed blood daughter. Fang's bad, she snarls. Tell anyone who's got a problem with me being mixed to come at me. Who's going to beat me, huh? What are you even? Jeonu starts, stunned by the outburst. What's your attitude, Ji-hu-han? He sighs, dragging a hand through his hair. You think people will change their opinions just because you're strong? Do you even realize how much you've benefited from being my child? Do you have any idea how miserable the other half-bloods out there are living right now? He fires back. Jiu just stares him down, seething. If, she starts, baring her teeth. If you knew how messed up their lives really were, then why did you bring me into this world as a half-blood? It lands like a slap. She bares her fangs, daring him to answer that one. You're the one being the most selfish in all of this, he shoots back. For a second, the anger in his face cracks into something closer to hurt. Get out, now, Jeonu snaps, and a chair goes flying. How dare you dishonor your own parent over a mere title? She turns to leave, and a hand shoots out to grab her. If you had even a shred of respect for me as your daughter, she starts, sliding the door open. She keeps walking. She's done listening. No, you never would have treated me this way. You chose the next leader all on your own and just dropped it on me like it didn't even matter. How could I not feel betrayed? Her footsteps echo down the empty hall, alone. Back in the boardroom, Jeonu slams a hand down, left alone with what he's just done. He stands there a long moment, the silence pressing in. He sighs, sinking back into his chair. His mind drifts back to a promise he made a long time ago. I promise you, Jo, his younger self had said, kneeling down to a small girl who couldn't have understood the weight of it yet. And all the other kids like her will live happy lives. I'll make sure of it, he'd vowed. The memory fades as he sits with it now, years later. What a fool, he mutters, a promise that's gotten a lot more complicated since. Meanwhile, Jiu storms out of the building, jaw set. She doesn't look back once. Jiu, someone calls out, catching up to her fast. A hand closes around her sleeve. It's Diane, doubled over and out of breath from the sprint. She turns on him, chest heaving and absolutely no mood. Here, take an umbrella, he offers. He holds it out anyway, gloved hands steady in the rain. It's pouring out there, he says, like that settles it. An umbrella, in the middle of all this. She almost laughs. Of course, this is the hill Dion's decided to die on. Did you already know Dad would announce it today? She asks. Dion's face gives him away before he even answers. Yeah, he admits. Sorry. He told me in private this morning, when we went to give him the report. I should have told you, you don't have to say that, she cuts in. You got nothing to be sorry for. They walk on together in silence for a moment. Good old Dion, she thinks bitterly, always dependable, blindly loyal to her and her father both. I'm sure Dad told you not to tell me, she says quietly. Dion just watches her, unreadable as ever. That perfect Dion, she thinks. He never puts a foot wrong. I don't need the umbrella. You should go check on Dad instead, she says, brushing past him. He falls into step beside her anyway. You'll just end up getting sick if you get caught in the rain like that. I know you're upset. She swats his hand away. I said I don't need it. The one Dad actually trusts, she thinks, and hates herself a little for even thinking it. Her face says more than she wants it to. Dorotheon reaches out anyway, gentle despite the rebuff. She turns back for half a second. Sorry I yelled at you. He doesn't say anything, just looks away. Then she's moving again, rushing past him through the house. She doesn't slow down for anyone. Outside, the rain hasn't lit up at all. She dashes out into it anyway. No umbrella, no hesitation. Why? She murmurs, letting the rain hit her straight in the face. Am I like this? She asks no one in particular, breathless. Her mind drags her back to a memory she'd rather not revisit. But honestly, I expected a little more from the leader's daughter, someone whispers nearby. Young Ji-woo stands alone in a room full of other kids, adults murmuring behind her back. It's a shame, but she's still young, so... I won first place, though, little Ju says quietly, to no one in particular. The praise never quite seems to reach her. Why isn't anyone complimenting me, she wonders, feet swinging under the chair. Nearby, an elder tells her father, Ji-woo's doing great, obviously, since she's your daughter, but I honestly don't think she's cut out to be a leader down the line. It takes someone like you to keep those hot-blooded wolves under control, he adds. An elder named Yongtae Park doesn't waste time either. I'm not saying you should get married again, but you should really consider having a second kid. There's plenty of sisters out there who want your genes, he presses, while a much younger Ji-woo just stares him down. Just leave if you're going to give me that nonsense, Ji-woo cuts in. I'm not. Ji-woo, I get that it makes you uncomfortable, Yongtae says, completely unbothered. But it's time you started thinking about the pack, he adds, brushing off the rebuff. You're the backbone of the pack, Ji-woo. Ji-woo's temper finally snaps. And your child is basically everyone's child, he throws back. Yongtae just tilts his head. Wouldn't that be safer for Ji-woo anyway? Young Ji-woo, listening in from nearby, asks her father, but are they trying to find someone who could be the next leader? She bites at her nails. But Dad said he'll make me the next leader when I grow up. Is it because I'm not enough? She asks in a very small voice. She stands alone in her room for a long time after that. Small feet pad quietly across the floor. Ju-yu, come on over and say hi, her father calls. So it's him, she realizes. His name is Doyan, and he'll be living with us from now on, Ji-woo announces. A quiet boy with brown hair steps forward. Young Doyan, about to become part of the family whether she likes it or not. Back in the present, soaked in the rain, Ji-woo's thoughts spiral. I hate Dad for deciding everything on his own and just dumping it on me. And I hate Diane for making me feel completely useless. But what I hate the most is me. If only I were half as strong as Dad. Or Dophion, she adds bitterly. Or maybe if I at least had the courage to accept my place and just give up. Footsteps approach through the downpour. A figure fixes his tie in the low light, sharp and composed. It's Dion, already back and steady as ever. Something else keeps nagging at her, fists clenching against the rain, at me like that before. The end of a thought she can't quite finish. I feel like I'm ruining everything, she admits to the empty street. She sinks down right there in the rain, done running. This just sucks, she mumbles into her knees. Step, what sucks? Asks a voice she wasn't expecting. She looks up, startled. Yusong, is standing over her with an umbrella, calm as ever. Rain strings off the edge of the umbrella between them. I live in this neighborhood, remember? Why are you standing out here in the rain? He asks. Why didn't you answer my? He trails off, actually looking at her for the first time. Chile, were you crying? She flinches like she's been caught red-handed. He reaches out and wipes at her cheek without even asking permission. Her heart slams in her chest. No, she lies. Hey, there's still a way, he says quietly, and her pulse refuses to slow down. The only way to cover up her weakness, she thinks, and she already knows exactly what she's about to do. She closes the distance between them right there in the rain. Huh, look at me, she thinks, almost laughing at herself, when he's just genuinely worried about me. I'm a horrible person, she decides. Then she grabs him. Yusung freezes, caught completely off guard. And then she's kissing him, rain and all. He doesn't pull away. The rain just keeps falling around them. For a moment, the whole mess with her father, with the high on, with everything, finally goes quiet. You sure? She breathes. Whatever this is, neither of them stops it. Her expression says she stopped fighting it too. I need you, she admits, the truest thing she's said all day. Somewhere in all this, the umbrella slips out of a hand. It lands forgotten on the wet pavement. Priorities clearly have shifted. Neither of them cares anymore. Soaked through and past caring, they finally stop holding back. The chapter closes on rain, and on the two of them finally choosing each other. Rain hammers down as Ju locks eyes on Yusung, giving him a look that is anything but innocent. She leans in close. I need you, Ju tells him, point blank. Yusung visibly shudders, caught completely off guard. Those are the eyes of a beast, he thinks, watching something feral flicker behind her stare. Her eyes narrow, intense, and unblinking, daring him to look away. She's staring him down like he's prey, and all Yusung can do is gulp. Yusung finally answers her. Okay, then I'll be sure to... He starts, reaching for her in the rain. Treat her the exact same way, he finishes, pulling her close. Their lips finally meet, soaked through and lost in the rain. The storm rages on outside, keeping perfect time with both their racing hearts. The kiss deepens, and for a moment neither one of them wants to stop. My power. Jude wreathes, gripping his hand tight. Me too, Ji-yu, Yusung answers, holding her just as close. They wrap around each other, drenched and unwilling to let go. Ji-yu tries to put words to what she's feeling. She starts. Yusung waits, watching her with open affection. Need you to, she finally admits. Time skips ahead as the rain keeps falling over the city. Back at his place, they pick up right where they left off, wrapped up in each other. They finally break apart, foreheads together, hearts still pounding. I can feel my power, Juicy says, amazed. Growing, and it's way more intense than just holding hands, she adds, stunned by it. They kiss again, deeper this time, her fangs grazing his lip. She nips him playfully mid-kiss, and he lets out a startled sound. They stay tangled together, neither one wanting the moment to end. Then Yusung lets out a sharp and the mood snaps. She Woo jolts still, both of them suddenly, awkwardly aware of themselves again. Oh, Yusung manages, catching his breath. They just stand there a beat, both winded. Ji-yu pulls her hand back, suddenly bashful. Sorry, I'm so sorry, Yusung, she blurts, mortified, while he just stares, stunned. What the hell is wrong with me, getting all carried away like that? Something must have gotten into me, she mutters, turning away. I think I need some time to clear my head. I'm gonna go, she says, already heading for the door. Ji-yu, Yusung calls out, grabbing her before she can leave. I'm fine, really, you don't need to, she protests. You don't need to apologize, he tells her gently, holding on to her hand. Just dry your hair and clothes before you go. I'll give you a ride home later, he offers. No, you don't have to do that. I'll just leave right now, she stammers. Hang out here a little longer, please, Yusung asks. I think I'd be really hurt, he admits. If you just left like this, he finishes quietly. Jiu falls silent, caught off guard by how earnest he sounds. They stay wrapped up together a little longer, the rain still coming down outside. Okay then. Jiu finally agrees. If it's all right with you, Yusheng adds, already planning to make her comfortable. He smiles down at her, clearly relieved she's staying. In the kitchen, a kettle starts to boil. Jiu lets out a relieved phew, now dry and dressed in his loungewear. It was nice getting stronger after kissing Yusung, she thinks. But now that my head's clear, I feel so embarrassed. She sits alone on the couch replaying everything that just happened. That was way too impulsive, she thinks. Thank God he didn't push me away. So, what now? She wonders, staring off. Dad's probably really mad at me. She worries. And Dion must be totally confused, she adds, guilt creeping in. He's probably disappointed in me too, she thinks miserably. It's so embarrassing, she groans internally. She flops face down onto the couch with a dramatic plop. I wish, she starts, drifting off before she can even finish the thought. Exhausted, Juyu drifts off to sleep right there on the couch. None of it ever happened, she wishes, sinking deeper into sleep. In the kitchen, Yuzong watches her sleep, mug in hand. She sleeps on, unaware, breathing slow and even. First she ghosts me, and now she just comes up and rubs her lips on mine out of nowhere, he thinks, bewildered. He settles down near the couch to keep watch over her. Must be nice living carefree, he mutters bitterly. So what's she even crying for when she's got it so easy, he wonders, misreading the tears on her sleeping face. His mind drifts back. Standing out there in the rain looking all pathetic, he remembers. Like she's actually human or something, he mumbles to himself. Gently, almost without meaning to, he brushes the hair back from her face. She could almost, he thinks, softening despite himself. Task for human, he finishes, watching her sleep. In her dream, a harsh voice cuts through the dark. You could have lived comfortably as a mixed blood, it says. So why are you getting greedy over things that aren't meant for you? The voice presses. I'm ashamed to call you my child, it says coldly. Dad, Ju cries out in the dream, stricken. How could you say that? Do you have any idea how much she demands, voice breaking. You've been lying to everyone, the voice accuses. How could you even think you deserve to be the next leader? It asks, cutting deep. If you had nothing to be ashamed of, you wouldn't have been hiding who you really are in the first place, it adds. What? Jayu chokes out, blindsided all over again. What are you talking about? You already know why I had to hide it. Someone protests in the dream. Then, why did you abandon me? She asks, tears welling up. Why do I have to be the only one who's abandoned? She cries. But someone takes her hand in the dream, warm and steady, like Ubmat's way, they remind her. Jiyu, Aru, a voice calls softly. She wakes with a jolt, gasping. She lies there catching her breath, shaken by the dream. Still shaky, she keeps breathing hard, trying to steady herself. Yusum sits nearby with a book, quietly keeping watch as the rain taps the window. Oh, you're awake, he says gently when he notices. I think I dozed off for a bit. How long was I out? She asks. Not too long, around half an hour. You can rest a bit more, he tells her. No, it's fine, I should get up, Juyu says. Juzu, I've been meaning to ask you, but... Yusung starts. Did something happen today? You don't seem like yourself, he asks, concerned. Oh, sorry about that. I must have thrown you off, kissing you out of nowhere like that, she says, flustered. You don't have to be sorry about that, he laughs it off. It just seemed like you had a rough day, he adds gently. Isn't that why you came to me? So you'd have someone to lean on, Yusung asks. Jiu falls quiet, caught by how well he reads her. I should at least give him some kind of explanation, she decides. So my dad runs a company. Oh, it's nothing big, though. Just a small family thing, she hedges. Sure, Yusung says, clearly not buying it. For effort, I guess, he teases. Anyway, my dad's been thinking about passing off his position to someone else, she admits. But I always assumed I'd be the one to take over, she says, trailing off. Yeah, I know I'm not exactly the most capable or anything, she continues. But I really was trying in my own way, she insists. Still, no matter how hard I pushed myself, it felt like nothing I did was ever enough. so I snapped at him out of frustration and got totally chewed out for it. She admits. That must mean Yusong starts putting it together. Um, he chose Dayan as his successor. He finishes, and Jiu's silence confirms it. Then what do you want to do about it, Jiu? He asks. I'm not sure. My dad won't budge, so anything I do probably wouldn't even matter, she admits. The dream's cruel words echo back to her. You've been lying to everyone. How could you even think you deserve to be the next leader? And I don't even know if I deserve that position anymore, she admits quietly. Of course you do, Yusung says firmly, taking her hand. You, he says, waiting for her to look at him. Do you remember what I told you the second time we met? He asks. I told you things will settle down in time, he reminds her. Because that's how families work, he finishes. You are his daughter, Jiu, he tells her plainly. No, he continues, holding her gaze. Can replace you, and no one is more qualified than you, he says. You just have to show him what you're really capable of, she says, eyes brimming. Thank you for saying that, Yusing smiles. That's right. Don't even think about giving up already, he tells her. You're going all the way to the top. That's what I'm here for. Do you feel better? He asks. She curls up against him, letting herself relax for the first time all day. Yes, thank you, she murmurs. Yusung, she says softly, you don't have to thank me. He answers. Can I, he asks, hesitating, kiss you again? She looks up at him, no hesitation in her eyes. He leans in close. Because I'll make sure you pay me back, down to the last favor, he teases. So go easy on me this time, he adds, right before their lips meet again. Back at Yusung's place, the two of them are tangled up together on the couch, and the mood has gotten a lot less innocent than a simple cuddle. She sighs into him, murmuring that this feels nice, so soft, her heart hammering the whole time. Their lips finally meet, and she swears she can feel herself getting stronger with every second of the kiss. Her heart is pounding so hard, she feels like she could take on anything right now. Yusung buries his face in his hand, heart thudding, clearly not as composed as he'd like to be. Something catches her eye, and her whole body goes rigid. A jolt runs through her, wide-eyed and startled. What? Wait! Yusung blurts out, pulling back with a confused look on his face. He's flustered, stammering. What was that just now? Ju just shrugs, cool as ever. What? You wanted me to kiss you? He admits she's not wrong, but adds she caught him off guard by suddenly using her tongue. Oh, that, she says, waving it off. I couldn't help it. You were... Oh, just too cute, Jiu, she finishes. And for once, he's the one left speechless. She teases that his kissing skills sound suspiciously well practiced for someone caught off guard. He turns the tables and asks point blank if he's her first kiss. No, but, she starts and trails off. Then was it bad? He presses, and she backpedals fast. Wait, I'm not saying that. No, that's not it either, she insists. I was just a little startled, that's all. She clears her throat, cheeks warm, clearly flustered by the whole exchange. In her head, she's kicking herself. She'd been holding back so she wouldn't bite him again, and he just dives in like it's nothing. Right, didn't seem like you hated it, he teases, promising with a smirk to give her a heads up next time. She groans into his shoulder, utterly done with him and with herself. Once she's settled, he offers to warm something up for her, worried she's still chilled from getting caught in the rain earlier. She thanks him, and he heads off to reheat the tea. He steps away toward the kitchen, leaving her alone on the couch for a moment. She watches him go, quiet for a beat. Left alone with her thoughts, something occurs to her. Yusum always seems to say exactly what she wants to hear. He did it the day they met, and he's still doing it now. She can't quite explain how he keeps landing on the exact thing she needs. It's like he's fine-tuned to say all the right things, and she leans in closer, turning the thought over. It's like he was made for me, she murmurs to herself. She lingers there a moment, lost in the closeness. The quiet stretches on between them. This is Yusung's fault, she thinks, stepping away. He's the one who pulled her back from the edge in the first place, after all. In the kitchen, Yusung fumbles with something on the counter, her words about him still echoing in her head. So, she thinks, letting the sentence hang. Her hand reaches out toward him. If I end up using him for my own greed, a thought nags at her. She wraps her arms around him from behind anyway, holding on tight. The two of them stand there together, close, neither one pulling away. Part of that's on him, too, she decides, letting herself off the hook a little. She gives his clasped hands a gentle squeeze. Thank you so much for today, Yusung, she says softly. You were a huge help. She smiles at him, genuinely grateful. Right then, a loud clang cuts through the moment he's fumbled the kettle. It nearly goes flying off the counter. Yuzong, she calls out, startled by the noise. He stands frozen at the counter. Back to her. Oh, my hand just slipped, he says quickly, trying to play it cool. Let me see, did it break? She asks, walking over to check. Turns out he'd been caught off guard, wondering why she was sneaking up right behind him. He lets out a long sigh. That whole thing with her, completely unexpected. He goes quiet, a little dazed, swaying on his feet. His expression turns thoughtful, almost troubled in the low light. But why do I feel so, he wonders, unable to finish the thought. Lousy, he finally admits to himself. Elsewhere, as the sun sets, the scene shifts to the sprawling Han family mansion. Inside, Jeonu Han sits down across from Duthyun with something on his mind. I owe you an apology, Duthyun, he says. He lets out a heavy sigh over his drink. Jiu and I must have put you in a tough spot, Jeonu admits. Duthyun, ever composed, brushes it off. No, sir. It's all right. Jeonu isn't buying it. Of course it's not, kid. Why do you always say you're fine with everything? He wonders aloud if Dohyun learned to tiptoe around them so carefully as a kid that it just stuck. You can't even say when you don't like something, Gionu presses gently. Please don't say that, sir, Dohyun replies. You've always treated me like your own son. He holds his composure, choosing his next words carefully. If you and Jiu are happy, then I'm happy as well, he says. If you ever decide to name me your successor, I'd give it everything I've got. Satch, but if Jiu wants it, I'd gladly step aside, he adds, without a trace of resentment. He admits Jiu probably finds his whole fine with everything attitude. Vague and frustrating, he finishes, pouring another drink. There's plenty in the pack who scoff at the idea of her ever leading, as if that would ever happen, some sneer. Dorian once is just thinking about it. Jiu would be furious if she ever heard that kind of talk. I'm sure you already know this, Gionu says, stirring his glass. But she's not acting distant because she hates you. So even if she hurts your feelings sometimes, don't take it too personally. The two of them sit with that for a moment, the room quiet around them. Yes, Diane finally says, I understand where she's coming from. No matter how hard you and I try to understand her, he continues, there will always be things we just can't relate to, since neither of us is mixed blood like she is. So even if, he trails off, the thought unfinished. His mind drifts back to the image of Yusung holding Ju close in the pouring rain. Whew, she does something I can't for the life of me understand sometimes, he admits. In the memory, a lone figure stands outside the mansion gates in the downpour, umbrella in hand. I'll just... Dolian starts. Accept it all, he decides, letting the matter rest. He sure is something else, Gionu mutters, clearing his throat. But I think Jiu has a point, Dohyun adds. Gionu reasons that as long as no one finds out, it shouldn't be a problem after all. Who dare challenge the pack leader's own daughter for rank 3? No, comes a flat reply from across the table. Absolutely not, another voice cuts in just as firmly. She may never accept it, someone else says, but that's just how it is. No one really understands until they've lived through it themselves. I didn't either, comes the quiet admission. Gionu turns back to Dothyun. You need to remember this too, Dothyun. Humans are too fragile, he says flatly. And that means Ju, with human blood in her veins, can never truly be safe either, someone presses. It may sound selfish, comes the reply, but what matters most to me is Ju's safety. Duyan just goes quiet, letting the words sink in. Yes, sir, I agree with you on that, he finally says. Outside, night settles fully over the mansion grounds. Elsewhere, Jiu glances at the darkening sky. It's already dark out, she notes. I could have just called a cab instead, she says, as a car pulls up outside. The car cuts smoothly through the night streets. Yu-sung waves off the idea. But I like driving with you, Jiu. Besides, I've got plenty of free time these days. The wipers sweep across the windshield as she mulls something over. Still, she starts. Or maybe I could drive, she offers. No thanks, he cuts her off with a grin. I love driving. Please don't take the wheel away from me, he adds, only half joking. She laughs it off a little awkwardly. That was firm. Oh, Jiu, mind opening the glove box for me? He asks. She pops it open, surprised by what's inside. It's my makeup bag. I was wondering, she starts. Where it was, she finishes, holding up the little striped pouch. You left it at my place, he tells her. Ah, thanks, she says, taking it back. He glances over at her for a beat. She fishes a contact lens case out of the bag. The little case sits in her palm, tucked next to the striped pouch. By the way, Ju-sung says, changing the subject. Do you have good vision? I had LASIK done, he explains. So I get a bit of light glare sometimes. Wondering if you have anything for that, he says, reaching for the visor. Oh, I wear contacts, actually. I'm wearing them right now, she says. Is the glare that bad? Then. Maybe I should drive instead, she starts, reaching for the wheel, but he firmly stops her hand. That's not what I meant. Not at all, he laughs, then admits he actually really likes how smooth his car handles on the road. She quits her tongue, a little embarrassed, while he quietly puts two and two together about her contacts. Guess the contacts in her pouch were just extras then. Makes sense, he thinks to himself. He realizes exactly why she needs them. How else would she hide those wolf-colored eyes of hers? They pull up outside her building as the city lights glow around them. The car eases to a stop outside. Thanks for the ride, Yu-sung, she calls out as the car pulls up with a screech. I enjoyed driving with you, Ju, he says warmly, watching her at the crosswalk. Oh, that's right, she says suddenly. I've been meaning to ask you something. What is it? He asks. Did you know there were rumors about us dating recently? He says. Her expression goes serious in an instant. What? She blurts. There wasn't even an article or anything. Just some photo of us taken from a distance got posted online. Your face wasn't in it, though, he says. That's the scariest thing I've heard in a while, she mutters. Oh, don't worry, he laughs. It's not like I'm some idol or anything. She's still visibly rattled. I don't really have to hide my dating life, he adds. Stay still, she stammers. So, tell me, she starts, nerves creeping back in. He leans in close, closing the distance between them. Should I deny the rumors or make it official? He asks, voice low. He gives her a soft, knowing smile, cheeks a little flushed. I think I'll let my girlfriend make that call, he murmurs, and lets the moment speak for itself. Someone wants to know, is Yu Song-cheon going to deny the dating rumors or make it official? He just smirks, clearly enjoying himself. I think I'll let my girlfriend make that call, he says coolly. Ju lets out a soft "oh" as the words sink in. They're riding in the back seat together, stealing a quiet moment before the world finds out. Gia teases him. He wasn't planning on skipping out on dating her, right? Not after what he did to her lips. She yanks his chin as payback, and he yelps, oh, of course not. He laughs awkwardly, admitting there's something he'd like. But the dating rumors die down quietly. It's a lot for him to handle. She agrees, easy. Chiu can hardly believe this is really happening. She's the one who needs him, she thinks, but he's the one reaching out first. She says his name softly, Yu-sung. He promises he'll be good to her from now on. I'll be good to you too, Ju, Jo, he says. He beams, promising he'll be even better than that. He watches her with a soft, private look he doesn't usually let anyone see. Pulling up outside, Yu-sung thinks, so this is the building Ju lives in. He starts scheming. This would be the perfect chance to get inside her place. He reaches for her, saying her name. He tells her he wants to spend a little more time with her. He leans in, still working the angle. He asks if it would be all right if they went up to her place. He finishes, hopeful. His hand clenches, heart pounding while he waits for her answer. Ju's own heart is racing just as hard. Sorry, she starts. Yusong, she says, working up to letting him down easy. She tells him she doesn't think they can do that today. Her place is a little messy, she explains, and she needs some time to clear her head. But she promises she'll invite him over sometime. He just goes quiet. "You're not going to?" she says, narrowing her eyes. "Ghost me again, are you?" "No, I swear, I'll call you." He insists. Okay. Just make sure you keep that promise," she warns. She lingers a beat before finally stepping out of the car. "All right then, I'm really going," she announces. "Okay, bye," he calls after her. "Then you go ahead first," she counters, refusing to budge. She plants herself right there, stubborn as ever. "I'll leave once I see you," he says. "Get inside," he finishes. He's not driving off until she's safely in. She softens at that, quietly caught off guard by how much he cares. She finally heads inside alone. Promise made. Driving off, Yusung admits to himself it's a shame he didn't get inside her place, but this'll have to do. He'd been getting annoyed with her, always keeping her boundaries so firm. But this time, honestly, he admits, she actually impressed him. His mind drifts back to the second she pulled him close and bit down on his lip. He goes quiet, replaying it. He touches his mouth, checking the damage. "Though she really needs to work on that biting thing," he mutters. There's still a faint smear of blood on his fingertip, and he can't stop smiling about it. Back home now, he wanders through the quiet apartment. He sighs and drops onto the couch, worn out from the whole day. Across town, Jayu collapses too, sighing that she's absolutely exhausted. She sprawls out across her own couch, alone with her thoughts. "So much happened today," she says to the empty room. She wonders aloud, she's actually dating Yusun now. Is that really going to be okay? She likes him, sure, but that's as far as it should go, she tells herself. No, actually, it'd be a real problem if she caught genuine feelings for him. After all, she reminds herself, he's human, if only she knew the half of it. She trails off, eyes falling shut. "Still," she murmurs, right before sleep pulled her under. In her dream, rain starts falling around them. Yusun's arms wrap around her, holding her close in the downpour. He tilts her chin up, studying her face like she's something precious. He certainly is, she thinks, breath-catching. "Super pretty," she finishes, heart slamming in her chest. And just like that, she jolts awake on the couch. A few days later, she meets up at a quiet neighborhood cafe. "Hey, I didn't know you were already here. Did you wait long?" she asks, breezing in. She grins, dropping into the seat across from him. "Chow Yun?" she greets him. "Hey, no, it hasn't been that long," he tells her. "I went ahead and ordered your usual. Hope that's okay," he says. "Of course, thanks. I like this cafe. It's so empty and quiet," she says happily. She takes a sip, going quiet for a moment. Dian the worrywart thinks to himself, better to get this over with quickly. Jiyu wonders why he'd asked to meet her first, of all people. He steels himself. He'll just have to beg forgiveness if this goes wrong. Do-yeon, I think I overreacted back then," she starts to say. He cuts in instead. "Do you remember the deserter you interrogated, Jewel?" "Ha. The deserter, right?" She blinks. "Oh, the one we let go." "After putting a tracker on him?" she finishes. "Yeah, that one. He got all scared when Yeon starts. The man had gone pale the second he heard her father's name." "I do remember. What about him?" she presses. "He died," Dahyun says flatly. He watches her carefully over his coffee, waiting for it to land. "Not by suicide or accident, by murder," he clarifies. "What?" All of a sudden, she gasps. "They must have realized we're on to them," he says grimly. "They could have just removed the tracker instead," she says, stunned. "Of killing him," she finishes, eyes glassy. "But why are you telling me all this?" she asks, throat tight. "Aren't you mad at me?" Dutheon asks quietly. "Mad at you? For what?" she asks, confused. "'Cause, I got all worked up at you after that meeting that day," he admits. "I would have felt really frustrated too if I were you," she tells him gently. "I figured you'd be upset, since you're always caught in the middle between me and my dad like this," she adds. He just looks at her, quiet, taking that in. "You, look at me," he says, lifting her chin. "I'm not upset," he tells her plainly. They hold each other's gaze for a long moment. He admits he was a little surprised. He'd never seen her that angry before, but it didn't bother him. Because I probably would have felt the same way, he says. I wouldn't have been happy about, he starts. Someone suddenly showing up in my life when I was just a kid, either, he admits, as the memory pulls him back. Cut 2 years ago. A young Du, fangs bared, wailing at the top of her lungs. Go back to your home, Dion, little Jiu screeches, while young Do-hyun flails and tumbles over nearby. An adult steps in to break it up, unbothered by the chaos. Back in the present, she stammers, "But that's, and I think it only makes sense." It would have been weirder if you'd accepted me right away, Daehan says, letting her off the hook. She covers her face, mortified. I remember now, I was such a bratty kid, she groans. I used to be really mean to Daehan for a while, but you were just a kid yourself, she admits. Back then, how did you put up with all my tantrums, she asks. I'm not sure. I guess they didn't feel that threatening to me, he shrugs. She groans, bearing her embarrassment. And it was nice, Dion adds quietly. His mind drifts even further back to family dinners at the Han house. A much younger Do-hyun sits at the table, still a little unsure of his place there. Nobody says much, it's just quiet, comfortable silence over the food. He and Yeonju eat side by side, an odd little family taking shape. Because at some point, he explains, Jeonu tells him, you can have more. He reaches eagerly for more, at ease at this table like he belongs there. Started to accept me as family, he realizes, looking back on it now. Jeonu-han pipes up, teasing, Is that just for Do-hyun? Give Daddy a piece too. No, none for you, Daddy. Young Do-hyun fires back without missing a beat. Back in the present, Diane tells her, so you don't need to apologize more than once. Don't keep beating yourself up over it. She marvels to herself. How is he so understanding? He's always been mature, even as a kid. That's probably why Dad relies on him so much, she thinks. Thanks, I really appreciate you saying that, she tells him. But, Dayan says, and something in his tone shifts. There was something I just couldn't understand, he admits. So I wanted to ask you in person, he says. What's going on between, he asks, bracing himself. You and Yoo Sung-cheon? He finally asks, and that's exactly where the chapter cuts out. Her friend Dayan corners her with a question she's been dreading. What exactly is going on between her and this Yoo Sung guy? He says the name flat out, Yoo Sung-cheon, you and him. They end up hashing it out over coffee, the air between them thick with unspoken accusations. Inside, Ji-yu panics. Why is he even asking this? Could it be that he's actually figured out what Yoo Sung really is? She gulps, bracing herself. What do you mean by that? She stalls, playing dumb. Jiajin doesn't buy it. He saw her with Yoo Sung the day she stormed off after their last fight. Her heart slams in her chest. He actually saw them together. He admits he didn't want to bring it up. Figured it was her business. But he already knew they were seeing each other, coincidence or not. How much did he actually see, she wonders. Did he catch them kissing too? Cut to the memory itself. Yoo Sung pulling her close in the pouring rain. Rain soaking them both, the moment burned into her mind. Back in the present, Dayan lays it out plainly. Honestly, he doesn't trust the guy. The fact that Yoo Sung showed up right when she was struggling, that feels suspicious to him. If he's really that much of a comfort to her, if her feelings have grown that strong, then maybe she should just stop here, Jiu, he tells her flatly. She goes quiet, jaw tight. Not a word out of her. Nothing good comes from getting deep into something with a human right now, he warns. Not while she's already struggling just being a mixed blood. Diamond, she cuts in, just his name, trying to shut the conversation down. Instead of answering, she deflects completely. Want to go for a walk? They head out together, tension trailing behind them. The city stretches out quiet around them as they walk. I'm embarrassed you saw me like that, she admits, a little sheepish. She brushes off the rest. Yoo-sun just happens to live nearby. Running into him was pure chance. Dion isn't buying it. What about that coincidence at the hotel? Or the marks on her neck she called a misunderstanding? Do you really have to keep seeing him? He presses. Is it just because he's famous, because you're into his looks? She sighs hard. Come on, what do you take me for? It's not like that. Privately, she admits it. She knows he cares about her, but his overprotectiveness drives her up the wall. I'm not planning on getting that serious with Yu-sung, she insists, heart-pounding. Sure, I do like him, she shrugs. And I think he's a genuinely sweet guy, she adds, cut to Yu-sung himself. But she's not naive enough to trust him completely. She only keeps him close because she needs him. To use him, if she's honest with herself. The thought sits heavy for a second. So really, she tells Du-Theon, you don't need to worry about me. When have you ever seen me get played by anyone? She grins. He studies her for a beat, unconvinced but unable to argue. Pressing her any further clearly isn't going to get him answers, he figures. Yeah, he concedes, I guess you're really not the type to get played. Still, privately, he's sure she has her reasons for all this, but maybe he'll have to dig for them himself. So what exactly did you mean? He presses again, keeping him close because you need him. Oh, that, she flinches, caught. I'll tell you about it later. I'm hurt, Ji-yu, he teases. Never thought you'd keep secrets from me. Wait, it's not like I'm going to keep it a secret forever, she protests. Let's go, she says, hauling him up. You're not actually hurt, are you? As they walk on, here's the thing about Chuju. She carries a deep complex about her bloodline. Yet somehow she's always had a strange certainty that she won't lose a fight. Anyone who's ever underestimated her has walked away no match for her at all. Her B-side rises to the surface. Claws out, teeth bared, not someone to mess with. Hard to say if it's pride or pure confidence. Either way, she's earned it. Does that still bother you? Du-Hyun asks, nodding toward a building down the street. Yeah, kinda, she admits. It was a bit harsh, and it feels like she just keeps clashing with her dad lately. It may feel unfair, Do-Hyun says, but he really does love you. I hope you know that. I do, she says quietly. I know he loves me. But love and trust are two different things, she adds, walking on ahead. She lets the silence sit for a second, her father's worry weighing on her. My dad's probably going to worry about me for the rest of his life, she mutters. And unlike you, I can't really be much help to him, she adds, a little bitter. What's the point of love without trust, anyway? She presses. Something like that just won't last long, Do-Hyun offers. I get what you mean. But I don't think that's necessarily true, he pushes back. Even just wanting to protect and care about someone, that's worth plenty on its own, he says. Yeah, you're right, she relents. There's no single correct answer anyway. Don't worry too much, he tells her as they keep walking. The leader's still got a decade before he retires, he reminds her. She manages a small, grateful smile despite herself. Plenty of time for him to change his mind, Do-Hyun says. So, cheer up, Ju, he says, nudging her. And if you ever need anything at all, just say so, he adds. Okay, she says softly. I will. Deep down, she knows it's true. Nobody understands her better than Do-Hyun. And about that deserter murder case, she starts up again. Could you keep me posted on it? She asks. I want to catch them too, she says, hands fidgeting. Regardless of what my dad decides, I want to understand why other mixed bloods would even do something like this. Above all else, I can't let them do any more damage to our pack, she says. Sure, of course, he answers. You have every right to. Something in his face gives him away, just for a second. They part ways on the street. He mentions he's got case materials for her. He'll swing by her office whenever she's got time. They wave each other off, back to their own days. Alone now, Do-Hyun can't stop turning over what she said that she's just using Yuzio. He still doesn't buy it. She hates showing weakness to anyone. So why would she let someone she barely knows comfort her like that? He heads into his detective agency, no closer to an answer. He steps through the door, the question still nagging at him. Meanwhile, Ji-Yu heads into the gym to clear her head. She drops her bag. There's just too much on her mind right now. She stretches out, getting ready to burn through it. Maybe I'll just sweat it all out, she figures. She hits the treadmill, picking up speed. The machines hum around her as she runs it all off. Breathless, her thoughts drift somewhere darker. So that guy's dead, huh? She moves to the weights next. I know I have to take them down, she tells herself. But the fact that they're mixed bloods just like her keeps messing with her head. Would she have taken that same drug if she'd been in their shoes? The question won't leave her alone. Come to think of it, she realizes, she hasn't heard a word about Reha since that day. The memory of it won't let her go. She grips the bar hard. Clunk, she should still be alive, right? This is so frustrating, she sighs. Who knew wolves who leave no trace could make her feel this hopeless? Footsteps approach behind her. Someone's caught her talking to herself. Hold on, never. A familiar voice cuts in, completely misreading the moment. She just shakes her head and gets back to her set, unbothered. Wow, Dainju, you are super strong, he gushes, thoroughly impressed. You are already like a monster, but I think you just got even stronger. He clapped. Whoa, you scared me. When did you even get here? She laughs. You looked so focused, I just stood there and watched, he admits. How you lift like that nonstop? Really? I wasn't even counting. I guess I just spaced out, she shrugs, a little embarrassed. Are you on some kind of supplement? Don't hog it. Share the good stuff, he jokes. She swears she isn't. Still, she has to admit she's felt way less tired than usual lately. Is that because of Yusong? Her phone buzzes. It's Yusong calling, and her gym buddy about loses it. Wait, Yusong Cheon? Not at all. Come on by, she tells him, blushing. I'm at the gym right above my office. Sweaty and gross, she figures she'd better hop in the shower before he shows up. Then, rattled, the door opens. She starts, caught totally off guard. Right in front of you, GU, comes his voice. He's already here. Yusung, still on the phone with her a second ago, grins at her reaction. The door was open, so I let myself in, he explains. Easy as anything. She flushes red, painfully aware of exactly how sweaty and done she looks right now. But I'm super sweaty right now, is all she can manage. High above the city, Yusung sits alone on a rooftop, caught somewhere between the afternoon light and his own tangled thoughts. He takes a slow drag, staring out at nothing in particular. It's strange, he mutters to himself. Things with Jeyu are getting closer, he thinks, and he's finally picking up real intel on the wolves. So everything is going well, so why does it still feel like something's off? Is it because of that? His mind drifts back to a memory he can't shake. It happened when Zhu hugged him from behind, completely out of nowhere. She'd held on tight, easy and warm, like it was the most natural thing in the world. And it hit him like nausea, a wave of disgust he wasn't ready for. Not that he's repulsed by her touch exactly. Kissing her never bothered him one bit. It's when she shows him kindness without any clear motive at all. That's the part that really throws him. Because in his head, unless her skin is actually touching his, there's no reason for her to make physical contact with him at all, or offer him comfort with any real sincerity. He remembers the two of them sitting close together, and none of it adds up to him. Her hand had rested easy on his knee, like she had nothing to hide. Am I feeling some kind of dissonance? He wonders, rubbing his own neck. Maybe I'm just repulsed, he mutters, stubbing his cigarette out, by a beast pretending to be human. He remembers his roommate calling him out on it. So you're treating her like a human being, huh? I'm treating you like a human being? Yusung repeats, caught completely off guard. He mashes his cigarette out. What the hell am I even thinking? If it's bothering me this much, he decides, I'll just go see for myself that Ju really is nothing but a damn beast. He gets to his feet, resolve settling over him. Yusung heads over to the private detective agency where Jiu works. I saw the door open, he says, so I just came right up. I had no idea there was a gym here. He grins, fresh out of the shower himself. Please don't come any closer, Yusung, Ju warns. I'm all sweaty right now. She's mid-workout, toweling off, clearly not expecting company. We just started dating, she protests, flustered. Oh, come on, he laughs. Don't worry about it. I actually think it's awesome how seriously you take your workouts, he says. But are you sure I don't smell? She asks. I'm absolutely sure, he laughs, leaning right in anyway. Someone clears their throat, loudly, breaking the moment. Oops, I completely forgot about him. Yusung, this is Minsong, my friend. He works with me at the agency. Hi, Minsong, Yusong says smoothly. Nice seeing you again. Wait, you two have met before? Ju blinks, surprised. Minsa explains he once dropped by her office when she'd gone dark for days, and Yusong had been worried sick. Anyway, it's really great to see you again. Minsong beams. He reaches out for a handshake, starstruck. I'm actually a huge fan of yours, Yusheng. Jiu snatches his hand back before it connects. Can you head downstairs and grab us something to drink? She says quickly. Yusung, would coffee be all right? She shoves Minsung toward the door before he can argue. Coffee's fine? Yusheng shrugs, amused. You heard that, right? She mutters under her breath. I'm counting on you, buddy. Okay, fine. Stop pushing me, Minsung yelps, shoved out the door. Sorry, Minsung, she thinks, guilt creeping in. She sighs. I know you're a big fan of his, but I just couldn't let you shake his hand with your bare hands. Yusung, she calls, I'll tidy the machines and wash up real quick. Would you mind heading down and hanging out with Minsung for a bit? She reaches up, brushing his hair back with a laugh, and he agrees easily. Yeah, no problem. And she hesitates. Can you try not to make physical contact with other people? I know it's part of the job sometimes, she admits. But I just wish you'd avoid it as much as you can. I probably sound really weird right now, she says, but still, I don't want other wolves coming after him. He leans in close. If I'm not allowed to touch other people, am I allowed to touch you, Jiu? The two of them stand there, faces inches apart. His hand finds her waist, pulling her closer. She goes quiet, her heart pounding so loud she's sure he can hear it. Their fingers find each other hesitant and a little shy. You already are, she manages. So I'm allowed to touch you, right? Yes, she says. You can touch me. It's fine. That felt kinda embarrassing for some reason, he sighs. Okay, she laughs it off. I might not have a choice while I'm working, he says, but outside of that, I'll be careful. Is she worried about me making contact with other wolves? He wonders. Seriously, Ju, he thinks, almost fond. She's so greedy. That was probably too much to ask for, she thinks. But I'm glad he took it so well. Then I'll meet you downstairs, Yusung. Okay, I'll keep Minseong company, Yusung says, heading down. Oh, Yusung, what about Ju? Minseong asks. She's just tidying up. She'll be down in a bit. Minseong fumbles with a couple of cups, playing ho. Oh, I see. Have a seat, Minseong offers. So you were able to get in touch with her after that? Yeah, Minseong says, all thanks to you. Then are you two? Minseong ventures. Yes, Yusung says simply, we're dating now. I knew it, Minseong deflates. I figured it would happen. But honestly, he adds, I still think you could do better. Jiu's more than I deserve, really, Yusung says, practically glowing. And since we'll be seeing more of each other, I hope we can get along, Minseong. Minseong stares, stunned. Look at him smiling. He's practically glowing. He must be totally into Jiu. Yeah, I'm not saying Jiu's not great or anything, Minseong says. It's just... I doubt she's ever dated anyone seriously. He glances away. Jiu, you heartbreaker. Sigh. How did the national treasure end up with someone like Jiu? He mutters. I mean, she's cool and all, but come on, you two. Yusung teases, and Minseong practically wilts. I's honestly not a big... Minseong tries to deflect. Wait, you too? Yusung blinks, genuinely surprised. Did anyone else have a crush on Jiu? He asks. Oh? Jiu is popular, Yusung asks. Yeah? Minseong laughs. Pretty popular, actually, especially with the girls. Turns out classmates used to crowd around her, practically begging to know if some guy waiting for her was her brother. School memory flashes by, a much younger Juhu, surrounded by fawning classmates, every bit the school heartthrob. I get the picture, Yusung laughs. She was basically Prince Charming at an all-girls school. I'm guessing she dated quite a few people then? Sure, Minseong shrugs. But I think being the one in control all the time got old for her. She said it wasn't fun anymore and just stopped dating for a while. Well, Jiu's got charm for sure. Yusung raises his cup, quietly turning something over in his head. I thought wolves only ever had one true love in a lifetime, he thinks. Maybe dating doesn't count. Still, he figures, picturing her, it makes sense she's popular. She ranks high among the wolves, has a decent personality, and she's not exactly unattractive, he admits. But still, his hand clenches, almost without him noticing. Terrible people, Min Song mutters under his breath, an old memory clearly resurfacing. She always acts all clueless, Min Song says, but turns out she's... He catches himself, thinking better of it. Then, if you don't mind me asking, he says instead, setting his cup down. Here's something between Jiu, Min Seom asks, and Yusong's hand goes still on the table. Yusong just smiles, giving nothing away. Nimbo, and Mr. Do-yan Kang? He finally asks, and that's exactly where the chapter cuts off. Someone on set corners Yusong with a loaded question. Was there ever something between Jiu and this Do-yan Kang guy? Yusong just grins, way too pleased with himself for someone claiming he's not the jealous type. The assistant presses further, dropping Do-hyan's full name like he's testing the waters. Wait, how does this guy even know Do-yan? Yusong's smile drops fast. Turns out Ju introduced Da-han around as her childhood friend, so everyone just assumed Yu-jung already knew him too. The assistant admits the two of them looked awfully close, and after everything he's heard about Ju, he can't help but wonder. Something about that lands wrong. Yuzin gets a weird feeling he can't quite shake. Fine. If there's gossip to dig up about Do-yan and Juyu's, Yusong's taking the opening. He's gonna find out exactly what's going on between those two, one way or another. I guess they are pretty close, the assistant admits. Do-hyun is. He freezes mid-sentence like he just remembered exactly who he's talking to. The temperature in the room drops about 10 degrees. Yusong just leans back with that dangerously calm smile of his. Spill it, he says. All charm, zero patience. The assistant panics inwardly. Wait, did he say something wrong? He thought this was just small talk. Why'd you stop mid-sentence? Yusong presses. I'd really like to hear the rest. Before the poor guy can answer, the door clacks open. Sorry I took so long. Juju breezes in, completely oblivious to the interrogation she just interrupted. You two getting along okay? She asks, and the poor assistant nearly chokes. She explains she'd just been hunting for her cleanser this whole time, then catches the awkward silence. The assistant is sweating bullets. Subtlety was never his strong suit. Yes, Ji-woo, Yusong answers, smooth as ever. He turns back toward her like absolutely nothing just happened. Yusong just smiles, giving absolutely nothing away. We were just having a really nice conversation, he says. Technically not a lie. Come on, have a seat, Ji-woo, he says, patting the spot right beside him. The assistant suddenly remembers he has somewhere very important to be. Hope you two have a great time, he calls out, still bummed he never got his answers. Ji-woo can't help but wonder what exactly the two of them were talking about. Why are you sitting all the way over there, Ji-woo? Yusong asks, reaching for her. What? She stammers, caught completely off guard. Sit next to me, he insists. Oh, but I'm... She hesitates. Still kind of sweaty. I haven't had the chance to shower yet, she admits, and just smiles wider. Not exactly a deterrent, apparently. Next to me, he repeats, like that settles it. She wonders if he's in a bad mood, or if that's just her imagination, as she settles in beside him. He can't help but think, how is she ever popular in school when she's this clueless? The air between them turns fragrant as he leans in close. He's close enough now to really take her in. You always smell so nice, Yusheng, she says. What perfume do you use? Really? It's just the fabric softener, he says, but I'm glad you like it. It hits her again how out of place Yusong feels here. His looks, the way he talks, even his scent, like he belongs somewhere else entirely. If you like it, he offers, I can get you one too. He says it so casually, like buying her a signature scent is just a normal Tuesday errand. Oh, that's okay, she says quickly. I was just asking because it suits you. I think it'd be awkward on me. I think it'd suit you too, he says, but you don't have to use it. He leans in. I didn't say anything earlier because your friend was around. He's close now, closer than just talking distance. But I really like how you smell right now, he murmurs. He pulls her in, nuzzling close. That little bit of sweat, he says. It's nice. Her heart pounds as their faces drift closer. Yep. She's mortified. She just knows she smells sweaty right now. She sniffs at her own collar in a panic. Is it really okay? But he keeps insisting it's fine, so pushing back any further would just be weird, right? Their eyes meet, and the moment stretches out. Neither one of them looks away. The distance between them keeps shrinking. And then finally, they kiss. Both of them can't help but smile right into it. Something shifts between them, and neither one seems to want it to stop. Let's just say things get a lot more handsy from here. We'll leave the rest to your imagination. Afterward, Yusung catches his breath, looking thoroughly worn out. I feel better, he murmurs. Honestly, who wouldn't? He can't shake the way Jiyu looks at him with pure, unfiltered desire. Because the way she wants him, he thinks, isn't human desire at all. His heart pounds. He gulps, a little overwhelmed by it. Her heart is racing just as hard. It's animal instinct, plain and simple. That's what makes this whole relationship feel so real, he thinks. He leans in for another round. Let's just say they don't come up for air for a while. Then, knock knock, someone's at the door. They both flinch like they've been caught, red-handed. Oh, hold on, Yusong, I wasn't expecting anyone. Jiyu stammers. Who's there? Nay scrambled to look presentable while Ju-U clicks her tongue in annoyance. The door creaks open. Ji-U stares at whoever's on the other side, caught completely off guard. You two again, she sighs. A dog barks happily as two very familiar neighborhood kids come tumbling in. Hi to you, the kids chirp, like they own the place. I told you this isn't a place for kids, she grumbles, then softens. Never mind. Story's gotten a lot bigger, huh? But we were so hungry. One of them pants, out of breath from the sprint over. You still haven't had dinner, Ji wasks. I thought your aunt was. Oh, taking care of you two. Auntie said she'll be home late tonight, the kid explains. Ju can't help but wonder what's really going on with these kids' parents. She really should stop doing this to herself. She clicks her tongue, already caving. Yusung, she calls. He sits with his back to her, waiting to hear what she's about to ask. They're just a few neighborhood kids who drop by sometimes, she explains. I think we should keep them company a bit. Is that okay? The kids and their dog pile right into the apartment like they've done this 100 times. Of course, they're just kids, Jiu reassures him, right before one of the kids spots him and gasps. I've seen him on TV. Kids hang around this place? Yusung asks, amused. Yusung asks, you've seen me on TV? Yeah, the kid beams. I'd seen you in my third relationship in Thug's Honor, and... The kid rattles off. Yusung just raises an eyebrow. Are you even old enough to be watching those shows? Yeah, Adi crouches down to the kid's level. You've been flossing, right? Do you still have enough toothpaste and shampoo? Yeah, the kid mumbles. So, what do you want to eat? She asks. Pork cutlets, the kid asks hopefully, while Yusung's already got the delivery app pulled up. A quiet beat while the order goes in. Yusung's face gives nothing away, but he's clearly enjoying playing host. Thank you for the meal, the kids chorus once it arrives. The food shows up in stacks, way more than enough for everyone. Make sure you eat the salad too, Ju warns. Yu warns. Don't skip it like last time. Even Dory gets fed, happily munching away under the table while the kid asks for seconds. More pork? The kid finishes hopefully. Time slips by easily while they all eat together. Wait, that's not fair. Juno protests over whatever game they've started. It's a 2v2 team match now, apparently. Loser buys ice cream, and Yusheng is not happy about how that card just got played. How could you take that? He grumbles to himself that she's honestly no better than the kids. Quietly, though, he wonders what exactly he's even doing here, in the middle of all this chaos. Evening settles in over the city as the day winds down. Jiu lets out a satisfied sigh over her drink, catching her breath at the park. Just one lap and we're heading home, all right? Busun tells the kids. They take off running with the dog at full speed. Okay, comes the enthusiastic reply. Gosh, I'm so tired, Jiu admits as they walk. You're really good with kids, Yusung tells her. What's your secret? He asks. Oh, we have a lot of family gatherings, and I'm close with the kids in the neighborhood, she explains. So I'm pretty used to being around them. Thanks for spending time with the kids today, Yusung, she adds, a little shy about it. It was pretty chaotic, right? He asks. No worries, she says. The kids were sweet. And it's been a while since I've been in such a lively mess, she adds. It made me a little nostalgic, too, Yusung admits. Taking care of other people's kids can be tough, though, he says. You must really like kids, Ju-Yu. It's not that I really, she starts. Like them, exactly. It's just that, she continues. They need protection, so I can't help but care about them, she finishes. Right, he says simply. She notices he looks a lot calmer now than he did earlier. It makes sense, she figures, given he practically grew up surrounded by kids like these two. Gee, one of the kids comes barreling back toward her. I'm done with my ice cream. Yeah, I'll take. The garbage then, she offers, as the whole group strolls on together. Can I have one more? The kid begs. Nope, no more sweets tonight, she says firmly. The kid pouts, and Yu-sung just watches quietly from under his cap, taking it all in. Then Ju-hoo flinches, caught off guard by something. Her eyes go wide for a second. It's just Yu-sung, grabbing her hand. His fingers close gently around hers. You must be exhausted, he whispers. They walk on together, hand in hand, with the kids trailing along behind them. The whole little group makes its way down the street. Let's take the kids back home now, Yu-sung says with a smile. Want me grab coffee on our way back? Ji-woo asks, right as something unreadable scrawls into the frame behind them. A shadowy figure in a hat lingers just out of sight, watching them. Whoever it is stays hidden close enough to see everything. The tension spikes out of nowhere, and then a hand reaches out toward them, except it's not a hand at all. It's a claw. Chapter's over, and so is our peace of mind. A cool breeze drifts through a quiet park at night, and just like that, we're somewhere else entirely. Somewhere close by, kids are laughing, easy and carefree. A woman and a couple of kids drift down the park path, just another slice of an ordinary evening. Supposed to be nothing special, just an ordinary day, but this is a memory that got taken from someone, stashed away where it couldn't hurt them anymore. A hand reaches out and laces fingers with another, gentle and grounding. Very deep enough, or so they thought, so they'd never have to face it again. A mother, a father, a little kid between them, hand in hand down a sunlit path. It's the kind of scene that looks almost too perfect to be real. 3 sets of feet keep pace together, an ordinary little family just out for a walk. Back in the present, another pair of hands are locked together just as tightly. So why the hell is this coming back now? Yu-sung thinks, rattled by the memory clawing its way back to the surface. That's him, walking hand in hand with Ju-yu through the park, doing his best not to let the past show on his face. They keep walking, the quiet stretching out between them. Then, out of nowhere, a hooded shape lurches into view right behind her. A hand yanks her back before she can even react. He clamps a hand over her mouth and hauls her backward into the dark, and for 1 second it looks dead serious. Ji-woo freezes, pure shock. Her eyes go wide, heart-hammering, completely blindsided. Then she catches the voice and it clicks. This idiot is Yu-sung. He just stands there smirking under that hood, saying nothing, clearly proud of himself. My hands are still sticky from the ice cream earlier, she grumbles, not exactly thrilled he grabbed her. Yu-sung just grins that insufferable grin like it was all worth it. Sorry if I scared you, Ji-woo, he offers, not sounding especially sorry about it. Oh, it's fine, she manages, while behind him a family strolls right past, none the wiser to the little scene that just happened. We should probably pick up the pace, it's getting dark, Yu-sung says, nodding at a dog walker cutting through the same path. Ji-woo just fidgets quietly beside him, still a little rattled. Nearby, a couple of kids tug at their guardian's sleeve, spotting someone they recognize. Remember the promise we made earlier? One of them pipes up, eyes narrowed like a tiny negotiator. Yeah, we won't tell anyone we saw him on TV, the other kid chimes in, dead serious about the secret mission. Good, Yu-sung says, playing along, and layers on some mock parental advice about brushing their teeth. And don't skip meals, he adds, laughing as the kids wave by and dash off with their dog, thrilled to have a celebrity secret to keep. Sing watches them go with a small, genuine smile. He and Ju-woo fall back into step, heading on through the dimming park. The two of them keep walking side by side, footsteps echoing in the quiet. But Ji-woo can't shake the feeling that something's off. Yu-sung looks like he's in. She starts to think. Yu-sung, are you in a bad mood right now? She finally asks. Oh, sorry, he says, caught off guard. I didn't mean to be so quiet. No, I'm not saying you should be more talkative, she clarifies. I was just wondering if I did something wrong. She decides to just cover for him instead. I was actually a little under the weather this morning. I felt fine during the day. He plays along, but now that it's getting chilly, I think it's coming back. I'll be fine. He adds, I'm sure it'll go away once I wake up tomorrow. A little white lie to smooth things over. Inside, though, it grates on him. That day, Ju came off as extra nosy, and it got on my nerves. Take me to the doctor's. What am I, 5? Okay, he says out loud instead, keeping it simple. They reach her building. You can wait here, Jihu tells him. I'll just grab my stuff from upstairs and turn the lights off, she says. Got it. I'll wait right here, he replies. She heads inside the Durham building alone while he lingers outside on the sidewalk. A step echoes up the stairwell inside. Outside, Yusung just paces the sidewalk, waiting. Another flight of stairs, Jiu making her way up to grab her things. The building sits quiet under the streetlights while she's inside. Left alone, Yusung pulls out a cigarette. He lights up, the ember catching in the dark. He exhales slow, watching the smoke drift up against the building. He shifts his weight, waiting it out. Jiu is clearly walking on eggshells around me, he thinks, taking another drag. And I couldn't even hide what I was feeling. What the hell am I doing? He mutters to himself. The street stays quiet around him, just him and his thoughts. He stands there a while longer, cigarette burning down. He lets his head droop and sighs like the weight of it all just caught up with him. I'll admit it, he thinks. I can't help. A long pause hangs in the air before he lets himself finish the thought. But he hesitates. Do I see Jau as human, he wonders, turning the question over in his head. His mind drifts to a memory of the two of them alone together and the nagging question of what she actually gets out of being kind to him. And in memory, they're just sitting close together, comfortable in a way that's hard to fake. Why she cries or even understands what sadness is, he thinks, watching her tears in the memory. Or why? The thought trails off before he can finish it. She cares for the helpless. He finally lands on it, watching a younger Jiu fuss over a kid who isn't even hers. She crouches down to ruffle the kid's hair, gentle as anything. She's just a damn beast, Yusung tells himself, like repeating it will make it true. So why doesn't she act like one, he mumbles, clearly not buying his own logic. A voice cuts to his spiraling. Mr. Yusung Cheon. He looks up to find Daldian standing there, watching him. Yusung keeps smoking, sizing him up. Dahyun King, he says, placing the face. Please put out your cigarette, Dion says, flat and direct. Excuse me, Yusung asks, caught off guard by the demand. He blinks, genuinely thrown. I said, Do-hyun repeats, not budging an inch, put out your cigarette. Yusung squares up, clearly not used to being ordered around. There's a tense beat between them, neither one backing down. Yusung just stares him down in silence. A standoff holds a second longer. Ju's sense of smell is extremely sensitive, Dowan finally explains. What? Yusung says, not following. I know Jiu isn't the type to speak up about things like this, Doyon says, so I'll say it for her. You're free to smoke, but please refrain from doing so around Ju. If she's already brought it up and you chose to ignore her, then I won't waste your time repeating it, he adds, pointed. Yusung's expression goes flat. Diane Kang, he thinks, turning the name over. He's second in command, the rank he got handed ahead of Jiu herself, their own leader's daughter. And right now, Daehan's the one most likely to succeed Jeonu Han as leader of the pack. I was already aware, Yusung thinks. That he and Ju have always been close despite technically being rivals. He pictures her that easy smile she only seems to have around people she trusts completely. Whatever it is between them, he admits, it runs deep. He finally stubs the cigarette out. Sorry about that. I had no idea Juhu was sensitive to smells, he adds, almost sheepish about it. I'll be more careful next time, he tells Do-hyun. I was gonna keep things decent with Do-hyun, he thinks. Then Do-hyun keeps going. Is there anything else you could tell me about Ji-yu? Her likes, dislikes, and whatnot. Do-hyun clarifies, all business. But I'm really not in the mood right now, Yusung thinks, patience wearing thin. I heard you two go way back, Do-hyun presses, smiling easily, more like family than friends. So if there's anything you can share, I'd appreciate it. And that's exactly the problem, because Yusung genuinely wants Ju and him to become something more. He just stares back at Do-hyun in silence, not about to hand a rival any ammunition. He keeps his answer to himself. Somewhere nearby, a hand clenches tight. Brother Da-hyun, a new voice calls out. A woman with light hair jogs up, surprised to see him. What are you doing in front of our office? Then she clocks who he's standing with and does a double take. And isn't he that actor? She blurts, starstruck for half a second. What are these two doing together? She wonders, watching them from a distance. Yusung stays quiet, letting Dolphion field it. I had some files to give to Ju, he says instead. Could you hand them over to her for me? He passes the envelope over. She should be down any minute now, the woman says. Aren't you going to say hi? Not right now, Yuzong answers. I've got something to take care of. I'll see you later, Mr. Cheon, she says, heading inside. Yuzong watches her go, jaw tight. Sure, can't wait, he mutters under his breath, not even a little sincere. He turns to leave. Behind him, Dalian quietly wonders if he pushed too hard. Yuzong just keeps walking, hands in his pockets. Whatever, he started it, Yuzong thinks, before turning back to drop one last line on the woman. Oh, I'm Jiu's boyfriend, by the way. Nice to meet you. Oh, is all she manages, completely blindsided. Walking off, Yuzong circles back to the smell thing. Anyway, I actually didn't know Jiu was sensitive to smells. Is it because she's a wolf? He wonders. She never said I smelled like cigarettes, he remembers, only that I smelled nice. He looks down at the pack, still in his hand. He turns it over once, thinking it through. A car pulls up and takes off down the street. It cuts to the city night, headlights slicing the dark. Elsewhere, a call connects. Yes, sir, I'm on the line. I want you to look into something, the man in the car says. What exactly should I look into, sir? Comes the reply. That actor, the man says, always hovering around Juyu. Yusun Qian, the voice on the other end confirms, already putting the pieces together.